Tomorrow, everything will be back to normal, okay? Throw up a 900 for good luck. You know what, dude? Did you see the nice? Did you see the poker cheating drama? Can't like because LSF. Oh, can't link is what you meant to say. Oh no, I haven't. Poker drama. Let's see it. Wait, let's do a quick rhythm. Let's see where we're at today, real quick. What? Actually impossible. Impossible. Give me the hand. Link me the hand. Fuck.
Good gentlemen, it is my duty and honor to present to you this evening's bonus meme. Without further ado, here it is, the bonus meme. I shall now share it with you all here in this fine venue. Bonus meme.
There is no bonus meme. Thank you.
Oh, wow, Robbie really mixing it up here, calling Garrett's raise with Jack 4 off. It's blind versus blind, and Garrett here has flopped a
oh my god, what an
draw.
amazing
10-10-9 with a couple clubs.
Or scary flop, I guess.
Wow, and Robbie's gonna call here with Jack 4 with the Jack of clubs. Turn is a 3, puts backdoor hearts down. And this is usually when Garrett will lay the hammer down with combo draws. She's got one club and one heart, and wow, look at this.
She's just calling?
Thinking about here, she gonna raise it. We saw her raise ace king a little bit ago for a min raise. Here she's gonna min click.
Is she like a professional, or is she just like?
Yep. There's the all in. There's the all in. Garrett, like I said, he's just so experienced in bet patterns, bet sizing.
What is she? What is she actually thinking about here? Is she the smartest? She's like running 50 million simulations in her head to like narrow ranges, or like, is she actually clueless?
She's gonna put a time chip out.
This is why you shouldn't be in hands like this.
She doesn't have a 3. She calls?
You call me with a jack high? You call me with a jack high?
For once, but it's up to you. Yikes.
Oh my god.
Let's see the hand. So far, so good. It looks like you're ahead.
What is going on here?
For once, but it's up to you.
Is it possible that her hand might be misread in the card graphics or something?
Because I have a shitty hand.
You do? Yikes.
No, I just thought he's. This is a pure bluff catcher. I'm dealing with.
Pure bluff catcher with a jack high. She's a hero.
Yeah, I think he has to be.
Oh, you guys can't even see that.
We'll go to the river. The river is a 9.
That one's you for sure.
They're gonna run it
Unless you have, like, pocket
twice,
five
I
and
don't think so.
she's
You have,
gonna.
like, small pair?
You give me that much credit?
I don't know.
Haven't you seen what I've
She's
done?
good with the first one.
Can you explain a little bit? I'm too lazy to explain. It's just an impossibly. It's a stupid call, or it's not stupid. It's just
If the
like.
cards are correct.
But I mean, why would you assume she's cheating though? Like, there's like. People make crazy dumb calls all the time and shit. Like, why would the assumption be that she's cheating?
And the river breaks out again.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Dude, this Garrett guy got so fucking
I wanna
unlucky.
see- Does she have Jack?
He missed his
4?
draw both times. Oh my god.
Jack high?
What?
Whoa!
Look at Whoa, that's look at Garrett's face. That is
Wow. Oh, shit.
that is super strange. You can see his reaction.
He's about to have his. Oh man. He's about to have his help me with moment right now. Oh Jesus.
Jacob, you look like you want to kill me. I'm not Jacob. I'm like, you look like you want to kill me, Jared.
He wants to vomit.
I was not in the hand. I want to vomit.
Is this a tournament or is this a cash game? Did this guy just blow? This must be a tournament, right? Or something. He didn't really just. This isn't like an $800,000 hand.
Speechless. I mean, usually Garrett would be.
It's got to be like a tourney or
congratulatory
something, or like a sit and go or
if
whatever.
somebody made a hero call like that, but he seems somewhat disturbed.
It's a huge cash. Is it really? Was this like $1 million hand? Is this a huge cash game?
By what just.
It was a cash game.
I don't.
Call it a year right there.
It's testing.
It's literally like the sort of most disturbed look that I've ever seen Garrett give.
We can pause it if you like.
No, let me tell you what happened. 10,000, mid-range 20, shove, call.
And obviously the reason why he would be that is how can she call?
I remember.
Like maybe he thinks that she saw his hand somehow, or so, I don't know.
Nothing. Ain't nothing.
Was it?
Flop goes,
Oh, 300,000.
call. The turn goes bet, raise, shove, call.
Oh, like what? What do you mean, like wait?
128.
bet, 20,000 mini raise.
No, before the flop.
Before the flop. Before the flop.
128.3.
I read the man and make a hero call after he shoves on a turned brick card. Get over it. I'll say it again like I said before. I'm not playing nice in the sandbox anymore. My thoughts on the hand in question for today's live stream. I'll likely have more to say about what happened on today's stream later, but a few thoughts. Spoke extremely complicated, nuanced game. I don't fault anyone who watched and doesn't conceptually understand how it's impossible to call the turn there, but I will give a very brief explanation. Robbie fully understands if you watch her 11 hours of prior footage. Oh, so she is like a real player. It's not just like random people. I'm well aware that the scariest / easiest way for someone to cheat a live stream is to have a device hidden that simply vibrates to indicate you have the best hand. I'm sure the plan was to min-raise the turn and win the hand on the river when I didn't improve, but that all changed when I read her for an extremely weak on the turn and made an unorthodox play by raising all in. Bro, we've got anal vibrators everywhere. It's taken over the whole world. All of the online competitive games by storm. Damn, this guy thinks he's... Thinks he's got cheated. Damn. Damn. Damn.
Well, Robbie's back at the table. I don't know what's going on. Did she just pick up?
I told you. She quit? I don't know. I hope not.
Mikey first.
She's got it. I don't know what's going on. She took a rack of chips over there.
Why is Garrett? She getting chips there? The fuck is going on here?
There's Garrett.
There's nothing to talk about, right?
And it looks like Garrett and her are talking over there.
Check.
Heads up.
Well, here comes Garrett.
How valid are the accusations? I have no idea.
Did he really get that back? Fucking Garrett's a deep sea fisherman. How did he do this?
What did she give the money back to Garrett? Is that what they were talking about?
You gotta be kidding. What is going on?
What's happening?
What is that? That's Rip out there with the hat. What is he doing out there? He seems heated about something.
I think that's what she did.
Well, she definitely gave the money back. I saw it, but like.
Yeah, she took it from the rack here. That was her rack. She gave him $150.
What?
What is going on?
What is
I
going
would
on?
take that money back.
That's Rip.
Yeah, I would. I take that money. Never mind, I take that money back.
This guy fucking takes the money back she won from you? No, he's a pussy. You are a fucking pussy. Hey, bro.
What is going on here?
Give her the fucking money back. He made her fucking give him the money back.
This is really
Yeah,
unanticipated.
fuck that. I'm out. I don't play in this fucking shit. He fucking made her give the money back.
What do you mean made her? How do you
He
How do you-
fucking told her to give the money back and accused her of cheating.
how do you make someone give the money back? I don't understand.
I don't know. He took it. She fucking somehow talked her into giving the fucking money.
Why would she be willing to do? If she didn't cheat, why would she be willing to give the money
Why
back?
are you?
And if she did cheat, why isn't she being arrested?
Why would she give him the money back?
Yeah, that's
I don't
the thing. I
understand.
mean,
That's strange.
And, like
So
how?
which is it?
The guy yelling is allegedly someone who staked
There's
her.
only two
Jesus.
outcomes here. The fuck is going on?
It's 8 to call.
Wow, man. I told you this game's fucked up. I warned you guys.
What happened here?
This
You
game's
was trying
fucked up in this
800
game.
call, and you're out.
You just lost him too. Like, what's going on?
It's
What the hell, Andy?
Three players.
I
Damn.
Check. 1200.
are you okay?
What does it mean to stake somebody? You give them money to play and then they pay you back if they win.
There's about to be like.
Booth here.
Look, I've never seen that.
That-
Because I'm mature.
More. You must really like Garrett.
She calling doesn't make sense.
For giving the money back, man.
Giving the money makes
no,
even
but
less sense.
how could she be cheating? Like there's no devices. Like there's
And
no
not-
way that she was.
like,
Yeah, so why would she?
Wait, what? Hold on.
What is she? She says she thinks she has a missed draw. She only has Jack high. She doesn't beat Ace high. I don't know what she's really thinking about here.
You can have this one.
They said her chair is shaking? It seems like she's just shaking her leg. Hold on. Do you know how strong the vibrator would have to be? What are they talking
Oh, she
about?
only has Jack high. She doesn't beat Ace high.
There's no way that it would be that insanely fucking like, like, mate.
Give it back.
I was like, my mind was blown when she made a call, but I understand, like...
She gave him 125 back. She did. I know. That's what I'm saying. That's what everyone's mind's blown right here.
What is going on?
And the dude who we need to stick around says he's quitting because they like.
I mean, they're friends, business partners. So I understand, like, you know.
They are.
Yeah.
I don't know what that means. Why is that dude so heated? Rip. Anyways, Mike says they're a business partner. I don't know.
I don't know.
Check.
Jesus. Well. What is this?
Today, we brought in a group of conservative young women and wanted to get their honest opinions about what they're looking for in the guys they date. What are you looking for in a partner?
They just have to be a conservative.
Definitely someone that wants to have kids.
I like an independent man. Personally, I like the alpha male vibe.
I want a man who really loves his family.
Definitely someone whose faith is important to them.
For me, it's someone who actually wants to meet my parents.
Why do you want to date a conservative?
For me, at least I know that we're gonna start off with some shared values. Well, the conservative men I've dated at least know how to treat me like a woman.
In my personal experience, conservative guys have better manners.
I like that they understand their role in the relationship as a man.
I just prefer my men to be masculine.
And what's the biggest red flag when it comes to dating?
A Democrat.
No Democrats.
A Democrat.
Can't be a Democrat.
A Democrat.
That's easy. A Democrat.
No Democrats. So no.
Find the right match.
Jesus Christ. Women's March. Not just pro-choice. Pro-abortion. Okay. This week, Sneeko hit piece digs up hilarious clips of Sneeko distraught after an online test says he's 4% gay, 50% bisexual. I'm not watching that. That dude is insane. The Brandon Buckingham guy, I think, is actually schizophrenic. I don't think I want to give that guy any attention. Destiny, chat needs your opinion to state theirs. Is the age gap between Dua Lipa and Trevor Noah problematic? What, is she like 19 or something? I don't know who the Dua person is at all. 27 and Trevor Noah 38. Wait, what? Why would the age gap be problematic? She's 27 years old.
Yeah, he called out the simps. He called out the fucking problem that's going on. He pulled back the curtain, showed that Pokimane is just having a bunch of people that want to be in a relationship with her but can't be. I love you, Pokimane. I love you, Pokimane. And then then they'll be like, well, Pokemon's... I'm like, okay, Gideon, is Pokemon even fucking funny? Stupid. No! Nobody watches Pokemon because she's funny. They just want a girlfriend. They don't have one. And he pulled back the curtain. Pokemon's getting slapped up every night, stupid. She actually has a boyfriend. And you guys are watching, here's your buddy. Here's your buddy.
Jesus
a little bit of attention through a screen. Actually, not really, because you're talking to 10,000 guys in the chat. It's fucking bullshit. That's why I got guys. Yeah, he called out the simps. He called out the fucking problem that's going on. He exposed the truth. He pulled back the curtain.
Now the real question is, I saw Andrew Tate spitting some truth. But it felt like Sneeko didn't have anything to say. What was going on here?
You're genuinely about it, and you can find somebody with that star factor and align yourself to them. I think you could make money no matter who you are. That's, I think, the best way to make money.
So basically, be a YouTuber.
It's not about being a YouTuber. It's not even. It hasn't even got to be a YouTuber. It can be anything. It can be a. You can find a fucking star salesman and find a way to help his ass. I'm saying you don't always have to be the star. Everyone's told they're fantastic, but the truth is, not everybody's fantastic. And the people who are not fantastic end up frustrated. And that's why you have so much fucking crime, rob a bank, get rich or die trying, gangsters, gangbangers. Because there's a whole bunch of people in America who think they're too good for a job, and they are really not too good for a fucking job.
We're not all going to be, like you said, leaders. Some people are followers.
But this is my point. When everyone has an ego, everyone wants to be the king on the chessboard.
Yeah.
You don't win the chess game by having endless kings. That just gives you a bunch of vulnerabilities. Everyone has to know their role and play it. I've played the role of fucking pawn, knight, my whole life. I was pawn, knight, bishop, rook. You know, I played them all.
But you always wanted to be the king.
It's not that I wanted to be. It's that if you're truly destined to be, you'll end up in a position where you're going to be seen as a king of your empire, wherever your empire is or whatever it is. God has a plan for all of us. My plan was to do my job to the best of my ability, whatever my job was at the time. I spent fucking 11 years obeying my coach like he was God. Run here. Okay, 7 miles, 4 a.m. Oh, fuck. All right. I just listened. But you're saying I always knew I wanted to be king. I don't think I did. I just wanted to be very, very competent and do my job very, very well. Like, there's too much ego involved. Yeah. And this is the problem with a lot of people. Egos hold them back. Ego's going to get your ass killed. Ego will put you in the fucking morgue. It'll put you...
Why didn't he say anything?
...you in jail. And it'll also destroy a lot of opportunities. You can't be messaging me saying, oh, yeah, you're top G, I'm a G. I don't take shit from my boss. Well, you have to, till you're the boss. That's the game. You have to know your part and play it well. But if you're genuinely about it and you can...
Danger is like, if Slick was innocent, let's say he was innocent, for example.
Oh, man, Zerka's hopping on like the 4th ripple to try to like get this going.
Let's say this didn't happen. He should still be in prison for his, you know...
I don't know, man. It's hard to feel like people didn't know because apparently he had like a girl over his house and like she was locked in the room for weeks.
Locked? What do you mean by that?
Like, there's a girl that he was at his house and like people would never... Hold on.
No shot is that true. Stop, Adri, don't do it. There is no chance that anybody was locked in the OTK house for weeks. There is no way that happened.
Like, see them because they like never left the room.
Okay, like he had his own girl?
For like 2 weeks, yeah.
Like they're together.
That's what I heard. I mean, everyone's been telling me.
Or not? It's not the OTK house. I'm sorry, it's the Miskiv house. My bad.
All their stories, and it's just really hard to hear because, like, damn, I wish like this could have been prevented. You know?
But you don't mean she's locked in the room, right?
I don't know. I've just heard a bunch of different things of like people who were around.
Okay.
Oh,
like
man.
He's piping her, and they're dating.
I don't know. It's up to her to come out about it, I guess.
Oh no!
Come out of the room, or with the story?
Bruh, stop acting stupid.
It sounds like she's locked in chains, Adrian. What the fuck?
I mean, I don't know. I just heard.
No, you can't say that.
Yes, I can.
You can say there's a girl locked in that room with Crazy Slick while this was happening?
I heard that he would have girls over and they would never leave the room for like days at a time.
That's a way different... Now we're getting into way different types of claims. Oh, no.
Is this new information?
I don't know.
Oh Lord. Okay. Hold on. Let me check if Crazy Slick is. Okay. Are you ready?
There's more?
Oh yeah.
Bruh.
Danger is like, if Slick was innocent, let's say he was innocent, for example, let's say this didn't happen, he should still be in prison for his, you know.
I don't know, man. It's hard to feel like people didn't know because apparently he had like a girl over his house and like she was locked in the room.
Yeah.
Oh no. Zerka is running Avi into the ground. Uh-oh. Rip. The Miz kids are gonna go crazy with that one.
Yeah, it definitely matters because like money security, like financial security is
Why would she damage her credibility by spreading stupidly fake gossip? If I had to guess, if it's through the grapevine stuff, this is what I'm guessing has happened. Slick probably had somebody over at his house. They probably stay in the room quite often. Somebody's probably said something half jokingly like, oh man, like you got a girl over. Why is she locked in your room all the time? Ha ha ha. And he's like, oh yeah, blah, blah, blah. They probably stay in the room quite often. Maybe 2 or 3 people have seen that, noticed that, and kind of word gets around that like, oh yeah, Snick brings over girls sometimes. They just like stay in his room all day. And somehow through like little tiny tweaks and twists, through nobody like being malicious, it ends up getting back to people. And now with everything that's happened, that prior story is like, oh my God, I think Slick locks girls in his room. I feel like that's probably what's happened through the grapevine, through the game of telephone, and through everything that's come out. But if you're gonna repeat something like that, dude, you got to be so fucking careful because you can't just come out and say like, you can't just come out and say like, oh yeah, Slick a girl's locked in his room. Like, bruv, you're talking like some fucking like sex cult, like rapist, like kidnapper now. You're on a whole other level of claims. You got to be really careful. You can't just throw shit like that around. Like, Jesus.
important to me. Yeah, it definitely matters because like money security, like financial security is important to me. But as long as like we have enough money to, I don't know, go on dates and like do like concerts, like fun stuff.
No, doesn't really matter. If he has goals, like if the salary's not amazing right now, but he has goals for himself and, you know, he's working towards something, that's important to me, but everyone's in different places at different times, so I feel like immediate salary, just as long as we can still have fun.
If his bills are paid and he treats me right, I don't think money should be an object because it doesn't last forever.
No, salary not too much. I'd say like same answer as his job title. It doesn't really matter what you're making right now, but if you're ambitious and you have like high expectations for yourself and high goals for yourself, then that's very attractive.
It is important because, you know, for me as a female, I plan to be making a certain amount at a certain age. And the man that I expect to be with, I want him to be a hustler and a go-getter too. And, you know, the harder you work, the more you work, the higher you're going to move up, the more your salary is going to... Okay.
Is there a number that stands out to you as like a decent salary? Like something that you would be like, okay, he needs to make this much money?
I don't think there's a number in mind, especially for right now, but I would say if he's not ever making more than, let's say, $100,000, then I would be a little bit worried about our future.
Oh, no. Well, actually, to be fair, I would have to know this girl's background to know if that was a cringe as fuck answer or not. I would need to know more about the girl, actually, to be fair. Because if she's coming from some like pretty upper middle class place, and you know, like her family and all of her friends and shit, she went to like a private school, and they're all kind of like lawyers and engineers and shit like that. I could see that. I could see it. Need to know where you're coming from for that answer, but.
I asked you, I got the answer. You said wait, I waited, I got the answer. I shut the fuck up now.
Let's keep listening.
Oh, wow.
Let's keep listening.
I would say enough to live a life of leisure, in a sense. Like, not have to worry about your rent, your utilities, stuff like that, but also
that's reasonable.
Obviously, a more desirable man would be able to take care of our kids, of myself, of our older parents. So I would say somewhere between 400K to wherever. Like, there's no bar.
She means like a $400,000 contract over like 5 years or something like that. Surely that's what she means. She's talking like sports or.
Yo! Oh my god.
Wait, what is the original video? Do these
Hi
things...
everyone, welcome back to my
41 minutes of hilarious women shit. Oh fuck. I might have to watch this. Oh yeah, maybe she meant 401k.
This shit's gonna red pill me so fucking hard.
Where do
bro.
you live?
Oh my days.
And just mind you, we're in 2022. Like, where do you live?
The bitch said 400 to the bar goes wherever. If you don't get the fuck up out of here with your average looking, oh my days, get her out of here, bro. And you saw how reasonable everybody sounded? Oh yeah, you know, it doesn't really matter. Fantastic, Cindy. Yeah, I make 50K. Not a fucking chance, you loser. Wow! Y'all saw that? 100K? You guys understand how high that is? That's like less than 1% of...
At 23, if I were to be dating a man right now...
At 23? Did she say 23?
She don't know nothing.
23. This is gonna be bad. I'm not expecting something very brilliant out of this.
All
but
right, let's go.
But surprise me, I might be super wrong.
80K is pretty good. 80 to 100K.
At 23? Do you understand that you get to that level of money like around 40? And a lot of most motherfuckers out there at 40 are not gonna be at that level. You understand that? So, peep game. Whew. So that's what they want. That's what women want. They want that. And then men are like, well, that's not possible because I'm gonna make like 75 or tops 80 if I really get there. But you want above that. But men need to step up. Oh, we shall.
Is what I'd be looking for. Yeah, somewhere around 80 to 100K in your mid-20s.
Okay. Mid-20s. 26, 27 to get there. Okay.
Fucking delusion.
Most of my motherfuckers I know in their mid-20s are still in school. Those are gonna, hold on. Those are gonna eventually make 100, like 120 by the time they're 40. At 25 are still in school.
But you're a goofy ass.
I think 6 figures is definitely decent for, it's a little, you gotta work hard for it nowadays, but for an income, you know, to create a family and things of that nature, like at least 100,000 is acceptable.
Okay.
And you motherfuckers don't understand why Andrew Tate exists. You don't understand why the red pill exists. You don't understand why these extremes exist because you got that extreme. Damn is the response to that.
Hey, listen.
I don't agree with that extreme, but I don't agree with that extreme either. But they're the correlation. That's the reason why.
Therapist slammed for saying lonely men need to step up in dating.
This hate mail from men. Why? When all I'm doing is asking you to be the best version of yourself. That's all. That's all I'm inviting you to do, my brothers. All I'm inviting you to do is just to be the best version of yourself.
What did he initially say?
So, the rise of lonely single men. Dating opportunities for heterosexual men are diminishing as relationship standards rise. Men represent approximately 62% of dating app users, lowering their chances for matches. Men need to address skills deficits to meet healthier relationship expectation. Here are the 3 broad trends in the relationship landscape that suggest that heterosexual men are in for a rough road. Dating apps. 60% of users are men,
I don't need this many
and women
things.
are overwhelmed by the number of options they have. Competition online is fierce, and lucky in-person chance encounters with dream partners are rarer than ever. I hear reoccurring dating themes from women between the ages of 25 and 45. They prefer men who are emotionally available, who are good communicators, and who share their values. Skill deficits. For men, this means a relationship skill gap. There's less patience for poor communication skills today. The problem for men is that emotional connection is the lifeblood of healthy, long-term love, and it requires all the skills that families are not consistently teaching young boys. Level up your mental health game. That means getting into some individual therapy to address your skill gaps. Okay, so therapy.
Oh, take care of your mental health. That means, all your deficits that you have communicating. That's not just that. That's a shortcut. That's a very big shortcut. God damn, we're not even going to the same place.
The leadership principle is simple. Always seek self-improvement. Always seek self-improvement. Simple to me. Doesn't get more complicated than that. So if I, as a leader, am always seeking self-improvement, then why would I not look to my relationships, the people that I care about the most, the people I say I love, and not ask myself, how can I love these people better? Why would I not ask myself that? Unless I was afraid. Afraid that it meant something.
Jesus, what is this?
Either that I didn't know something, I needed to do something, that something needed to change, something would have to shift. But why not embrace that?
I've never said this, but I've never seen a psychologist who talked like a fuckboy. Is there something good about wanting to love the people around you more and all this other stuff? Great. But he's not wrong in the sense that he hasn't stated something that's untrue. He's wrong in the sense that he's misrepresenting what the solution is to the issue because he hasn't actually brought up what the issue is.
There you go.
We are at a weird intersection in society.
Mm-hmm.
Women's financial levels has gone up. Women's ability to have education, standards, all these things have risen, whilst men have either stagnated or gone downwards, okay? Now, we only have each other on this fucking planet. People are saying, I don't want to lower my standards, so I'd rather die alone. And some people are like, I'll never lower my standards, so I'll take my chances. You got so many issues intersecting. And so why I hate what this goober's doing, okay, is he's just reducing the issue to one thing, which is
better yourself.
Go to therapy.
Actually,
it'll make your hinge matches better.
It's genius.
You know, it's like we talk about the fact that vast majority.
Are you gonna cover Brandon Buckingham's takedown of Sneeko? No. Originally I was gonna watch it because it seemed interesting. You reached out to me and you DM me. I guess I hate to say anything because I don't like to bring awareness to it. Because it kind of defeats the point of me saying it. But like, the guy was literally like tweeting out like Sneeko's nudes. That's fucking weird. That's like weird on such a level that like I don't really want to have anything to do with. I guess somebody that's had like personal shit of mine league. Like I don't want anything to do with that. That's just like really, really, really strange. So I don't care. Like I literally fuck you, random scrub. Like it's just really weird. So I don't think I want to. I don't want to like review his shit or like give that guy any more attention or whatever. That's just kind of strange.
Majority of self-deletions are men. Bring that up. Men are struggling with certain issues.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, I'll hear like these big-ass female content creators be like, well, you know, if toxic masculinity wasn't around, maybe you'd still be... I'm like, God damn, is that the only issue? Is that the only issue? There's no cross-map correlation between fucking economy going to the shitter and men dying? No, there's none of that. Extreme none of that. It's just... toxic man. It's the reducing of men's issues to like these simple things that I find distasteful. And as somebody who's a psychologist of all things, saying you need to fucking level up.
Yeah, a lot of girls have said that, and I actually just recently read the statistic where only 2% of men between the ages of 20 and 40 make 6 figures and are over 6 feet, which is like 2 of the things that women typically say they want.
Right.
But it's crazy to think about the fact that there's only 2% of men
that are out
making
there.
that much. Yeah.
I'll take a short guy that makes $1 million all day long.
This is more ridiculous. Okay. All right, I'll stop. The reason why I'm playing this is when I hear goofy people like Greg Matos come out here and write these articles about the rise of lonely men and how they need to up their skills.
Right?
It's such a singular issue within the greater dynamic, everything. This is not mad at women having higher standards. This is not me mad at men fucking not doing better. It's none of that. I'm saying this shit is complicated. This shit is complicated. Think about the fact that some of these women, okay, are now going to be the primary breadwinners, right? They're going to be making 6 figures and above, fully capable of sustaining a family themselves, yet now that they've made all this extra money and sacrificed a lot of their dating experiences and their relationship life and their early childbearing years, okay? Now they sacrifice that, they still, even though they've usurped the gender roles through their own choices, do not want to take the role that they should have based off their income. They're not ready to take the man's role that the men have always held in terms of being the primary breadwinner. No, they're saying, you gotta be at my level. So, you have to understand, this has completely flipped the world upside down in a lot of ways. Again, go make your money, do whatever you want, but we gotta be honest about some of the issues that exist in our dating landscape. And it's not just men need to up
What is
their
an
skills.
average salary in the United States? If I had to guess the median U.S. male salary, I'd probably guess around 50K. What do we guess? It's a good average number. Maybe a little lower, maybe a little higher. It depends on how much it's pulled by college earners. Median male salary, United States. It might be a lot lower. Might be higher. Median salary in the U.S. is $54,000. Okay, so around there. However, no one ever talks about this. We always talk about wages based on sector. Wages are tracking with age a lot too. So this median salary is going to be skewed by older people as well that are earning more. So looking for guys that are earning this, the median salary for like a 24-year-old guy is probably way lower. Median salary United States by age. Could I get that? Do they even track it for under 35? Oh shit, maybe they don't.
I just want to say that. And you look at his comment section, it's pretty much exclusively female. So, yeah.
Okay, that's the one I want to...
Derek Jackson with a degree. Shout-outs, okay?
Degree Jackson?
Yes. And listen, I don't trust anybody with that fucking kind of Boston, New York accent he got going on there. So, but yeah, I can't stand a lot of this stuff. It's just distasteful. So you guys saw it yourself. People who think they're reasonable aren't. Okay, a lot of dudes who think that they got reasonable demands aren't. It's kind of like that fucking loser who's making TikTok videos from his mom's basement talking about what a woman's got to do for him. Bruv, you haven't even left her basement. You don't make no money. Why you telling women what they got to do for you, right? So there's a lot of that on socials. And I think issues are complicated. So that's it. What do you think?
Not because you got a degree that you hot takes.
Okay, I kind of want to watch some
My
of this.
channel. If you're new here, I'm Courtney
Hold on.
Bryant, and as a guy, you hear a lot of things on the internet of women care about this or do women care about this? A whole list of requirements and different things that you guys think that women care about. So I have a group of 7 girls here with me today. I put a list together of some of the most common things I see online that women care about. So today we're going to find out if they actually care or not. Let's get into it. So number 1 would be his car.
Jeez.
Yes, and I like when guys keep their cars clean. Like if there's stuff all over, like trash and cups and whatever.
True.
That just kind of gives me the ick. The make and model and year don't really matter to me, but just like, I don't know, being respectful of the things you have and, you know, just being cleanly and
This
things
goes
like
doubly
that,
for
I
girls.
really
A lot of your cars are
appreciate, so, yeah.
nasty.
It matters to me because I want to be in like a safe, nice, reliable car. It doesn't need to be like anything sexy or crazy, but I've been in situations in the past when I would be with like a guy in his car is like constantly breaking down, or like he can't come see me because his car isn't reliable.
I think it does matter to a certain degree. It doesn't need to necessarily be something crazy nice, but I think it goes back to the cheap thing. If a guy is driving a shitbox car and he's too cheap to repair it, it's just not safe. That's unattractive to me. And I guess if a guy does drive a really nice car, it's harder to walk away. I wouldn't say it's everything.
It's harder to walk
to
away.
me
What does that mean?
Because it just depends on like what kind of phase of life he's going through. You know, if he's struggling but he's working hard, and he just needs a $3,000 beater to get him to point A to point B. You know, the grind and the struggle of that I respect. So for me personally, it doesn't matter if he drives a nice car, as long as he has a car.
Okay, that's I think a good.
Yeah, as long as he has a car.
So for me, it matters in the sense of, is it reliable? Is it burning oil when I get in the car? Is it unsafe to get in? As long as you have a safe, reliable vehicle that is not embarrassing to pick your girl up in, it doesn't really matter too much. Just make sure you take care of your precious cargo.
To me, yes, it's not really about like
Yeah, I'm the precious
make
cargo.
and model of the car, but reliable, clean. You like take care of maintenance of the car.
As long as it's clean and it's taken care of, I don't think a lot of girls would mind what kind of car he drives if he's saving up his money to be more responsible with his finance.
Wait, okay, hold on. I'll rip off of this for a second. And I will say this, okay? I've said this before. I don't know how much of my audience is like fucking red pill dudes now or whatever, so maybe you don't believe me on anything. If you are a guy, and if you can at least like keep your place like clean, you have such an advantage over so many other dudes. Don't be a disgusting fuck that you're like trashes everywhere, bags of fast food are laying out, you've got 30 fucking cups at your table or whatever. If you can just keep your shit clean, you are ahead of so many other dudes. Practice that. Clean up after yourselves. Holy shit.
And his future goals, then
You should have, here's a check. Ready? Here's a check. If you have less than like 3 trash cans in your entire fucking house, you're probably doing it wrong. You need at least 1 for the kitchen, 1 for your bathroom, absolutely, and probably 1 for like your computer room or whatever area, depending on how big your place is. But like if you have like 1 trash can and it's like just under your sink, you're fucking up somewhere, okay? You are absolutely fucking up somewhere. Also, now we're getting picky. This is me, and I judge the fuck out of you for this. I judge women on this too. If you just don't have any trash cans, it's better to just throw shit on your floor than to throw things into a trash can that has no liners. If you're not going to use a bag, then why are you pretending to care? If you don't put liners in your trash can, just throw shit on the floor. Who the fuck cares? Let everybody see how much of a disgusting fucking animal you are, okay? Don't bait someone into like, oh, they have like 3 trash cans and then no liners in it. Don't do it. Just throw your shit on the floor. You obviously don't give a fuck, so don't waste time. Don't waste money. Just throw shit on the floor. Who cares? Get an animal, have them eat it all up, okay? You disgusting fuck.
car is not a deal breaker as long as it's clean. I can get if you like cars and you're a car person and you have a nice car but you're humble about it, then that's way more attractive than, being cocky about it.
Okay. Number 2 is his manners.
Very important. Yes, they absolutely matter. When I go on dates, when I even go get coffee with a guy, I look to see how he treats everybody else. If he's saying thank you, hi, how are you? I always grew up with manners are very important in my family. So yeah, to women, I think it's very important because it shows how they're going to treat you.
Oh, that definitely matters to me. You have to have good manners. I want you to meet my family.
Very much matter to me, especially like if we're out to eat at a restaurant. I don't like people that are rude to service industry people or just anyone in general. I really like friendly people. So yeah, manners are a huge thing to me.
Manners do matter a lot, especially how you treat your girlfriend, treat any woman in your life, and treat elders. That's a gateway into how you would treat your future partner or what kind of person you are. So that's
Wait, why the fuck is it going over there?
A great way to get an insight on what kind of person you are.
I think that definitely matters. Manners are kind of what determines how you feel around them, how they make you feel. So I think that's one of the most important things. Yes, manners matter.
It's the wrong one. Jesus.
Because I feel like that's something that can't be taught. Like, manners are just instilled in you at a younger age.
Absolutely matters. I know I was raised correctly, and I'm very particular on how a gentleman talks to me, so I definitely demand the highest respect possible, and I would hope that my partner...
Yeah, that's the kind of girl we say fuck you to at the end of a dating show.
Examples of gestures or manners that men might do on a first date or just in general that would stand out to you in a good way?
Definitely opening doors. I think that is the hugest thing for myself as a woman that a lot of guys don't think to do or don't think is a nice gesture, but these pretty hands should not be touching door handles. So I think that's a huge thing.
Wait,
chair for
what?
a woman when they're coming to dinner
Okay,
is
dude.
very nice
Okay,
as well. If you guys order a bottle of wine, allow her to taste it, make sure she's comfortable with the atmosphere that you set for the evening, and really just focus on her.
I just like when guys are friendly to everyone. Like when I go out, I don't know, I always try to be like hello to people, and I like when a guy matches that energy. I really hate when people are rude to strangers for no reason. So yeah, and I think it's really sweet too. If a guy opens the door for me or walks me to my car, that's a huge thing. That goes a long way. It makes me feel like,
Jesus,
I don't know, really respected and valued. So
Yeah, I always notice when like a man opens the door.
Oh, yeah.
So that's a good manner to have. How they are around my family, like respect of elders, like my grandparents, like offering up
Elders?
a seat. Like if I'm like in a public transportation type setting and I notice like a younger middle-aged man sitting down and he doesn't offer the seat to maybe like an older person, that always stands out to me.
Bro, they're older. They've had their
Being
whole life to
considerate
sit.
of your needs. If you're coming over, cleaning up before you get there. Being open to communication, no gaslighting. I don't even
Boring.
know if that's I feel like that's just common decency, but I feel like it falls under.
Definitely opening the door, being chivalrous, being a gentleman, making eye contact. Eye contact is big for me and a lot of women. Just your body language and the way you carry yourself, the way you talk to servers, the way you open doors for strangers. These little things do matter a lot to women, definitely.
Definitely, I think if you're walking like in the street and he stands closest to the street. I also like when they're kind of protective, not as in like overbearing, but just kind of like standing close to you. I don't know, if you go on a first date and you're in a crowded place, just making sure he's right by your side. And it kind of does go back to the manners things because, you know, I really observe, if I'm on a date or with a guy, I observe how he treats other people. So if he's respectful, saying please, thank you, and he's just a warm guy, then that's going to get my attention. But I'm not big on like huge gestures. Like if we were to go to dinner, I wouldn't expect you to pay the whole bill or things like that. It would be nice, but I think it's just a preference of the female. I'm a little bit more laid back, but some females are more, I don't want to say high maintenance because that's not the right term. But
Is it?
They expect more of the gestures. For me, it's more of like a soul connection. While gestures are important and nice, but it's like, for me.
Okay, so something like so little, I don't know if this is even considered a manner, but I love when I'm walking on the street or like the sidewalk and the guy's like taking the street side and I'm like inside.
Yeah, just in case a car comes flying off the road, the guy can stop the car.
Unnoticed, because like if something were to happen, it's like the guy's out there and I'm like safe.
True.
Another, like just opening up doors, like I don't know if this is like really old school, but offering like to pay the bill like the first date or something, like definitely picking up the bill, and continuing, you know, to put effort and not expecting like me to pick up.
Number 3 is his job title.
To me, that doesn't matter so much. If he loves what he's doing and he shows up every day on time, I don't think it matters too much.
No shot.
That definitely matters right now, but I feel like I'm also at the age when we're all getting like established in our careers. So it doesn't matter to like the point where I would be completely like turned off by someone, because what you're doing now can be so different than what you're doing next year.
It depends on your age, and if you're working towards, if you're ambitious and you're driven, that matters a lot. And it doesn't really matter where you are in life, but more so where you want to go. That's the big thing for me, is ambition and drive.
No, that doesn't really matter to me. I think what's more important is if they are doing something that they like, but that's not always possible. But I feel like job title doesn't really matter to me that much.
I think it matters. Yeah, I think it matters. I would probably not be comfortable bringing someone home who's a porn star. Wouldn't be comfortable telling my parents that.
Okay.
So, yeah.
No, job title doesn't matter too much, because I think that's like an age thing. I wouldn't want my job title to matter too much to somebody else, because I'm young and we can all grow.
I mean, the title is important. I mean, I think it does matter, but then again, it's also situational, you know, because he could be somebody's assistant at a big company, and then maybe one day he could be a boss at that big company. So,
Ooh.
exactly, it just kind of goes back to his
Ooh.
drive and his motivation and how hard he's willing to work.
What about his salary?
Yeah, it definitely matters, because like money security, like financial security is important to me. But as long as like we have enough money to, I don't know, go on dates and like do like
Travel the
concerts
world,
and fun stuff.
fly to the moon.
No, doesn't really matter. If he has goals, like if the salary's not amazing right now, but he has goals for himself and, you know, he's working towards something, that's important to me. But everyone's in different places at different times. So I feel like immediate salary, just as long as we could still have fun.
If his bills are paid and he treats me right, I don't think money should be an object, because it doesn't last forever.
No, salary not too much. As long as you're making like a decent income for yourself and you can live within those means.
I would say like same answer as his job title. It doesn't really matter what you're making right now, but if you're ambitious and you have like high expectations for yourself and high goals for yourself, then that's very attractive.
It is important because, you know, for me as a female, I plan to be making a certain amount at a certain age. And the man that I expect to be with, I want him to be a hustler and a go-getter too. And, you know, the harder you work, the more you work, the higher you're going to move up, the more your salary is going to raise. So also, if you plan to be with somebody and you plan to have a family, you have to support your children and each other. So I do think salary matters, because it's, you know, kind of going to show you what the future is going to look like and what kind of struggles or what kind of things you can do.
I wouldn't say it doesn't matter. I think, you know, if we're thinking about a long-term thing, we're partners. So thinking about things in that way, I had to consider what my salary is and what kind of life we want to live. If he's making less money than me and I'm the breadwinner, I personally would be uncomfortable just from what I'm making at this moment. If we're like at a point where I feel like I'm comfortable on my own, we'd be fine together, I really don't care.
Huh.
Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay.
Is there a number that stands out to you as like a decent salary? Like something that you would be like, okay, he needs to make this much money.
I don't think there's a number in mind, especially for right now, but I would say if he's not ever making more than, let's say, $100,000,
Based
then
queens.
I would be a little bit worried about our
Yes.
future.
I'm gonna say like in the 70s. I don't know. There's like the gender wage gap. So
That's okay. That's decent. Okay.
I would say enough to live a life of leisure in a sense, like not have to worry about your rent, your utilities, stuff like that, but also
I don't know what that means.
Obviously a more desirable man would be able to take care of our kids, of myself, of our older parents. So I would say somewhere between
Jesus.
400K to wherever. Like, there's no bar.
At 23, if I were to be
Base
dating a
queen.
man right now, 80K is pretty good. 80 to 100K.
Okay.
Is what I'd be
ambitious,
looking
but not
for.
like unreasonable.
Yeah, somewhere around 80 to 100K in your mid 20s.
I think 6 figures is definitely decent for
At 23?
You gotta work
well.
hard for it nowadays, but
It's getting cut up a lot. Some of these people are saying like eventually if you're making that much money, which I think is okay.
You know, to create a family and things of that nature, like at least 100,000 is acceptable. I mean, we'll take less, but it just depends on your job and your career and what you're doing.
Yeah, a lot of girls have said that, and I actually just recently read the statistic where only 2% of men between the ages of 20 and 40 make 6 figures and are
Get
over
hustling.
6 feet, which is like 2 of the things that women typically say they want.
Right.
But it's crazy to think about the fact that there's only 2% of men
Yeah, that are out
making
there.
that much. Yeah.
I'll take a short guy that makes $1 million all day long.
That's a fair compromise, right?
Yeah, that's sad because I plan to be making 100K or more, hopefully before 30. So
it's just crazy.
That is crazy.
Yeah, and then when all girls want that, they're all going after the same men, and it's like, what are you gonna do?
Right.
I don't know. Maybe I'll have to get into a different industry. I got
his hobbies.
Yes. So for me, like, I'm not a gym rat. So someone that was a gym rat, I don't think that it would really work just because that's not what I'm doing. But I love when our hobbies align or interests, just like what we like to do. I think it really helps your relationship and the quality time you can spend. Like, my boyfriend and I love to just play cards together, go see shows, things like that. So you don't have to have all the same hobbies, but I think it's really fun too to introduce each other to new hobbies and just try to, you know, do new things. But yeah.
Hobbies matter a lot to me. They must be aligned with something that we want to do together. It's kind of like counting it as our quality time together. I think that makes the relationship very, very strong, is shared hobbies. And even if I don't like some of the hobbies that he has, I would try to be a part of it as like a supportive partner, and vice versa. I would expect the same from him.
Definitely. Oh my God. Definitely matters. Because, you know, me personally, what I look for a man, I like creative. So in his spare time, is he working? Is he reading? Is he doing photography? Is he doing things that is going to better himself?
Nope.
I think hobbies are very important because it's what we do besides work. So, you know, your hobbies, they don't define you, but they say a lot about who you are as a person. You know, if you like to nap all day or besides work, your hobbies are playing video games.
Oh, excuse
it's
me.
It's a no-go for me. So
Wow.
I think it is really important because also when you're in a relationship, you start to share hobbies. So 100% matters for females, I think.
I don't really think it matters too much. I think it more matters if he can distinguish time doing whatever and then time with you, or if he can blend them together. But
oh yeah, that matters, because I feel like that just shows what you're passionate about and like how you spend your free time.
As long as he has a hobby or two, that's more important than what the actual hobby is.
Definitely important, because that's how you get to know somebody. That's how you find interests, common ground. I think it definitely matters for a guy that has hobbies versus a guy that eats potato chips all day.
And are there hobbies that you would say
We got a
are
lot of
more
haters in here right now.
attractive versus unattractive, or do you think it's more just having
She wants a
hobby?
gamer. Say you want a gamer.
I definitely find certain hobbies more attractive, like anything
gaming?
athletic, snowboarding,
Fuck
skateboarding,
you.
playing basketball with your friends,
Loser.
or a softball league, whatever the case may be. I definitely think having hobbies that are more athletic for myself personally as a woman is a little bit more attractive. And also being creative, whether that's being in photography or whatever the case may be. If you have a hobby and it fills your passion and your drive to wake up every single day, I think that's attractive.
I think it's more about
asked?
having a hobby, more of like having, like just knowing yourself and knowing what you enjoy to do is important.
Yeah, I think there's more attractive hobbies than others, but I think that also matters, like person to person. Like I think cooking's an attractive hobby, working out, reading, but those are all things I'm into. So maybe like a woman likes collectible items, so when she finds a man that likes those same items, like that's really attractive to her.
Anybody else like eating?
I think when people are passionate about something, it's really attractive, whether it's, I don't know, being on a rowing team or sailing or drawing, being a photographer, just anything that
Any
you're super
rowers out
passionate
there?
about can be really cool. Obviously, we talked about the video games thing, so video games are definitely a hobby, and I don't think
Careful.
there's anything wrong with it,
Oh my
but
God,
the
not for me.
balance is really important, just like with anything.
True.
So
If you're
even
not
a
grinding
guy
at least
were to
8
watch
hours a
sports
day,
for 4 hours a night,
she's
or
not going to
play
take you
video games 4
serious,
hours a night,
guys.
It's about balance.
It's about being
So-
committed.
Yes, always.
So I would not consider video gaming an attractive hobby, but like working on a car, that's very attractive. Or like building something around the house, like something with your hands.
Yeah, building.
Very manly. I think that's
True.
more attractive.
Any builders in
It's
here?
attractive in general. If a guy has hobbies, if you're passionate about something, and if something excites you, I think it's just, to me, it's you being human and kind of emotional.
Have you seen my
in a
Factorio
sense,
Factory?
If you're passionate about something, so that's just like speaks about your emotional intelligence indirectly to me somehow. So
Like I said, for me personally, I like a man who likes to read books or likes to go out of his way to find artistic things. For me personally, when I have nothing to do, I'll go to the art museums. I'll find museums around here. I'll go to the thrift stores. I'll go to vintage like record shops, and those things.
Wait, did she just say shopping 4 different ways? Hold on, I'm sorry. I need to listen to this again. Hold on.
I like a man who likes to read books or likes to go out of his way to find artistic things. For me personally, when I have nothing to do, I'll go to the art museums. I'll find museums around here. I'll go to the thrift stores. I'll go to vintage like record shops, and those things, those hobbies, like they feed my brain. So I think things like that are attractive. Unattractive hobbies, playing video games all day is an unattractive hobby for me. Another unattractive hobby for a man. Oh, a lot of people aren't gonna like this.
Uh-oh.
A guy who golfs all the time. I don't think there's anything wrong with golfing, but when you're with the boys all day, every day, like Saturdays, I gotta go golfing with the boys. It's annoying.
Oh,
It's
she's
exhausting.
a clingster too.
Find something else to do. There's so many other things to do besides golf.
We're going to the strip club,
But
babe.
that's nice, yeah. I don't know. But I definitely do see how some could be attractive and some could be unattractive.
What about his education?
Yeah, I'm a little mixed on education.
Why don't they ever do these shows where they bring on guys? I want to see a show where they bring on guys making 6 figures. And like, what do you look for in a woman? Or in a woman? That's what I want to see. Oh, fuck. I feel like the comments would be a war zone.
And I think it's important. I think there's a difference between having an education and being educated. So
It
I
sounds
feel
like she just hasn't read the right book.
like it's more important to be educated, meaning they are kind of cognizant of what's going on, and even if they don't fully understand like calculus 3, like they understand kind of what's going on in the world and how to properly sort out ways to spend your money, that kind of thing.
I think that is very important because it shows like drive and that you were willing to like stick something out and finish like school if you finished college.
I mean, I think it's all about how you carry yourself. You could meet individuals that have never had a day of professional education in their life, and
That's
you
me.
they know more than
Yes.
the CEO of a company.
I am
it's
so
all about how you carry
smart.
yourself. It doesn't matter too much.
Education matters, but not so much like formal education. Like as long as you have like a life learner mentality, I think that matters more than, oh, you got a 4-year degree or you're in grad school.
Very important, extremely important. And when you say education, I don't relate it to like where you went to school, because I don't know, you could go to Harvard, but if you're like not or if you're not with it, if you're not like that,
eventually you're going to do some thinking. You're going to realize that education you paid $100,000 for, you could have gotten for $5 in overdue fees of the library. What's the fucking Matt Damon quote? Wait, why is Nick trending on Twitter? My boy's wicked smart.
I don't know, it doesn't say much. So I think a man that is very smart, you know, book-wise, intellectually, but then also emotionally with people, it's a huge deal, because I like to consider myself a smart individual. So if you're not like matching that energy, and we can't have deep talks about like the universe or whatever, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
The universe! Yes,
like,
queen!
You know, I love to have
I don't know why I
intellectual
did this.
conversations.
I'm
So
sure there's a reason,
I
though.
think if you don't have anything to bring to the table or to the conversation, it's just like, next.
I guess it just depends on where he's at in life.
God, this woman reminds me of the SNL actor that's like from the Ghostbusters too. Does anybody know what I'm talking about? Am I crazy?
I can get a car. Is it the vehicle?
This girl. She's on SNL a lot.
I don't think so. Body. She likes that type of stuff. Yeah, I can.
Amy Poehler. No. What? Leslie Jones. Oh, Kate McKinnon. Yeah, this girl.
Well, this week, Florida.
Does she a little bit? Am I crazy? She could be like her daughter. A little. I don't think so. I think so. Dislike doing this. I think it's spicy. Oof. Let me get a Red Bull. Guys, tomorrow we're going back to normal stream times, okay? I know things have been crazy. The past 2 weeks have been really stressful. Okay, very stressful for me.
Like, not everyone has to go to college, obviously. I feel like, once again, as long as he's driven.
No,
and
tomorrow I won't vague post. After my Peterson talk tomorrow, I'll fill you guys in on everything. Everything for the past 2 weeks, okay? I love you all very much.
working towards something, then it doesn't really matter. Everyone does different things, but I don't like need a college education or anything like that.
I wouldn't say a degree matters.
Is it decent memes or is it cringe bullshit? That's, you know what? That's the real question, isn't it? Because there's kind of a gamble. I'm taking a big gamble right now on my career stuff a little bit. And tomorrow, we're going to see if the gamble pays off. But we'll see, guys. I guess you'll be the ultimate judges at the end of that. Maybe this will be the first big thing that... It's a bad gamble. More vague posting? You'll see tomorrow.
To me, as much as how educated you are in the sense of how much knowledge you have about your specific career or the specific skill that you have. So I would not say a degree, but I'm big on social and self-awareness and self-improvement. So if you're into that, then that's very attractive.
Okay, what about his style?
No.
Style matters.
Fuck you,
And even though style can be taught, like, I want a man that's stylish, that can teach me, that can...
Yeah, I'll show you the comfiest sweatpants.
Huge thing for me.
Based.
I am in the fashion industry a lot, so having
I'm sure you
style and
are.
carrying yourself well is your first impression on people, whether that's, you know, your outfit for the day, your shoes, your watch, or even just a smile on your face.
Your watch?
Goes a long way.
I mean, it makes a difference, but I don't think I've ever not gone out
Base,
with someone because
queen.
I thought they dressed
That's my
poorly.
queen
And I
right there.
definitely had boyfriends that I did not like how they dressed.
I think that's very important, but then that's also an area where I'm like, oh, I can always help. And then I start like buying like shoes and like clothes. Style to me is the way you carry yourself and your self-confidence. So if you have those two things, then definitely you're a very stylish person and a very attractive person.
Wait,
to
I
me.
just realized.
Oh, come on, Courtney. Yes, style absolutely matters to me.
Courtney,
as a female,
come on, Courtney.
And I know it does for other females.
She's a
too.
female.
You know, for instance, me and my girlfriends have gone out to dinner and have seen a guy in a fit, and we're like, oh my God, he's not even that cute, but his outfit, it matters. It also says
Can I
what
say
they
the
think
G
about
word?
themselves. You know, they woke up in the morning and they want to look good, and fashion is an expression of who you are as an individual. So if you pull up in a cool outfit, or you know that nobody else has, it says something, and you're gonna stand out.
Yeah, style's huge for me, obviously.
What does she mean by obvious?
I love to tweak and buy things and be like, you should wear this. So yeah, I think style is such a good expression of yourself. So it definitely really attracts me to someone when they have a nice sense of style. And it's not really about designer or wearing a certain brand or anything like that. It's just like kind of showing you through what you wear.
Is there a certain style that you like the most on a guy? Like, what do you love when your boyfriend wears it?
I love like funky shirts and like cool sneakers. I'm obviously more into like the street style skater kind of thing, but
God.
yeah, I usually pick stuff out for him and I'm like, you should wear this, and he's like, all right. So
I like suits. Anything that's like, you know, dress up, but like for the occasion, not someone that just dresses up and then goes to like Barley House. I don't know. No, you're probably not gonna put that in because who knows what Barley House is? But
I like the modern like business casual look. Like I like maybe like a slim straight like slacks or pants, whatever they're called for men, and then like when they pair them with like a trendy pair of sneakers, just like a clean, well kept modern style.
Button downs, little button downs are the best. Dark jeans with nice shoes, I think, are very sexy. Just being put together as a man, having a nice watch and making sure your shirt's tucked in if it needs to be, and just being presented.
So of course, I love streetwear. I've been into streetwear for like a couple of years now. So I think
Red alert, okay? Anytime anybody's into anything and it's like a type of like wear, just stay the fuck away, guys. It's not worth it, okay?
a man that gets creative with that will catch my eye. But I also love like a classy, like hipster. I love like if a guy has, no, but like a nice look. Like if a guy has like, I don't know, like a vintage, like long pants on, or like a nice jacket. He's cleaned up well. I think I like that too. So a vintage street style is awesome, but I also love a man in a nice suit. You know, you can never go wrong with a man in a nice suit that likes to dress it up every once in a while. I could tell you styles I don't like. Like the Nike, like the boring t-shirts, the Nike shorts,
the Destiny shirts, though. She
high
loves
Nike
them.
socks. Like it just looks like you rolled out of bed. You don't care. It's just obvious that you don't value yourself as much as others that do dress up nice, because again, fashion is a form of expression. Some people do, like, they don't care about it, but I don't know, if you show up looking like a bum, then I'm gonna look the other way. I don't care how cute you look.
She's lying, okay?
It's definitely about
We need to get an
making a
expensive
first
car,
impression.
guys.
Absolutely.
See, I feel like that's changing. I feel like on the day-to-day, I like an athletic, like Lululemon on men, always love anything with that. And then,
Are Are these women not just incredibly
Going out,
shallow? I don't think they've said anything
more
incredibly
cleaned up,
shallow, no.
Like button down, top, no khakis. I would say just, for me personally, just keeping it basic. But also like the way you carry yourself and the way you own whatever you're rocking, then that's very attractive.
Okay, what about his confidence?
That's a great one. It really just depends on the guy, because some gentlemen, right when you meet them, are very shy and, you know, they're kind of introverts, but then you get to know them a little bit.
Introverse?
Shell. So I think confidence all just depends on how you look at yourself. If you love yourself and you know that you have a lot of value to bring to a person, I think you should just rock with that.
Confidence matters a lot, and the ability to command a room. When you walk into a room and just making eye contact with people in the room, it's kind of like an alpha move for me. So just standing up straight, making eye contact.
Remember that being shy is attractive to some women? No woman finds an attractive man shy. When they say shy, or finds a shy man attractive, or I guess both. When they say shy, what they really mean is like some quiet, like brooding, confident type of person, okay? That little shy, like e-boy shit, I guess it might work with like the weird e-girl shit. If you're okay like dating a girl that has like a persona, you'll probably get away with it. But otherwise, I don't think when girls say shy, I don't think they normally mean like shy, cute, lacking confidence or whatever. They mean like shy like Batman is shy. That's like my guess.
Saying hi to people and just being a happy person in general, it's a big thing.
Confidence matters.
Confidence is huge for me because I pride myself in being a lady with a lot of confidence. And so if you're getting insecure about like me talking to another guy or things like that, you should be confident in yourself. So yeah, confidence is a huge thing for me. And I think it exuberates. If a man walks into a room and it's confident, you can tell. Insecurity is so unattractive. It's a big deal for ladies, I think.
That's how I get women. You got to be super confident. If your woman's like, were you talking to another chick? There's only one answer. It's like, I was. If you don't like it, leave, bitch. The women love that one.
Yeah, I would say confidence is important, but cockiness is not good. So there has to be a balance.
You just have to find a way to say that without sounding cocky, okay?
I don't like a guy that's... I don't think anyone likes a guy that's just kind of...
Ludwig throwing shade? No, he's not! Me and Ludwig are cool!
No, I'm not telling you to do that. I'm telling you to just do what DGG would. I would never tell you guys to brigade a Reddit. I would just tell you to do what Destiny's community would, which seems to be okay. So why is it all of a sudden a problem? I don't understand. No, I'm not telling you to do that. I'm telling you to...
I had a revelation. I'm working on a video. I had a revelation. I'll find a way to formalize this more. It was a euphoric thought. I don't know if I can tell you until tomorrow. Fuck. 'Cause it kind of ties into the big day tomorrow. I don't have ways to put this into words quite as well as I'd like to yet, but I don't think people believe or like try to go out of their way to like believe in like misinformation or anything like that. I think that when you put people in certain media environments and when I see the types of things that people see, I'm trying to see, like we talk about like being empathetic from like an emotional perspective, like, oh, well, how does this person feel? Imagine if you were in their shoes. One thing I'm starting to think of more and more and more is how does a person think, and or the ideas that they think, what's the information that they're seeing? I think that sometimes when we try to evaluate another person's knowledge or another person's thoughts or ideas on something, we tend to project upon them all the information of the world and then pretend that they're choosing poorly. So like if I argue with somebody about like 9/11 conspiracy theories, in my mind, I'm thinking, okay, look at all the information out there. Why are you choosing shitty information? But I think instead what I should be evaluating is like, what is the media or information environment that you live in? Given that you exist in that environment, what are you seeing? And then given what you see, are your thoughts reasonable? And when I use that paradigm to understand how people think about certain things, I feel like I start to understand a lot better why it feels like so many people are crazy. Like I'll see somebody who thinks like, oh, like Destiny, that's like the alt-right fascist person. And it's like, okay, And then now in my mind, I'm projecting, here's all the information in the world. Why are you choosing to believe something that's so obviously fucking incorrect? Like, you're obviously wrong. But then when I learned this a little bit in the Vosh Manifesto, and then as of recently, I'm starting to like understand this more. If your media environment is one where you watch and consume stuff on the internet, and the only thing you're ever really shown are like clips of like me, like, oh, here's a Destiny clip of him fighting with a trans person. Here's a clip of him making fun of Merrick's suicide. Here's a clip of him making fun of Doe's suicide or threats or suicidal attempts or whatever. Then it's like, okay. And then you're like, oh, what do you think of Destiny? Well, let's see. The only things that have ever been presented of him to me are things of him attacking left-wingers, things of him kind of tacitly or implicitly defending right-wingers and then hanging out with them and then making fun of and bullying like all the people in my community. Yeah, I guess it makes sense. Yeah, Destiny's kind of like, he's probably like a far right, like Nazi fascist guy or like a centrist like Dave Rubin. I think I start to understand more like how people are putting together their thoughts and opinions about things. And the good thing is that if I can understand that, I become less black-pilled on people's ability to arrive at good conclusions. Rather than thinking that like, damn, dude, you're just hopelessly fucking lost and you're stupid. Instead, my thought is I just need to change the type of media that you consume. And I have the ability to do that because I'm a big media figure in my corner of the internet, at least. Like I can put together manifestos, or I can put together videos, or I can change the ways that I act, or try to get like different information in front of people. I'm like, oh, like you can see, I can make you see something a little bit differently if I can just give you the right information. I think you'll come to the right conclusion. Yeah. Can I get a gym flare now? 2-month progress. Why chill, dude? Jordan Peterson's rightward shift is justified from this perspective. Yeah, I try to be really, really, really careful now when I get information about people because I try to be really careful when I get information about people because I don't know, because I'm letting myself be part of somebody else's media environment that they've constructed for me. I could be wrong on this, and I'm saying this hesitantly, but I don't know if Andrew Tate was actually that extreme. On all the things that I've watched of him, I've seen him say things that I adamantly disagree with. And I've also seen him say self-help stuff that I like super agree with. I'm like, oh, this is really good information. I don't know if and this is why I keep asking this when I go on shows. What the fuck was Andrew Tate banned from the internet for? I really want to know that answer. Like, being a dangerous person doesn't make any sense. What was he actually banned from the internet for? Yeah, I don't know. It's yeah. You should try to find like information from, like, try to find information firsthand. Like, go to the person, see what they say about themselves, and yeah. But I don't know. We'll see. Corn Man, back with the cringe. It's funny how when black kids have guns, y'all act funny. This is fine though.
Okay. We don't play with no regular nigga. I told you my dude, I told you it's gonna get. We don't play with no regular nigga. On my butter. We do. Don't play my slide. On folks grade, it will guess like that. Switchy. No talking. No cap. No talking. Switch game. 3 switches right here. And I put the bitch. That's just enough right there. That's enough. 1, 2, 3. That's enough. We don't even get.
Like, you don't see the difference? Am I racist? The people that I hold the most accountable when I view this now are people that are like, who are... No, it wouldn't be. Fuck. I have to think that more through. Because I'm going to say now what I want to hold accountable are people that create certain media environments. But it's not. The responsibility is on both ends. People create poor media environments, but people also consume poor media environments. It still is both ends. Because you can choose not to consume that type of media, but people do for one reason or another. You can choose to be more responsible with your reporting, but people choose not to be one way or another, whether it's audience capture or whether it's people seeking confirmation bias or whatever, but I don't know.
Sorry for himself and tries to play that role.
What podcast were we on this morning? Dude, I've done so many podcasts recently. I looked through this guy's stuff briefly, and I was really worried that it was going to be really boring. But it was actually pretty good. The conversation was pretty enjoyable, I guess. Fuck. Oh, God. What was it even about? Hold on. I'm so stupid. Chris Williamson. Oh, the Modern Wisdom Podcast. That was the show I was on. I thought it was fine. Is it going to be up on YouTube? Not on mine, but it'll be up somewhere.
Confidence is huge. I think when you're not secure in yourself, it projects into your relationship very much. Everyone is insecure, but I think you have to have
Alicia, welcome to the
self-confidence
Tier 1 Silver Clubber.
Have successful relationships with anyone. Insecurity kills relationships. So
that's true.
Just having self-worth, you know, because you can really love someone, but you have to love yourself at the end of the day.
You know what would be super interesting, what they should do at some point for these, is there should be a thing where they take a whole bunch of women at 22, and then they have another panel with women at 32, and then you get both people answering questions. That would be really interesting to me.
And look out for yourself and not live for someone else. So, yeah, confidence is huge.
Like, what change? What do you learn in 10 years?
Confidence is important.
Same thing with men, too. Would be interesting from the male perspective as well, I think.
That matters.
And what are some signs you notice that will tell you if a guy is confident versus insecure?
I think, like, if we're going out and you're comparing yourself to other guys, like, talking bad about, like, another guy that's, like, in the same area, definitely shows, like, low confidence. If you're constantly trying to, like, prove how you are an alpha male, or, like, you're even putting down, like, other women, or, like, trying to belittle, like, things that other girls or women are doing, low confidence, like, not making
That's
eye
a woman
contact.
thing? There's definitely been, through my history of streaming, a lot of guys that have tried to date or fuck or be with girls that I've either currently am with or were dating, and their way to do it was usually to shit on me a ton. So I don't know if that's a girl thing. I think I've seen guys do it too. Guys try to do it a lot to me, where they shit talk me to try to make themselves look better. It's kind of, oh, the Hinkle guy does it, right? Usually when I see people do that, that usually reeks of insecurity, because you feel like you're like worried about this person. You have to bring them down so you feel like you're above them. I do that shit all the time. Base, good job.
I think posture, how they add to a conversation that's going on. The volume and the tone of their voice when they speak.
I think confidence shines through with, like, eye contact, the way they treat people, lack of jealousy. I don't think you have to boast who you are to come off as confident. Actually, I think that comes off as more insecure. It just comes off when you're sure of yourself. When you're sure of yourself, like how you treat people, interact with them, just having a smile on your face, and yeah, it just shines through naturally, honestly. Where insecurity, I think, when people judge other people, make little comments, yeah.
I guess the way he responds to other people is when you can really tell if he's someone who gets offended really easily. I would say that's pretty clear that he's insecure. If he feels the need to bring you down, he's insecure.
Wait, what happened? Oh no, hello? Wait, did my shit break? 1 second. Somebody made a dumb thread. Listen, I don't mind it when men cry, okay? Somebody made some thread about, like, oh, if people make fun of Jordan Peterson crying or blah, blah, blah. It's okay if men cry. There's nothing wrong with that. It feels like Jordan Peterson and Vosh have this thing in common, and I could be wrong. But it feels like when I listen to both of them talk, they're trying to imagine what it would sound like if their quotes were being read from a book. That's like the feeling that I get whenever I hear Vosh say something. I feel like he's thinking of, like, this would be a great quote when somebody reads it in the future. It's gonna be so powerful. And then I get the same feeling with, like, Jordan Peterson. It's like when he's crying, it feels like he's crying because he thinks he's saying something that's so profound. Like, Jordan Peterson, like, what do you think about like koalas in the world? Like, do you think that we should be like trying to preserve them or not? And he's like, well, that's a lot like life. And koalas are really the symbol of what we're all going for, and to try. And it's like, bro, I'm sure, certainly you've been asked this question like 50 million times. Like, wait, just answer the fucking question. I don't know. It gets like really weird. I feel like it's over dramatized. That's kind of like the feeling that I get. And it's like, bro, just chill, okay? Just. Okay, is this gonna work? Bro.
If he's just... I think if he's... I don't want to say perfect gentleman, but if he treats you well and he doesn't do anything that he needs to apologize for, that's a good sign that he's comfortable in his own skin.
What posture, honestly, is a huge thing. If you walk in and your shoulders are up and your head is forward, posture is a really big thing.
True.
Another thing that I'm trying to think that would exuberate confidence, I think that also goes back to style, the way you dress, and it's a communication thing. Just like getting to know you and talking to you, it's funny because vibes are so real.
Hell yeah. Vibe out.
You can walk into a room and like feel the energy. You can meet somebody and feel the energy. So it's almost an energy thing. If you're very confident, you're going to be able to feel that almost without saying it.
Anybody else?
Okay, what about his place?
Clean. Say clean. Number one.
Place matters. I think cleanliness matters the most.
How am
Like,
I
it doesn't
so
have
smart?
To be
How do I know
well
everything?
decorated or well furnished or anything. I mean, at least like have a couch and maybe some kitchen utensils.
We'll have a couch.
But cleanliness like, tops all of
Whoa,
the
yeah.
factors.
I think obviously a space where a person lives is a big indication of how they treat themselves and they respect themselves. So if it's clean, if it's well put together, then that means that you're kind of like your mind is decluttered. But if it's cluttered, then it's just like speaks volumes to the kind of person you are. Yeah, so a clean space is a nice space. It doesn't matter if it's big or small.
I like when guys keep it clean.
Yeah.
Dishes are done, fresh towels.
Yeah.
I feel like putting the seat down, cleaning the bathroom. Yeah, when I walk into your space, if it's just totally trashed, I feel uncomfortable. So,
True.
Which is funny because I have clothes all over my room all the time, but it's
True.
really just like the trash and things piling up that I'm like, please like wash your sheets like once a week. Or, I don't know.
It depends. Location, maybe not so much, but like overall tidiness of the home. I definitely don't want to walk into something that looks like a smelly bachelor pad. But I mean, it just depends on how you keep your place.
Architect or like the building itself doesn't matter, but is your apartment clean?
And we're
Is
watching
it
Medicare cook Fuentes. Wait, shit, is this happening right now?
decorated? Does it smell good?
Yeah, it definitely matters because I want to be somewhere that's comfortable and like a safe area. Like definitely, I feel like when you walk into someone's apartment, like the first thing is the smell. Make sure it smells clean, like take out the trash, do your dishes.
Oh, there's like 3 minutes
Like,
left.
just
Link me Medicare
basic,
stuff.
Wash the floors. I feel like that's like a good, as long as it smells good and it's clean and like I really like minimal, like you don't have a bunch of junk everywhere and trash. Like I totally accept the Pokemon cards, but like put them in a drawer for the first time maybe.
Does he live in the hood? That's kind of a problem. But if it's a mansion versus like a 1 bedroom, I don't think it's that important. Well, if it's messy, I'm offended because I feel like you should be presenting it, you know, you should look your best and your place should look presentable. Not just for me, but for any guest.
And then last one on this list is his penis size.
Ooh.
Jesus.
Great question. He's got to know how to work it. I mean, I think average, honestly, like the average size is very ideal. I think this is so dirty. The girth matters too. Girth matters. But Yeah, I mean, he could have a large penis and be the biggest asshole, and he could also have a medium-sized penis and be the greatest dude you've ever met.
Base. Okay, hold on. Damn, dude. She punching hard. You can hear it. Did she think his car was at like 1 HP? I don't understand.
You just hit my car. What did I do? What did I do? What did I do? Why are you so mad? 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 Why? Why are you so mad? Why are you threatening me? I'm just trying to get to work. I'm just trying to get to work.
Oh, here she comes. Oh. How did she like, she teleported next to this guy?
She just hit my car.
It's like, yeah, she like spawned. It's like he moved off map, so the like teleported the NPC back into the like observable range.
What did I do? What?
Hot take. Hot take. I bet this woman is like 50% of the wrong. I bet the recording guy is like 50% of the wrong too. I'm really curious. I want to see what happened to get to this point, and I want to know why it was cut out of the video. Because something has obviously happened right here. Why did it get cut out? What happened? I want to know what happened here. I'm so curious.
This is like a dream come true.
Uh-oh, what happened?
People saying he's gay. I don't know. If you're in the audience and you know Destiny better than I, well, he can't be gay. He's married. He would have to be bi.
Thanks.
Unless his wife has got like the like a special secret. Is that what you're saying? I don't know.
I mean, there are gay married men that hide it, right?
Is it Euphoria? I'm pretty sure it's Euphoria. Yes, it's Euphoria. Thank you, chat. Chat's got my back. All right, let me. I've got a few big donations. Let me actually read these. Loser in a suit for 100. The future is bright. Nuclear fusion bright. We got one from Frostback. Thanks for the years of laughs at Speds, Feds, and people off their meds. Have some smokes on me, Jimbo. Well, thank you. Thank you. I will have some smokes on you. As we solve the mystery of who's the top, Destiny or Nick. I don't know.
Wait,
I
who
should
was
have
the
put
top?
like some.
What's the solution?
Is it Wheel of Fortune music? Some kind of game show music to make that to make that like a bigger question. There's really no competition. Listen, 3,700 of you have voted. 85% say Destiny would be absolutely dominating the shit out of this.
Jesus.
Nick would be, AF would stand for ass first. That would be the position Nick would be in as Destiny utterly dominates him.
Oh my goodness.
Okay, let's end the poll. Let's end that poll.
Medicare and his side of the internet hate the America First people, so these guys fight like all the time. I don't even know why, actually. But
This again, I think Ralph is stream sniping this, probably with Bibble putting people to sleep. So muzzle him for a minute, Ralph, so your audience wakes up.
Where is the kill stream
And
even
be sure to
hosted
tell
these
Nick
days?
this is creepy as fuck and it's weird. And there's no explanation he has on Earth that doesn't make it weird as creepy and fuck. You know, like there's nothing he can say that's gonna make people be like, oh yeah, that's normal. It's not. I'm telling you, motherfucker, when you go to your little girl's slumber party, your midlife crisis slumber party at Ollie Jamal's house, sleep with one eye open. Otherwise, like a year from now, Ralph, they're going to be creep shots of you with your legs spread apart. And Nick just down in there taking selfies left and right. And you don't want that. You don't want that. It's clearly fucked Jaden up. It's clearly fucked his head up. You don't want that, okay? It's not something you're interested in. Oh. Speaking of sad news, because we're moving off the breakup of Destiny and Nick here.
Oh no.
Can I get a P for piss on the grave? Stadia's gone? Oh god. Oh, not my Stadia. Not the future of video games. Not the platform where I have to pay a monthly fee and buy a digital copy of a game, neither of which, give me ownership of shit. Where I'm really just renting a controller to get fucked out of money every month. Oh no, not Stadia, please God, no. Not my glorious fucking Stadia. Can somebody explain to me what Google thought they were fucking doing with this? You know, when I first heard the announcement for Stadia, and they were like, oh, we're going to come out with this digital platform. It's going to be like the Netflix of gaming. Everybody keeps saying that. Oh, we're going to create the Netflix of gaming. It's not. If this was a Netflix of gaming, it'd be like Xbox Game Pass, where you pay, what, $10 a month and you can play whatever the fuck you want? Instead with this, if you wanted to play the games, you had to pay the subscription and then buy the game to have a copy of it, which you didn't own. And now Google is shutting down the fucking entire platform. Once again, it's another Google fucking product that you put money into and you invest in. And it exists for a year to a year and a half, maybe 2 years, and then it's fucking dead, and it's good.
I think it seems more reasonable to give advice to potential victims than to criminals who are going to commit an illegal act. And I don't believe a YouTube video can get criminals to change their behavior.
The point of Andrew Tate's streams is to change people's behavior. He's trying to teach you how to be an alpha. Why would he believe in the ability to change millions of people's behaviors? His whole Hustle Academy thing, all of this is about changing behavior, but you can't change it out of doing something bad, maliciously or otherwise.
Do you think you can change rapists from raping? Like, do you think
absolutely? Yes.
Really?
Yeah. A lot of rapists rape because of political opinions that they have.
No, what?
There's a reason why. Yeah.
They're both so wrong. I think you can probably teach people not to act rapey. Like, you can teach men that. But I don't think whether or not you rape is like... You see some girl pass out and you're like, I am a 2-time Trump voter. Not to mention the fact that, and I hate that this is real, that like the stereotype of like the creepy feminist leftist awkward dude that tries to like fuck women because he's a feminist, apparently that is actually a real thing that I've seen far too commonly.
Yes, like thinking women are subhuman. Yeah.
I need data to back this up. I don't think somebody look this up and tell me if I'm right or wrong. So if you can find this. I don't know how you could find this. The vast majority of rape isn't like... I don't think the vast majority of rape is like guys thinking like women are beneath me, I'm going to take what I want and blah, 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 blah. I feel like the vast majority of rape is just guys pushing way too far, way too hard with no consideration for the other person. Like, I feel like 90% of rape is that. Like, the guy is being very selfish, and then on the flip side, he's not being considered the other person, and he's pushing way too hard, way too fast. That's what I feel like most rape is. Not like your political opinions are informing your actions, but I don't know. But I don't even know how you would go about proving that. Okay. Sam Cedar Peterson. Why do you keep linking this? What?
Yeah, right. Well, right.
And
But I
porn
don't
has-
think it's reasonable to say that I shouldn't have gone after the trans minor problem because I didn't simultaneously go after the porn problem.
But you
I've gone
didn't go
the
after
porn
a trans
problem to some
minor
degree.
problem in a way that made any sense because you
I don't
didn't
know.
Okay, well, I'm sorry. Let's say, like, Elliot Page is not a rapid onset gender dysphoria convert who spent too long at Marlborough School in LA.
Maybe.
This maybe. Okay, I don't believe so. We could
And
just
I think you could make a case that he isn't. But
he did it when this was not trendy. He did it when Ellen Page walked away from a lucrative
Right,
career.
but people can be unbelievably confused for a very long period of time. And the mere fact that it's been a long time that they've been confused doesn't mean that they've thought it through when they make their decision. And I would say it hasn't been thought
Okay,
through
can
because
anyone-
it wouldn't have been public. That's the thing. It's like, okay, you did it, no
everything
problem.
you think through wrong is public. And we're having a whole conversation about the fact that you make mistakes.
Right, but
So
I'm
here's-
not enticing adolescent girls to sterilize themselves.
Okay, but are you enticing when you make that comment about a swimsuit model, young men who worship you and think that you're saint-like to act like pigs to women?
No, but I might be encouraging them to not respect the things I'm saying because I'm being incautious. And I would say even if the
Wait. I mean, we have to, like, this just, it is unbelievable. The capacity of this man to say the most inane things in the most obtuse of ways.
Yeah.
So that you're basically left just sort of thinking, like, did he say something that was reasonable there? No, actually, he said something that was completely, pathetic.
And also kind of inscrutable. Like, he's saying that the people who follow him should not respect what he's saying if he's saying something incautious.
Okay, I don't... Fuck! Why does Sam Cedar surround himself with such fucking morons? He needs a better show. Sam, reach out to me. We'll do a podcast, okay? It'll be a good show. I can't listen. Anytime anybody else starts talking, I get triggered. Michael Brooks, actually, as much as I fucking hated that dude and disagree with him, Michael Brooks was a good balance, actually. Well, no, I shouldn't say balance because they're both like pretty far left. But Brooks was so much better than anything else they had on that show. Peace be upon him. The full Vosh versus Alex debate. Well, watch this, but hold on. I never watched this. What the fuck was this shit?
And we are live. What's up, guys?
I saw a clip of Sneeko saying that Tate said that he wasn't allowed to go into the emergency meeting because he was a liability. What did that mean? What was the point of that?
Welcome to an emergency meeting live from Romania. We're here with the top G and the whole squad. Let's get into it, baby. All right, welcome.
Yeah, we have to make sure we're live everywhere because you've done some technical wizardry. Try hard. Myron's done some magic.
Wait, somebody told me at the end of all of this that Andrew Tate is actually American? Is that true? So he's got like a South African / British accent / lives in Eastern Europe / like, but he's actually American? Is that true or is it not? He's half? He's from Chicago? Where is he actually from? Where was he born? He's half American, half British. You don't get to be half and half. It's one or the other. He moved to the UK in middle school. Whatever.
Magical things here, so we have to make sure.
Man, it must be a really bright room for all these guys to be wearing sunglasses inside. What's happening?
We're live everywhere.
I'm trying.
Turn the lights down.
So we're live on YouTube right now. We're live on Facebook. We're live on Twitch. We're live on Twitter. And we just want to make sure that we're live on Rumble, guys. We're live on Rumble too? We're fucking lit, man. Yeah, hey, that's what it's about. We made it happen somehow.
Shit, we did it, guys. We all work hard on this.
Yeah, sorry guys for being late. Since we added Sneeko to the panel, I had to go ahead and switch up the whole audio situation. So sorry for the delay. It's on me.
Yeah, me and Sneeko did all the work.
Myron's lazy as hell.
Yeah, I don't know. Why are you laughing, bro?
This is funny.
Welcome back, Andrew.
Yeah, man. Thank you. It's good to be back, and I look forward to the chat asking us some questions. We've got a big panel here. I've got some questions to ask you all. I thought, if I'm going to have my good friends here on the show, and let me ask them some difficult questions. Ooh. You have to answer. Fuck. You can't not answer. Oh, you have to tell the truth.
What's the caveat if you don't answer?
God, what if he asks the question that I did? He's like, I saw you talk to this Destiny guy, and he said, how much money for you to suck a dick?
What's the
play Would You Rather?
Something kind of, but that's a bit high school, drinking gay. This is more just answer the fucking question.
Okay. Are you trying to say that we don't act immature from time to time?
I don't know about you, bro, but me, I'm top G. I'm always, focused.
If you've ever lied on camera, to me.
Even when I enjoy my life, it's work. I know you saw me on the yacht with the girls, etc., but that was work. I was very focused on task. I had stuff to do.
I'm a real friend. I'm not going to split you.
I will say the work never ends here.
The work never ends. Do you admit that the work never ends?
No, that's true. The work never ends, bro.
From the second we're awake to the second we're asleep, the work never ends. That's true.
And the girls.
It's absolutely
true. You got it from me.
Absolutely.
Does Andrew Tate know I just saw that there. Does Andrew Tate know he's on a Netflix series called Eat the Rich? No, I don't.
What the?
There's a Netflix series called Eat the Rich, which is about the GameStop thing. And I went viral on Twitter at the time because I threw 100,000. I think I threw 100,000. Then I got drunk. It was in Vegas. And I threw like 300,000 more. At GameStop? I was just kept tweeting saying, fuck the hedge funds and just losing all my money. I never sold any of that. I just lost all that money trying to bury hedge funds. And now they made a Netflix about me. That's good. So I have to find out.
That's how you know you made it.
That's how you know you made it.
A Netflix special.
Not banned from Netflix? Out of every site? Banned from Uber, but not Netflix?
On another note, I watched Andrew lose $10,000 and laugh his ass off on a fucking soccer game in England about a year ago.
It was the World Cup final.
You want to tell us that story?
Home. He knew it wasn't coming home. He lost 10 G's just for no reason.
Yeah.
Because we had fun. We're degenerate.
Yeah, we're degenerate. We were drinking. We were running around. And this is before I was as famous as I am now. I couldn't even walk the streets like then. Like I was back then. But yeah, I bet $10,000 for England to win. And of course, they lost in penalties like they always fucking do. So it's never coming home. England is never coming home. I'm sorry. It's actually a shame when you talk about England because now the Queen's died. I feel like all the good things about England have died with her.
Oh shit.
Not to be like pessimistic and sad on this stream, but all the beautiful things about England and all the things about the royal family and tradition, etc., is all gone along.
You really sad about the Queen dying?
100%, bro.
You don't think the kids and like fucking each other's cousins?
You don't think the Queen
Oh
was an OG?
no, Sneako's going off way more like on the conspiracy side, I think, than like where Tate is. That's gonna be my guess. Fuck. I would actually, you know what I would love to do? I don't think I can do this. I don't think they would be up for it. I would fly to Romania for this. If I could do an interview with Sneako and Andrew Tate and ask them both questions and make them talk to each other. Because I think in a way, now I am reading really hard into this and I don't know enough and I could be really wrong because I haven't watched enough of Andrew Tate's stuff. But in a way, Andrew Tate might be marketing red pill stuff that I think is kind of okay, but people like Sneako are the result of reading it the wrong way. And it would be really interesting to force them to both reconcile their differences of opinions, where it's like, okay, Tate, you say things like this, and people like me say that when you say stuff like that, people are going to take it like this, and now here's Sneako that believes this thing because he's heard you say that. Like, hash it out. That would be super interesting to see. Oh my God, it would be so crazy. Not even for like a ownage like debate, but it'd be really cool to see like their two perspectives clash.
Yo,
I guess.
I will say this: London was a great time, but I never want to live there, bro.
You know what? Maybe I'm naive. I know what Sneako's saying, but maybe I'm naive. But I think that a lot of the true degeneracy that you see in the world is semi-modern, and I don't think that Queen Elizabeth, who was alive and driving trucks during World War II.
Yeah.
Bro.
Damn.
During World War II, she was driving trucks.
Insane.
She was in the army in World War II, and she's been through all this shit since the 30s. I don't think she didn't love her country. And I don't think that the world and the whole Commonwealth, because England was in charge of the Commonwealth, the whole Commonwealth wasn't unified behind her. And I think that the royal family's lost its prestige. Now she's died. Nobody gives a fuck about Charles. It's over now. And the world we live in now, a lot of the problems with the world is because we're losing our traditions and we're losing our older ways of thinking. And I'm not saying that the elites, you know what I think about the elites, you know what I think. And I know you can lump the royal family in there with them. I get it. But having a monarch for 70 or 80 years who was there during the war, and she's been there the whole time, and she was in charge of not just England, the entire Commonwealth, Canada, New Zealand, Australia, African countries, all this shit, India. She's a G. You can't say she's not a G. Queen Elizabeth II, she's a G. OG. You can't say she's a G.
He said OG. Sneako, this is your time to fight.
Definitely old.
She's an OG.
She's an OG, and now she's gone, and they're replacing her with this new guy. And I think a lot of the problems with the world today are all because of all the new think and the new things they're trying to replace things with. All the old traditional ways. We sit here and we all talk about masculinity. That's an old idea. And they're replacing it with a new idea. And what's the new idea? Trash. So when they get rid of the longest reigning monarch and they said they're going to replace it with fucking some new dude, to me, that's bad news. That's my personal view anyway. Right.
She probably ate some kids, though.
Well, I don't know.
She ate one baby.
You think so?
If that happened, we wouldn't have no idea.
Diana, did she do it?
Ooh.
Well,
should I be asking this question?
You can ask. I mean,
do you think she did it?
Did Queen Elizabeth?
She is a G.
She is a G. Sometimes as a G, you got to get the talons out. I don't know. I don't know if she did it. All I know is that
I didn't even know this is a conspiracy theory. People think Queen Elizabeth killed Princess Diana.
Correct my speech. I know that England at one point was the largest and most fearsome empire on the planet. I actually think that it was the best empire in the world, not just because it was the largest, because I think it was genuinely the best to live under. In modern worlds, everyone, when she died, all the liberals were celebrating, saying she's a colonist.
That's like
et cetera,
the
et cetera.
internet
If
consensus.
you lived under the British
I
Empire,
had no idea. Okay.
You had a semi-good life. They turned up and they built roads and schools and monuments and built a railroad. And everyone's complaining about the British Empire. If you lived under the Japanese Empire, it was worse because they just chopped your head off for being a fucking peasant. They didn't build shit. Like, fuck you. Give me that. Oh, and pull out the katana. So at least the British built shit. So the British did good for the entire world as a whole. The world back then was different. I'm not saying colonization is a good thing. I'm saying that back then it was just empires. You were a part of an empire, one of them. That's how it worked. And she was the head of the Commonwealth for a very long time, and I was genuinely upset when the Queen died. Maybe it's the patriot in me, but I thought the Queen was a G.
Don't you think the natives deserve to celebrate her death?
Why would they?
The Native Americans, anybody who's suffered from colonization.
Did they? Well, this is a really interesting question because you talk about suffering from colonization.
Or did they do better?
A lot of the. Do you think India? Let me ask you the question then. Do you think India suffered? Do you think India is in a worse place now than it would have been if it was never colonized by the British? Now, I'm not saying the British didn't kill people. I'm not saying they were completely fair, but also the world was a different place back then. Nowhere was fair. If the British didn't turn up to India in the 1800s, then the Indians would be killing the Indians. People just killed each other. That's how it worked, right? Do you think India would be in a better place today if it was never colonized by the British?
I mean, they're pooping in the streets right now.
What would they be doing if they didn't? The British didn't turn up. I mean, if you look at some of the biggest, best buildings in most of these countries, or some of the most critical infrastructure, it's the shit the British built 200 years ago to this day. And they had their liberation for a very long time, and they haven't managed to surpass the infrastructure the British built. Do you want to talk about why that is? I mean, I'm sure there's reasons, but my point is, the British turned up to a country. They ruled India with less than fucking 60,000 men. The Indians could have kicked their ass any time, but they turned up and they gave genuine value to the point people thought, okay, these white people turned up on this boat. They know shit. Oh, whoa, railroad. Well, okay. Whoa, schools. They didn't do it purely by force. India is a big place. They did it with a very small contingent, and they did it by adding value. And yeah, the British were not people you want to fuck with, but they definitely added value to their colonies. And I know this is going to upset the whole fucking world. All the people are going to say I'm a colonist. This is a pretty diverse panel. I don't know.
Jesus. Algoman, thanks for the $100. Seemed like you're working pretty hard on the content front recently. What is your timeline to start the media company? That's like in a back seat. I'll be able to talk more about stuff tomorrow, okay?
Where I come in on the Brown scale. But it's a pretty... I
know where I come in.
Yeah. It's a pretty diverse panel. But the world was a dangerous place back then. And I think being under the British Empire afforded these countries a lot of security and safety and technological advancements. And I don't think it was all completely a bad thing.
Yeah, I mean, I'm from Barbados, so like we were colonized as well. But we got our independence as well. But Andrew, as a young man navigating the Matrix, where do you think somebody should live nowadays in terms of like place to live? What's the best location you think possible for a guy to live in these times?
That's a good question. It's a hard one for me to answer. But I think that should be the first question to the panel. So let's go through one by one. Let's change the question slightly. When you're deciding where you want to live on the planet, what are you looking for?
Depends on how much money you have. If you're American, Miami's the move, or Puerto Rico. But if you have more money, if you have top G money, then Croatia, I think sounds good. Albania, Romania, obviously. But most people can't answer that question.
But why?
Everything you say about Eastern Europe, about the traditional values, about the lack of feminist indoctrination, about the West.
No offense, and I don't mean any offense by this, of course. But I don't think super wealthy people want to go and live in Eastern Europe. No, like, again, no offense, but like, what?
Weather is nice. Things are cheap. People are nice.
Girls are skinny.
Girls are skinny. We saw one, but there has not been one fat under 40 woman this whole time.
That's been the challenge of the whole week.
Try to find one?
I challenged Myron and Sneeko at the beginning of the week to find a girl under 40 that was fat.
Yeah, it's not a societal norm here. It's not accepted in the same way. So societal norms have a large part to play on how we act as a whole, which you can extrapolate to everything, right? The societal norm.
Do these people know anybody in the Balkans? Okay, I could be wrong, but I'm not wrong. When Americans, and it feels like when British people, or at least like people in this world, when they talk about Eastern Europe, it feels like they're talking about maybe the Baltics and then like Romania and Poland, and that's it. That is Eastern Europe. I don't think the Balkans count. I don't think they mean that when they say Eastern Europe, but that's literally what it feels like. It feels like they're talking about Poland and Romania, and maybe they would have Ukraine before the war. Poland and Romania, and then like maybe the Baltics. Nobody thinks about Germany. I don't think Germany counts as Eastern Europe, does it? Greece? Wait, I don't think Greece counts as like... Wait, hold on. I can't tell people are trolling me now. Wait, hold on. Somebody just said, do you even know where Romania is? And I look it up and I'm like, wait, did I just fuck this up? No, yeah, wait, what? I don't know. China was trolling me right now. Baltics or Balkans? Baltics. Right? The Baltics are Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania, right? Or the Baltics. The Balkans are the whole southern Yugoslavia exploded Serbian shit that's all fucked. Maybe not anymore. I shouldn't say that right now. I'm sorry. I'm pretty sure the Baltics are a decently nice place to be, right? I think those countries are doing pretty well. Nobody talks about them because they're small, but I think that those countries have generally made like quite a bit of progress. They've been pretty peaceful, I think, since 91, right? I think the Baltics have been decently peaceful and everything, and they've like made a lot of progress, like educationally, economically. Even Poland has to some extent, or they were making a lot of progress. I don't know about Romania at all. Ukraine obviously is in a fucking war. The Baltics aren't much better than the Balkans. Is that true? I don't know that history as much, but my understanding is the Baltics have done like pretty well since the collapse of the Soviet Union. They've done like exceedingly well. Then the Balkans have had, I mean, at least one NATO intervention and a lot of problems, but. Okay, sorry.
And it's to not be a hoe, for example. Whereas in the West, they don't have those societal norms and people act in a certain way. Maybe I'm getting old and boring, but I like to live. When I was last in Miami, which is the best city in America, hands down.
Nice.
Best city in America,
Miami!
hands down. This can't like anyone who talks about New York, right? Miami is the best. But
okay. When people say Miami is the best city in America, is that like a huge, I don't want to say self-report, it's not like bad, but is the person basically just saying I really like going to clubs? Is that really all they're saying? Because I don't know why the fuck else you would think that Miami is the best city in America. Other than you like clubs and the beach. And maybe bimbo pussy, I guess.
To me, sorry, bro. Sorry, Nico. To me, it feels godless.
It is. That's why I love
it. Just feels godless. When I'm in Miami, I'm just like, not New York, Miami. I'm like, this is fun, but it just feels. Where's God? God ain't here. This hoe, that hoe. I'm just like, where's God? He forgot about Miami. I don't know. It just feels godless. Like, and maybe I'm getting old and boring, but I like to just see the traditional business run by the family and the hotel run by the family and the women going to church on a Sunday.
Then why the fuck would you say Miami is the best city in in America? What are you talking about then?
And that's what I like about Eastern Europe. Maybe I'm getting old and boring.
So I'll say this. It depends on what you want. Personally speaking, if you want girls, you got a little bit of paper, go to Colombia. Not much to do there, but the girls, the scenery, food is cheap. And then if you want to have fun,
does it sound a little bit weird? Is sex tourism always a bad thing? I don't know. I feel a little bit weird when people talk about going to like poorer countries to pick up women. That feels a little strange to me, but I don't know.
You have money, Miami for sure.
All right, so let's carry on with the question. So, yeah, fresh. Let's say money's no object. Let's say we all have hundreds of millions of dollars, whatever. You could live anywhere on the planet. Where would you live and why?
Money is not object. I'm not gonna lie, bro. Probably Colombia. Give me 1,000.
Colombia? Why?
First off, the girls are beautiful. They're at least somewhat feminine. The money goes very far. So, for example, like you could be a G with only like.
What are you saying if you have infinite money, dude?
Year. And honestly speaking, like it's skill because, for example, people that go there have businesses. You know, other Americans. So it's kind of like you have your own community guys that are successful and hot girls. I mean, you can't really lose. So.
Mine wants to go to Dubai, right?
I'll go last. I'm producing over here.
Listen, what about you, bro? Where you living?
Man, we were just talking about this in the war room, but to me, man, it matters who's there. So you can go anywhere in the world you want. It could be the best place on earth. If your boys aren't there, bro, it's shit. It's
true.
Number one.
It's true.
Colombia, I've been. I like it. I think you need a plug there, like you need a plug in anywhere else.
George Gammon.
You need a plug. No, you need a plug that's local because Colombia can be very dangerous also. You know, so I would have to say Europe in some regard, probably Eastern Europe somewhere. Based off of my experience, I like Dubai, but it kind of feels like an island. I would not go.
Wait, is this guy American? Or did somebody from Europe just say that my place that I would want to live in would be Europe or Eastern Europe?
where is it? Everybody Dominican? Is it?
DR, Dominican Republic.
Yeah, but then you get island fever, man. So I would say Eastern Europe somewhere.
Mhm.
If you're not gonna live in the States and you're not gonna live in Miami, that would be my bet. But without your boys, it's shit anyway. I'd rather live in Indiana with my boys than live in the best country on earth with nobody. So that's how I feel about it.
Okay.
Yeah, I think people pretty much know my answer. But yeah, Justin's right. It's a lot about the people you're with. It's about what stage you are in your life. But certainly the people you're with are going to influence your reality. I've been to a lot of places. I've been all around the world. The number one thing people say to me is, Tate, you have so much money. Why don't you travel? The first thing is I do travel. All I do is fucking travel. It's annoying. But the second thing is that the world's the same, man. You either go out to a restaurant or you stay in. You fuck a bitch, you watch TV or sit on the computer. The world's the same pretty much everywhere. So you got things like weather. You got things like the general safety of a place. But then you got to go for the intangibles. I like driving past churches. That's why I live in Romania. I like driving past churches. Sounds stupid. But there's nothing that America has that Romania doesn't have. I can buy a Lambo here. There's a Lamborghini garage. There's fucking clubs. There's bottles. There's Dom P. There's bitches. There's restaurants. Like what does Miami have that Bucharest does not have?
Not much.
Nothing. It's all the same. It's all here. And this is a poor country, right? It's all here.
People say it's a poor country, but that's a lie.
It's a straight lie.
So false, bro. Like, dude, the clubs are lit here. Girls are bad here. And the cars, bro. This Lamborghinis outside, driving up and down, Porsches, everything is like, it's lit, bro.
Yeah, there's a lot of money here.
Yeah,
it's very first world.
Yeah, I don't feel like I'm in a poor country being here at all. I'll tell you guys that. Like coming from Miami, where it's like super bougie, like yeah.
But you guys spent the whole time at the mall, going to all the first world places.
Well, hold on. Where are they at in Romania, though, too, right? Like, that's going to depend on... XQC no showing on his own event? Wait, really?
You didn't even go.
They're in Bucharest. Oh, they're in the capital. Because if they're in, like, the wealthiest parts of that country, I'm willing to bet there's probably a lot of poorer parts of Romania that they never see, right?
I went to actual Bucharest. You've been to the mall 8 times in 4 days.
Well, to be fair, I've been on dates. I've been learning the culture, okay?
Dates at the mall, very adolescent. Take her to a nice restaurant. Take her to go scenery seeing.
I know you know.
A church.
We took those girls. Oh wait, they're waiting in the lobby.
Better than the mall.
L. Okay, go on.
Yeah, I mean, if you're gonna live in the United States, I think if you live in Florida or Texas, those are fantastic places to start. Because anywhere where it's not expensive to live and you're not getting taxed to death, you'll be okay. If you're going to pick major cities in these states, I would say, Miami is fantastic. Fort Lauderdale is good. Tampa's good. I don't like Orlando. And if you're going to be in Texas, Dallas and Houston are good. Just a little bit dangerous. South Texas is surprisingly nice too. Like McAllen, people talk shit about the Southwest border, but there's some nice areas there. Phoenix is also good. And Arizona, the only thing that sucks is there is a state income tax. But if you're going to go abroad, I mean, Romania is nice. I can see why the Tates live here. You get a lot of it feels like a first world country, even though like it might not necessarily be one like GDP wise. And then,
okay, just a heads up, guys. Any country probably in the world at this point, but especially any country in Europe, if you're in like the capital cities, I don't know what you guys are expecting in 2022. They're all going to be first world. Like everybody has like cars and toilets and internet. Like, it's not going to be like you're in some place where there's like villagers are carrying buckets of water to like the local inn for settlers to come and rest in before they move further east or something. Like everything, like most of the world is going to be relatively modernized.
And what else? But for me, I'm going to probably go to an Arab country when this is all said and done to find my virgin wife.
Find the virgin wife. Yeah, why
Find
not?
the virgin wife, man. So, yeah.
Right. So, go on. What are you going to say?
Next question.
Our next question. So he just said when this is all said and done. So that's going to lead into one of the questions I'm going to ask. So that's perfect. It makes it all together. So why, I want to ask all of you, and you have to tell the truth because the audience are going to tell if you're lying. If they're lying, guys, you have to say they're lying in the chat. Why do you stream? Why do you talk to the world? Why?
I want to wake people up.
Wake people up from what? And why? And then why do you want to wake them
From
up?
their brainwashing.
Why are you compelled? Why are you motivated to do this?
My whole life philosophy has been based around being brainwashed since I was 6 years old, sitting in a church and not feeling like it was any productive use of time, listening to a priest blab on about life, but he doesn't have any life experience. He's some guy named Peter. He's talking about TV shows. He's never even been with a woman before. How could you tell me anything about life and you haven't had any life experience? Going to school, doing the Pledge of Allegiance, sitting these things, taking Adderall every single day. They prescribed me. They said I had a disability. I felt like everything in my life was to keep me down since I was born. And they told me that there was something wrong with me. And that's motivated me to do everything that I do.
No.
So the reason I started streaming is direct communication with my audience. I did videos for 9 years, but that was slower. And now I could talk to 10,000 people every single day. I want to go spread the knowledge that I've learned and try to bring people out and teach them the same things that I've learned from being trapped inside the box and being suppressed my whole life.
And why, and that's a good question, I understand completely. Why do you think that, do you think it gives some validation to yourself to do it? Do you think it's a selfish motivation, or do you think you're like a philanthropist?
There's some selfish, like there's some validation seeking. There's some need to be liked and admired, but the motivation is definitely based in what I said, because I wouldn't be banned on Twitter and TikTok. I wouldn't be risking this right now. We can get banned just sitting in this room with you, but we're all here because we believe in some sort of message. We have some sort of philosophy. If we want,
where do you stand on the Pledge of Allegiance every day in school? I'm okay with it. I think that the left was too quick to abdicate nationalism, or at least like patriotism. You should love your country. I think a healthy love of country is good. We should like our country. And the idea that like your country is cringe is probably not a healthy idea to have for people that are trying to like make a country work. Yeah, I don't know. I think that we associate like love of country way too much with far right movements, and it's probably good that everybody in a given country loves their country. Otherwise, you're in a really weird spot.
To cash out, we could jump in a pool of 100,000 Orbeez, do some prank videos, farting in Walmart.
It's true.
We're here.
It's true. You're right. Good point. Good point. What about you, Fresh? Why are you streaming?
Honestly, bro, honest answer here. I want to inspire. I'll never forget, like when I came to America, I saw a guy in a Lamborghini.
Oh shit. Oh no. Did he actually do it? Still haven't heard from XQC Equinity's manager. He missed his first flight and is supposed to arrive 10 minutes after the show starts. LOL. Oh no. He's not gonna catch the second flight. Oh, Ludwig, why would you agree to this? Well, time to see how LSF is reacting. No, why did this get fucking clipped? You guys are so drama hungry. Oh, it's not even on all that stuff yet. He's in too deep to give objective takes on this. What am I in too deep on? All of his friends are on one side of the issue. Adri, Train, XQ Zerka, blah, blah. They dangle. Okay, first of all, XQC and Train are the only two people that I would realistically care about here, okay? I'm not sucking up to Adri ever. I'm not sucking up to Zerka ever, right? And Train's audience is a Gamba audience. They're never going to watch me. So realistically, XQC is the only person that I could ever suck up to here in this situation. And I already confronted both of them on stream saying I disagree with some of the ways they were phrasing things. Like, I just hate these. It sucks because, like, at least engage with what I'm saying. The way this ability to write things that people are saying off as like, oh, they're biased, they can't be objective. Okay, then prove it. Give me something I've said that's not objective. Don't just do this, oh, he's biased because he's got friends on one side. I got friends on both sides, motherfucker. Also, spoiler alert, which subreddit do you post in? You think I'm not objective when I'm probably the most detached from all of these fucking streamers more than any other single poster in the subreddit is? Like, bro, I stream on YouTube all day. Like, you guys are the ones playing team sports. All of you guys are from, like, either my subreddit or Train I don't know if Train or XCC have subreddits, or, like, the Mizkip subreddits, or, like, all of these communities. You guys are the ones that are super wired up to, like, only, you know, support a certain side. Like, believe it or not, somehow, I'm still on good terms with everybody. I'm on good terms with Mizkif. I'm on good terms with Train and XQC. Maya might not like me, but I don't know if she ever liked me. I'm on goodish terms with everybody, okay? Fuck you. Oh, I'm not probably on good terms with Midge. I might talk to him some other day. Okay.
I saw hot girls. I saw lifestyle. I was like, how do I get that? And coming from a small island, Barbados, where I'm from, it's like, you're not very inspired. Everyone just parties, goes to school, gets a job, and it's like, I want more for my life. And seeing other people win made me want to win. So me and Myron did a podcast, Pressure Fit, as you know. He's more fitness style, more lifestyle as well. For fitness, I'm more like, you know what? If I can show people a way to get inspired, even with cars, lifestyle, even getting girls, then it's a W. But personally speaking, of course, I want to make money too as well, keeping 1,000. So I say inspiring and money as well.
What about you, Justin?
I like what we do, Andrew. I like the cause. I like guys coming together on a common mission and goals. Previous to joining the War Room, the highest level of happiness I ever had is when I played college football. And to a bigger degree now, I feel like I'm a part of something that a group of guys that have each other's back no matter what are in. And it's about that companionship for me.
Yeah.
There's a common mission we all have together in our group that I'm absolutely in love with. So I die for that. So for me, man, it's feeling like I'm contributing to a team that scores together. So that's what I like.
And I think that that's intrinsic to every single man. I think that that's definitely certainly the reason I do it. I get asked a lot by people like, hey, what's next? Or, what's it like? You have all this money, blah, blah, blah. I don't want to sit here and brag.
They want the
I
influence.
have enough money to live for the rest of my life. And I want to tell all the people out there who are grinding and hustling to get cash. Yeah, you need it. But there really isn't that much to buy or do. Right? I can give everyone.
I feel like this is more true than most people know. Like when you've hit like this 200 to 250,000 a year like income, like you can travel more and maybe you can have a bigger house. Do you really give a fuck? And then past that, you need like $100 million to have like fucking jets and shit. But I don't really know. There's huge gaps of stuff you can do between like making 20K a year and 50K a year, or 50K a year and 100K a year. And then I think like from 100 to 200 to 300K a year, there are jumps past like 2 or 300K. Like, I don't know if your life is changing that much. Like if you're making 250K a year, like that's awesome. If you're making $1 million a year, I don't think $1 million a year guy is buying yachts or private jets. Maybe you can rent trips on them. You can probably do that at 250K a year if you're saving, if you're budgeting. But like, yeah, I don't know. There's not like, there's a reason I think why you see these guys like Tate come to the streaming world is because like, yeah, having money is cool, but influence is like, that's what everybody really wants. I want to speak and have people listen to me.
Watching this stream, let's say you all had half a billion dollars, 500 million. You do a bunch of hedonistic bullshit. You'd get drunk a bunch, you fuck a bunch of girls, and you buy a bunch of cars, etc. And then you'd either completely fall into the hedonistic trap and go down the gambling and drugs route and destroy your life. But if you keep your brain on and you stay sane, you start to realize that the most valuable things are staying in good shape, your health, looking after yourself, the simple things, spending time with people you love, and hanging with your boys. Hanging with your boys is the #1 most interesting activity that's ever going to exist on the planet ever. It's the funnest thing there is to possibly do, to sit around in the room with your guys and talk shit. And that's what you said earlier about we could be in Indiana, just sitting there
fucking it up.
We can end up broke in the Philippines with $25 in the bank, and we will laugh. And it doesn't matter how much money you have. It's all about the people who are around you. And there's something that's intrinsic to men. We definitely evolved with it. I think it's because we spent so much time either in groups,
I don't think this is unique to men, but
in armies or gangs or whatever we were doing. You just feel better when you're around people that you know you can trust with your life. And that's certainly the best thing about life. And yeah, I completely understand what you're saying, and I know what you guys are saying. But for me personally, the reason I stream is to try and find the other people out there who I might want to be friends with. Because when you're an exceptional individual, you're never going to meet friends in normal life. It's very rare. I don't know about you guys. I go through life and just meet a friend. Everyone I meet's a fucking idiot. It's crazy, right? So the internet, the best thing that's done for me is allow me to broadcast my message to people and find the other people out there with a fucking brain. And there's not that many. But yeah, hanging with your boys is certainly the best thing about life. To this day, with all the money and the shit I can do, that I would rather be sitting in the war room with Tristan and Luke calling each other names than doing nearly anything else. It's the best thing there is to do.
Before Myron answers, can I ask you the question I asked you yesterday?
Sure.
How much do you do this now for money, and how much do you really care about waking people up?
Okay, so I don't need money anymore. Money to me truly has no value. And I say that, and people don't believe me because they understand that every rich person is trying to get more money because it's a game. Yeah, it's like getting a high score. But for me, truly, if someone were to walk in this room and put $25 million cash on this table, I have nothing to buy and my life would change zero. It doesn't mean anything. I don't need it, right? I like the fact that I can do what I do, and I like the idea of being able to do it forever. But this is not financially motivated for me. It is about expanding my influence. It is about expanding my network. It is about expanding my capabilities. It is about finding the other people out there who think the way I think. It is about having them in an environment where we can speak freely and openly. So to a degree, it's certainly about advancing the mission. I feel like I have a duty to God to speak the truth because I'm in a unique position where I can speak the truth and many can't. I like the idea that I get thousands and thousands of messages from people saying I've helped them with their mental health and helped them with their depression, etc. I like being a positive impact on the world. I like going to sleep with a pure heart and knowing that I'm good for the planet. But truthfully, I think everything you do, no matter what it is, has a selfish motivation. Even if you go and give money to charity today,
Feels
you're
good.
doing it so you feel good.
Facts.
That's why you're doing it. Everything is selfishly motivated. So I'm not going to sit here and say I'm a philanthropist. I feel good when I help people. That's why I do it. It's not just about helping them. It's also because of how I feel. And also when I meet interesting people and I get good friends and powerful individuals join the war room, for example, that benefits me massively. Now my network's expanded. So it's certainly selfishly motivated, but it's not money. And yeah, I think there's inside of every single man, there's definitely a rebel. There's definitely a warrior. It doesn't matter if you were a punk rock rebel in the 70s or you were one of the rebels of Rome who just said, fuck this, let's go burn it. There's something inside of you that's a bit of a rebel. And if you're a red-blooded male and you see the world we live in today and how the Matrix is suppressing us all, you want to rebel. And I think part of it is, yeah, certainly I feel good knowing I'm doing my little bit to piss them off. In fact, I'm not doing a little bit.
Okay, fuck. I don't want to make fun of him because I don't know if this is like a thing he has or something. But Myron always looks so fucking intense. Do you ever notice it? Like, look at his face. He always is like so in the fucking zone. Like, somebody could break through the door to rob the place, and Myron would have like pulled his gun and shot and killed the person before anybody else in the room even knew what the fuck was going on.
The world we live in today and how the Matrix is suppressing us all, you want to rebel. And I think part of it is, yeah, certainly I feel good knowing I'm doing my little bit to piss them off. In fact, I'm not doing a little bit. I've done a lot. I've done too much. But yeah, that's the answer to the question.
Let me ask you a question. I don't know if you want me to say this on stream, but beforehand, I wasn't supposed to be on this. And I'm wondering how much of that was testing, initiating, and how much of that was the rebel inside of you thinking, fuck it, man, bring him on.
Yeah, let me give you a very quick example. During the height of, oh, for fuck's sake, the subject we're not supposed to talk about. We weren't supposed to leave our houses, right? So, and we weren't supposed to go driving. We weren't allowed to go out the house and drive. Even here in Romania, you couldn't drive without a piece of paper, a specific piece of paper. And every morning I woke up and just start burning around the city in the Porsche. And Tristan used to go to me, and I used to come back with all these fucking papers, and they tried to impound the car. Cops used to come to the gate, and I just get a different car and go out again next day. And Tristan goes, "Why do you keep doing this? It's just headache." I said, I can't just do what I'm supposed to do. They told me what to do, and I can't just do it. I have to not do it. Because then when all this insanity goes down, and some fucking poor Matrix slave misses the funeral of his own fucking parent because he's a dumbass and believes it all, I can know that I tried my best, even though he's an idiot, even though he's a moron, I tried my best to resist the enslavement. It's like living with a pure heart. It's a real thing. Like all this shit went down, and I can say here now with a pure heart on this stream that I resisted more than 99.9% of people on the planet. I got arrested in Germany. I got fines every day. I broke every single rule. I broke every single law. I had a birthday party in the height of COVID that was all over fucking YouTube. We had fucking 100 people in a hotel. I bribed the mayor off. Like I did anything it took to break the rules. And that made me feel good about myself. So, yeah, was it really to wake people up and help them to stop them being slaves? Or was it because I had a selfish motivation and I felt good inside of myself knowing I'm not a dumbass? I think we're all semi-selfishly motivated if you're honest.
100%. Myron?
So for me, I'm going to be painfully honest about this, I guess. Before, when I started streaming, as you guys know, I used to work in law enforcement for DHS. I did criminal investigations. And for me, I got a great sense of satisfaction from doing those cases and, doing that job.
Damn, how shitty would it be if you were Sneeko and there's a literal fucking Fed in the room, or ex-Fed, and they're cool with him, but you don't trust Sneeko? What the fuck?
But then I started my fitness business, and then from there started the YouTube, and I wanted more influence. Let's be honest here. You want clout, you want to bang some hoes. It is what it is, right? And from there, I was like, okay, this is great. And then at some point they pulled me in. They're like, hey, listen, your YouTube, you're talking about some crazy stuff. You know what it may be. You're talking about dating and all this other stuff. Oh my God, men and women are not equal and all this other stuff. Things that we know that are factually correct. They took offense to it, right? I'm talking about biological differences and intersexual dynamics, and they didn't like that. So they kind of put me in a position and said, hey, listen, you can resign, or you can, and keep doing your thing, or you can stay here, but you can't do the YouTube thing anymore. So I made a decision. I took a bet on myself, and I left the G. And, I was like, yeah, I could do this, and, I'm going to make more money, whatever, and get more girls. But it evolved way more to that. As you guys know, I'm a hardcore minimalist. I don't own many things in general. I still drive around in my 2002 Honda. So it started for money and girls. I'm not going to lie to y'all. But then as I've been doing this more and more and, impacting guys' lives and helping them realize yo, I finally have a bigger brother. You're like a father figure to me. Like you helped me, get into law enforcement. Or you're the one that told me to not do drugs. I thought about doing drugs and I'm not doing them anymore. I'm staying natural instead of doing steroids. I was going to hurt myself, but off of this girl, but I'm not going to do it anymore. You can't really put a price on that. So it started, right? Just like when you go to the gym, you first go to the gym to get girls and, get jacked and fuck a bunch of bitches. Then you continue to go and you feel good and you get this certain sense of accomplishment, and it gets way more than just the girl. So for me, I started streaming to make more money, get influence. Then as I started streaming, right, and I left my government job, I thought it was the end of the world. I realized, holy shit, like we have a duty to these guys to help them out, especially in a crazy ass world where the Matrix is taking over essentially. And a lot of guys are told to pretty much act like women and it's acceptable. And the reality is you can't act like a woman. It's unacceptable. And if anything, it's going to set you up for failure.
Well said.
Amazing answer.
Yeah.
You got any questions from the chat before I ask?
Yeah, I mean, oh man, a lot of stuff came in, guys. Sorry, I'm doing a million things at once. And guys, here's the thing: I'm gonna kill the Facebook stream right now on Twitch. So come on over to YouTube, and then we're gonna kill the YouTube stream coming in very soon as well. And you guys are all gonna have to go to Rumble. So I'm gonna give you guys a few more minutes to go ahead, but go on over to Rumble, guys. It's rumble.com/TateSpeech because it's gonna be exclusive on Rumble here in a few minutes. But yeah, I can go ahead and pull up one of these questions. Do you want to hit the next one, Andrew, before I pull up the next one?
Let's get the question because the next one's going to be
A long one. Okay,
Does
so
the chat
we
think
got
we're lying. Who was capping the most?
who's capping the most, and we got almost 20K live on YouTube, and then I think we got another 27K on Rumble. So guys, get ready to switch on over to Rumble here in a little bit.
All-time high.
Yeah, we had a lot of good questions come through, but I didn't want to interrupt the panel. Give me a second here so I can pull a good one up, Andrew.
I got a question for the panel. So, guys on the panel, what is your...
Wait, what? Hold on. Myron, when a gun was pull Olmec on set?
I'm like, you better put that shit back down because I swear to God, I'll get up real fast. I just don't know why I'm itching. I'm itching. I'll help somebody right now.
Move to the left. Okay. Move to the left. I said move to the left. Yo, nigga, I said move to the left. Now. All right. Chris, you too stupid. What the fuck you doing? Move to the left.
This is the right though.
Everybody get to the fucking left. All right. If bullets come down this way, I ain't getting nobody fucking hurt.
Oh, I'm gonna destroy that hoe. She shoot me.
Wait, she said threats?
You're chilling out.
Did one of these guys like flash a gun or something, or?
Of course. Okay. I don't miss. Okay.
A girl did. Oh, why? Read title. JJ Academics goes in on a girl. She gets mad and pulls the blicky. Oh, sorry. I didn't know what blicky was. My bad.
Single mothers, we don't do that.
I'm just saying,
like,
I want to see live. Nigga, watch out my way.
Real women
Nigga, we in Florida.
do not do that.
Yes, sir.
Like,
I don't know what
pick
shorty
me,
was
choose
reaching
me.
for in her bag with a spark or dumbass in hand and got a pack off her. Fuck that.
Yeah, she wild. She could have got dealt. She could have got dealt with for real, but she could have got dealt with for real. I don't know why y'all. Nah, cause real niggas act, bro. You got shit to lose, bro. Chill out, bro. Yeah, but still, nigga, I don't even want to see you in the situation like that, bro. I won't do it. I'm not gonna do it. Let me handle some like that, bro.
Once they started grab that mic a certain way, I'm like, you better put that shit back down because I swewer to God, I'll get up real fast.
Wait, who pulled the blicky? When?
I'm itching. I'll help somebody right now.
Move to the left.
Okay.
Move to the left. I said.
This is getting crazy. Stop. Look at you and said, "Oh, you want some wine? I will." Table. That's what I'm saying. I will beat you.
Maybe it happened on the couch. She pulled it off screen. Oh, okay. I don't know, whatever. Okay.
Description of a moneymaker for 2022. Something you could consider, like, you know what? If you're young coming up in life, what can you do to make money right now?
That's a good question. I can answer. Do you want? Should I go first?
Yeah, go ahead.
Right. I think that we live in an attention economy. I think that people who can garner attention are going to be good at making money one way or another. I think we now live in a world where you have spectators and you have people who produce. The world is split in a binary divide between the two. And not everybody is designed to be a producer. Some people are designed to be a spectator. If I was, obviously I am a producer naturally by heart because I've lived a very diverse life. I have a lot to say and I consider, it doesn't matter what I consider, people consider my words valuable, obviously. So here I am. But if I was a spectator, let's say, and I didn't feel like I had the confidence or the knowledge or the charisma to sit on a camera and interest people, then I would try my very best to prove myself useful to a creator. And by joining their ecosystem and working alongside them, that's probably the best and easiest way to make money. There's a whole bunch of people out there that have the star factor, but they don't have the systems and the teams around them to truly be successful. So I would come along and say, listen, you can be the showman. I'll be the blood and guts underneath, and we can do very, very well. I truly still believe, as fucked as the world is with the Matrix and the suppression and the inflation and the Fed and all the shit we talk about, if you're a person who can turn up on time, with a firm handshake.
Oh, shit.
Who is genuinely competent, who doesn't lie to anybody, you're going to be fine.
That's a Destiny take. Yo, I'll vibe off that 1,000,000%. The one thing that you can always do in life, you can be the most worthless, retarded, crippled, fucked dude, like ADHD, whatever the fuck, every problem. If you can be a guy that always shows up 5 minutes early and you are dependable, you're reliable, you're like, get shit done like in a timely manner, and you're communicative, you are so far ahead of so many people. I've said this so many times. You can ask Cake, you can ask Jader, you can ask Mr. Moot, you can ask Dan. There have been a lot of premium talent people that I've worked with. And then there have been like middling talent people. And if you can respond to an email within 24 to 48 hours, if you can deliver on a deadline, if you can communicate really well, you are so much better to work with than like the struggling schizophrenic artist who's like an amazing artist, but they're not reliable. They don't communicate. They'll go months without returning an email that you can't keep track of at all. Like being a person that's just like 5 minutes early everywhere and is ruthlessly dependable is so fucking good. That is such a good skill to have. Holy shit.
Never going to starve. You're always going to be able to make good money if you're a genuinely honest, hardworking person.
Yep.
I've never met a honest, hardworking person who will be there at 9 a.m. like you asked him to be, who completely fails at life. Yeah. So I think a lot of people who are still out here failing, they have a bunch of excuses. And yeah, we talk about how hard it is, and it's true. But if you're genuinely about it and you can find somebody with that star factor and align yourself to them, I think you could make money no matter who you are. That's, I think, the best way to make money.
So basically be a YouTuber.
It's not about being a YouTuber. It's not. It hasn't even got to be a YouTuber. It can be anything. It can be a. You can find a fucking star salesman and find a way to help his ass. I'm saying you don't always have to be the star. The biggest mistake a lot of people make is, and especially in the Western world, because I talk about this all the time. I was speaking about this with somebody else. I was saying America's strength and its weakness is the same thing. America's strength is that everybody is taught they're so unique and special and valuable.
And then when you get those unique and special people, they rise to the top because they're really pushing at it from the start. But there's a lot of misery created out of people that think they're special and unique and ultra talented, but they're not really, right?
And that's why you guys do so, but this is why America does so fantastic in, let's say, the Olympics, right? Because everyone believes that they can be a sports star and everyone works so hard, etc. This is why you have so many talented people, so many creatives, so many movie directors, etc. Because everyone's told they're fantastic. But the truth is, not everybody's fantastic. And the people who are not fantastic end up frustrated. And that's why you have so much fucking crime, rob a bank, get rich or die trying, gangsters, gangbangers. Because there's a whole bunch of people in America who think they're too good for a job, and they are really not too good for a fucking job.
This is the Kevin Samuels take too. And I think Kevin Samuels did a good job from the little that I've seen of him, from checking everybody from having unrealistic expectations. Most of his content seemed to be shitting on women, but he'd shit on men too. He would attack men that thought that they were looking, that he thought were looking for way more than what they actually should, who were kind of bums, who, you're trying to find a 22-year-old supermodel, and you're like a 27 dude working at 7-Eleven. Like, you need to be more realistic about your expectations. And I think Kevin Samuels was good, and that he told women that were of a certain class to like respect the guy that you're with too. Like, you can have a guy that's earning 40, 50,000 a year. He could be a great guy, great for you, great everything. Like, everybody doesn't have to be like the fucking leader, the champion, the 7 million sub YouTuber or whatever, right? Yeah.
That's the truth. Whereas if you look at other cultures, it's the difference, right? If you go to Asia or you go to some of these other places, you'll go to school. The very talented kids will be taken to the side. You're the top 1%. You're going to a separate class. And if you're not put in that separate class, you ain't shit. You're just like, okay, I'm working in the factory. Yes, sir. That's my job. And you're just going to do your job because the ego ain't there. So the ego is a fantastic thing for America, but it's also a detriment. So it can play both ways. But
I think if you know the value that you bring to the world, you understand what you bring, then you could kind of put yourself in a position to win, because we're not all going to be, like you said, leaders. Some people are followers.
But this is my point. When everyone has an ego, everyone wants to be the king on the chessboard.
Yeah.
You don't win.
I feel like when I was talking to Sneeko, didn't I actually use the exact phrase, like, too many chiefs and not enough Indians? Like, there's a name for this. Like, it's a well-observed thing where everybody thinks they want to be a leader and everybody wants to blah, blah, blah.
The chess game by having endless kings, that just gives you a bunch of vulnerabilities. Everyone has to know their role and play it. I've played the role of fucking pawn, knight, my whole life. I was pawn, knight, bishop, rook. I played them all.
But you always wanted to be the king.
It's not that I wanted to be. It's that if you're truly destined to be, you'll end up in a position where you're going to be.
This also kind of aligns with kind of my virtue take, where I think like the where I'm at right now in life is that like basically different people are good at different things, and I think you kind of owe it to yourself and the world to pursue what it is you're best at. Not everybody is like cut out to be like a Hollywood entertainer, or not everybody is cut out to be like a leader of a multi-million-dollar, but there's like nothing wrong with that. And that doesn't have to be, it's not like if you weren't one of those people that your life sucks. Like I think there's plenty of people living lives earning 40, 50, 60,000 a year that are living like tremendously awesome, wonderful lives. Like that's super possible. The idea that you have to be like one of these like leader people is just not true, I don't think.
Seen as a king of your empire, wherever your empire is or whatever it is. God has a plan for all of us. My plan was to do my job to the best of my ability, whatever my job was at the time. People call me arrogant, etc., etc. I spent fucking 11 years obeying my coach like he was God. Run here. Okay, 7 miles, 4 a.m. Oh, fuck. All right. I just listened. I didn't get successful by running my mouth. I didn't get successful by knowing everything. I got successful by listening. I listened.
Somebody else, I got a lot of emails after that combo too, and I should have been pointing out more things. I didn't even think about it, but like I got a lot of emails for like, bro, like 90% of CEOs have college degrees. And then also, what do successful people do? I think I count as a successful person. Like I told my kid, like Nathan is going to college and you're getting a degree before you ever hop into YouTube shit. Most likely. You're going to like, I'm not going to let him just like, oh, I'm out of high school, time to do this shit. Fuck you. You go to college, get a degree. And I think if you look at most successful people, what are they trying to do? Like, what do successful people do? They're literally known for like trying to scam schools to get their fucking kids to get into the best schools, right? What was that whole thing where they're like paying off like school administrators to let, like, they're trying so hard. Like wealthy people will cheat to get their kids into the best fucking schools. Like that's how fucking important it is for them. So the idea that like, oh no, like wealthy people know that school is a waste of time. Like, haven't you heard of these two exceptional people? It's like, well, Musk got degrees, fucking Bezos got degrees, Bill Gates was super smart before he even went into college. He was working on shit. Zuckerberg got degrees. Like 99% of these like super billionaire people are all really well-educated people. It's very, 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 very rare that somebody comes out of nothing and becomes like a billionaire. That is exceptionally rare. Most of these people are really well-educated. Fucking Donald Trump! I'm pretty sure. Wait, let's check. I don't actually know. Donald Trump Wikipedia. I know this motherfucker graduated from some bullshit. Trump family? Must have. This motherfucker skipped the draft to finish school, okay? Did he finish? Hold on. Oh, look, even Donald Trump got his 4-year degree at Wharton School of the University of Pennsylvania. And this guy came from money and had a dad that gave him money, okay? And even this motherfucker finished his 4-year degree, okay?
To my father my entire life. I listened to my coach my entire life. I just done exactly as I was told. He said punch, he said jab, I jabbed. That was it. So I just obeyed. So I played my part and played my role for a very long time before I got to a position now where I have, I don't know, a total of maybe 60, 70 people working for me across all these different industries.
Damn, that's
now
insane.
I'm the king of the empire, blah, blah, blah. But you're saying I always knew I wanted to be king. I don't think I did. I just wanted to be very, very competent and do my job very, very well. And even now to this day, if Elon Musk and I were to have a conversation one day and he would say, I want you to help me with X, I'm not going to walk in there saying, I'm the king though, bro, top G. I'm like, you know what, Mr. Elon, sure. I'll be the knight. Let's go to fucking Mars. Like there's too much ego involved. Yeah. And this is the problem with a lot of people. Egos hold them back. Ego's going to get your ass killed. Ego will put you in the fucking morgue. It'll put you in jail. And it'll also destroy a lot of opportunities. I can tell you another story. I have a whole bunch of friends who are still broke, even though they've watched my come up and I've tried to help them a million times and they'll message like, hey, man, just had to leave my job again. And they're trying to hint at borrowing money. I'm like, why? What happened? Man, my boss, he's fucking rude to me. Bro, you're a wagey and he's your boss.
Do your job.
What the fuck? Do your job. Like, you can't be messaging me saying, oh, yeah, you're top G. I'm a G. I don't take shit from my boss. Well, you have to till you're the boss. That's the game. You have to know your part and play it well.
How much of it is determined by God? You're saying, I'm wondering what you think of the difference between free will and determinism. You're saying that some people are meant to just be pawns, but how much of it is dependent on your mentality and your belief as a youngin?
People decide to be pawns. Nobody is destined to be anything they don't decide themselves to be.
I hate that people are like whatever, it's all good. But people on my subreddit were triggering me. They're like, oh, he said it so much more eloquently than Destiny did. Like, well, yeah, he did, but that's because every 3 words I would try to speak, Sneaker would jump down my fucking throat, saying essentially the same shit. I couldn't get fucking anything out without Sneaker screaming down my throat over it. It's like, Jesus.
If you're truly uncomfortable with something, you can't exist there. When I was a pawn, I did my job to the best of my ability, but let's change it. When I was a brokey, I knew I was a brokey. Trust me, I knew very well I was a brokey. My life reflected it, as did my bank balance. But I was uncomfortable in it to a position where I couldn't sleep at night. I had sleepless nights just laying there thinking, how the fuck are people buying Ferraris? I can't pay rent. This doesn't make sense. I have to escape. I can't live this way. If you're genuinely uncomfortable, if I set you on fire, you're going to stand up. You're going to move. If I set you on fire and you're chilling, then you can't say that the fire's burning. The people who are broke, and they have been broke for years and years and years, and they're still sleeping in late playing video games, are comfortable enough being broke to stay broke. I couldn't be comfortable in that position. If you put me in a shitty position, I'm so desperately uncomfortable. We can change it from money to something else.
Dude, what is
If I was morbidly obese, it wouldn't last long. I'm telling you now. With me, I couldn't do it. I couldn't look at myself in the mirror. I'd be mad at myself. I'd be angry. I'd be self-conscious. I'd fix it. The person who's been morbidly obese for 10 years and goes, I'm trying, you ain't fucking trying. You are very comfortable and very happy to be who you are.
Facts.
So anybody who's a pawn is comfortable and happy being a pawn. Otherwise, they wouldn't be one anymore. They'd at least have moved up. So when I say it's determined by God, what I'm saying is that God is producing all of us. I believe God exists. We're all made in his image to a degree. And certain people have looked at their place in life and said, this is okay. This is enough for me to sleep at night. And if that's fine, you're going to sleep. But if you were like me, if you're looking at your bitch going, she's a 7, my car ain't shit, apartment's small, I know I'm better than this, I have to find a way to escape, then motivation and the whole idea of motivation becomes it gets destroyed. People say I don't have motivation. I never had motivation. I had a burning desire to fucking fix my life. I didn't need to wake up and get I didn't have to watch YouTube to want to make some fucking money. I was like, I wanted money. Like, I didn't need YouTube to tell me, bro, you're broke. Like, so I don't think that anybody is destined to be a pawn. I think people decide to be pawns. And I'll give you an example of it. I can sit here right now as a multimillionaire, a person who has hundreds of millions of dollars. And I can say, if you go to CobraTake.com right now, you can sign up to a free newsletter, and I will email you every day for free lessons from a multimillionaire for free. All it's going to take is 13 seconds of your time to go to CobraTake.com and sign up to the email letter. And maybe 10% of the people watching will do it. And 90% will go, hey man, being broke sucks. Because they're fucking dumbasses. Well, that's their decision. I believe it's decisions. People who are broke decided to be broke. It really is not that difficult to make money out here. I really don't think it is.
What is the biggest? What about you? One thing you can make money from this year? Somebody coming up.
Man, there's a million ways to make $1 million. I think you have to pick something, put your time in, get competent at it, stay in the fight long enough to make the fucking money. There's no one way to make $1 million. In regards to what Andrew's saying, especially about the guys that are superstars or they're not. Look at me, dude. I'm a multimillionaire too, but I got no problem. In fact, me and Andrew had a conversation about this maybe 6 months or a year ago. I'm like, Andrew, you can be Michael Jordan. I'll play Scottie Pippen.
Facts all day.
I'm trying to win fucking trophies, bro. And there's nothing better in this world than to do shit with your boys. So if you got somebody in your group that is Michael Jordan, let him be fucking Michael Jordan. I'm not insecure about that.
And when you have a diverse group, when you have a group of true competent people, you'll realize that it changes role to role anyway. There are certain scenarios where it's X guy is the fucking G, and there's an X guy, he's the G. That's how it goes. When it comes to boozing, it's like, Tristan, bro, bro, you win. Like that's just the way it is. That's what happens when you're around genuine competence.
What's the biggest deciding factor, Andrew, that separates you from the 90%, the retards, the people who don't want it? Why do you make the decision to go and get it, but most people don't? What's the biggest? Is it the way you grew up? Is it the fighting? Is it being broke?
That's a good question, and that actually leads into my other question fantastically, which is amazing. I was raised for competence, and I was raised for excellence. So to a degree, I can say that I'm lucky by the fact that I had such fantastic parents, and that they told me from a very, very young age who I had to be and how I had to live. I hear a lot of things from people saying, if your father's too amazing and he can overshadow you and it makes the kid fail. I can't speak to that because I had the complete opposite experience. My father was my hero. I wanted to be exactly like him. And all I had to do was copy him and do as I was told. And I was going to be fantastic. I learned how to listen at a very young age. I learned how to obey my elders, do as I was told, eat my vegetables. My life has never truly fucked up. There's a lot of successful people who will tell you like, yeah, my life fucked up and then I recovered. I went to jail. I got out, all this shit. My life's never fucked up. My life has always been wake up, do the fucking work. That's all it's ever been. And if you wake up and do the fucking work every single day, I'm 36 years old. How can I not have hundreds of millions of dollars? All I've done is work. All I've done is get up and do what I'm supposed to do. All I've done is get up, eat right, train, work, answer the call, be on time. Like, how am I going to not have hundreds of millions of dollars? It's almost like I don't understand how you messed that up. It's because people are just lazy. So, but that feeds into my other question I want to ask all of you. How big of an impact do you think family has on a man? Because I think we're speaking majorly to men. And what advice would you give to men who love their family and they know their family love them, but their family
holds them back?
Their family are not living the lives they want to live.
Oh.
The advice they're giving is not the advice they want to follow.
Close enough.
Like, do you have any stories or do you have any advice or what kind of impact do you think a negative family environment can have on a man? And what should he do in a scenario when his parents truly love him and truly care for him, but they're telling him to like put on a mask and go to college? What do you think?
That was me.
We'll start.
Oh, so there you go. So we have an interesting story coming up.
My dad has recently been telling me, since I've been getting into the red pill and getting to these ideas and fully devoting myself to this message, that now he agrees with a lot of what I say. And he's blue pilled. We can't talk about a lot of the things, but he did what 85% of the population did. Yeah. He went to college, told me to go to college, told all my siblings to go to college, but ultimately he did give up on his dream. His dream was to be a filmmaker, was to be a creative, and he decided to fully devote himself to his family. And for me, that gave me the opportunity to fully focus on what I wanted to do because we came up in a good household.
Yeah.
He was there. He was a good inspiration. He was a good role model, just like your dad. Yeah. But I had to separate from a lot. I disappointed him in a lot of ways. Dropping out of school, dropping out of college, they didn't talk to me for a long time. Mm-hmm. Not taking what everybody else was taking, they were really upset with me. I'm sure a lot of people in the chat can relate. They ended up taking something that everybody else is saying that you're a bad person. You're going to kill my grandma if you don't take this too. Yeah. So I think you just have to decide for yourself what's the best for yourself and make the sacrifice that you're.
I like how vaccines get rolled into like everything these days. Like, okay.
What about you, Walter?
So I had two examples in my life. Robert, because I guess it talks about rich dad, poor dad. So I have my real dad, which is basically a deadbeat dad, but you know, that's my dad. And I have my granddad. And growing up, I was supposed to follow the family blueprint, which is go to school, get a degree, to go to family business. But I saw my dad and I was like, damn, like he's pretty much just like living life, doing whatever he wants, but he's not responsible. But my granddad was like an anchor. He was like the one taking care of the family, took us on trips. You know, he bought me a car, bought my mom a house. It's like, damn, he's the man of the household. So I had to make a choice. Who do I want to follow? My dad or my granddad? And I chose my granddad because for me personally, my dad would say, hey, son, I'll come pick you up. And he never would show up. My granddad would say, hey, son, I'll come pick you up. He'd always show up on time. So me personally is making a choice to say, you know what? Who do I want to be like more? My granddad or my dad? And I chose my granddad. So for me, it's just making a choice.
I think all of us have that voice in our head that tells us what we're supposed to be doing. If you know you're supposed to be great, that voice in you is going to tell you that. You can choose to listen to it, or you can choose to let the weaker voice inside of you suppress what you know you are meant to be. So as long as you listen to the voice that tells you that you're supposed to be great and you're supposed to be doing things that are bigger and better than what your family is doing, I think you're okay. Now you have to be strong enough to fight the suppression that's going to come towards you from your family. But once you decide to do that, everybody will say that it's dangerous until you've made it. Case in point, Sneeko. You know, your dad said no, 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 and then you built the following, and then he's like, okay, I see it. Same thing with my dad. My dad was always, son, don't you think that's enough? Don't you think that's enough? No, no, no. Now he's like, son, I've never seen anybody work as hard as you. And he truly respects me. So a lot of times people don't believe in you until you finally arrived. So I think that's something very important to remember. And in addition to that, I always say that suppression is wrapped in love. So a lot of times if people are uncomfortable with the things that you're doing, just remember that you are directly intimidating them by the actions that you took in spite of their inactions. Mm-hmm. So just remember that.
Yeah, that's a good point. And I get this all the time. People message me saying, hey, my family's not supportive of what I want to do. And my family don't believe I should try and do this, or my family thinks I should go down this route. And my answer has been pretty generic so far, but it seems to be effective. I think the number one thing that especially parents are worried about when they see their children is they don't like the idea of seeing them be lazy. So I had people message me, go, I don't want to go college. My parents want me to go college. I say, well, have you sat down with your parents and explained to them what you're going to do with all those years instead? Have you sat there and said, look, I'm not going to go to college?
True. This obsession with not going to college. I say this to everybody that says this. If you have to ask, should I go to college? The answer is always yes. And what he's saying is very true. When parents are like, you know, if you're working on a whole bunch of fucking shit and your parents are like, why don't you go to college? And you're like, I don't have time to go to college. I'm doing this, this, and this. It's like, okay, that's fair. I think, now I don't know if every parent would be okay with that, but they'd be more okay with that than you just be like, oh, I don't know. I don't think college is for me. Because that just sounds lazy, right? It sounds like you don't have a plan or you're not going to do anything. Instead, you're just going to waste the years.
6 hours a day doing this, 2 hours a day doing this, 1 hour a day in the gym. across next year, I'll be doing this apprenticeship. I'll get this certification. I'll be able to go here and do this. I'm going to get this passport. I'm going to go here. Or if you just said, I don't want to go to college and turn the TV back on.
Yeah.
Well, then why do you think they want you to go to college, right? It doesn't matter what you do. I think if you're a child and you explain to your parents or all the people who love you or the people around you are trying to push you in a certain direction and say, look, I have a plan. This is what it is. I have a finite amount of time on the planet. I'm going to dedicate it towards X. I'm going to make sure this is successful. I'm going to do it right. And you show competence and you show that you genuinely give a shit and you're up before them and go to sleep after them. They're not going to hate on anything you do. I think a lot of the people are saying, oh, my parents are trying to suppress me. No, what your parents are trying to do is inspire you to do something because you're a lazy fuck. You ain't doing shit.
Sorry.
And I completely understand that.
True,
if you have
though.
a fucking teenage son sitting around smoking weed, you want to send his ass to college. Like, what else is he going to let him do? Sit there and smoke weed? If you were genuinely up grinding, even if you weren't making money, if you were in the gym every day and you're a bodybuilder and you look like a tank, they'd still be a bit like, all right, he's doing something. I mean, like, at least he ain't just sitting around, right? So I think that's the biggest thing. When your family, you nailed it with the suppression love. When your family are trying to hold you back, what they're trying to do is make you do something because they think you're doing nothing. Because if you were doing enough, they wouldn't really be so concerned with what you were doing at all. It's about output more than what you're putting your output into. It's just about doing something, existing in the world.
And to your point, Andrew, so for example, even myself, like my mom would say, don't go to America. It's dangerous. Don't go over there. You might end up dead. And I was like, you know what, Mom? My granddad did the same thing. He left Barbados, came to America.
Okay, people keep making fun of Sneeko for not saying anything, okay? Keep in mind, too, that, like, Sneeko is at a table with people that are all, like, really far ahead of him in terms of, like, stages of life, right? So, of course, like, these guys are going to have more to say on these particular topics. Like, I wouldn't really expect Sneeko to be able to contribute much at a table where everybody else has, like, kind of already made it or is, like, well into their journey. Well, he's still kind of figuring shit out, right? Like, everybody here is at least 5 years, if not 10 years older than him, right? I don't know how old, like, Walter is or Myron or anything, but...
I'm getting successful.
Like, it would be super cringe for him to try to argue over all these people, I think.
1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, faster, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Oh, shit. There we go. Back again. All right. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. Not bad, not bad.
Why does he shit talk you then? Oh, probably because he doesn't respect me because I'm from a totally different ideological background. He, like, idolizes these guys, right? But he has no respect for me.
Cool. I was like, you know what? I'm gonna leave school. I'm sorry to say, I love you, but I don't want to follow. I don't want to follow the family path. I want to do what my granddad did. So I said, you know what? I'm gonna sell my bike, sell my truck, and move it to America. She's like, don't go, son. It's dangerous. I can't have you going there. I said, look, I love you, Mom. Here's my plan. I'm going to America. I'm gonna retire you and be successful. That's it. And I did it. So me having that talk to her made her feel a little bit comfortable, but like still, she's like, you know what? Don't go. It's dangerous, and you gotta make a choice, man. Yeah. So.
All right, so before I give my answer, I'm going to go ahead and kill the YouTube stream. So, guys, I need you guys to go over to Rumble right now, rumble.com/TateSpeech, okay, guys? So you can go ahead and get the rest of this stream and support Andrew, man. Like, yo, the Matrix is trying to attack him. We gotta show the support, man.
Thanks,
support the top G. So
I appreciate it.
I'm going to kill the YouTube stream right now, guys. So I'm going to give you guys a second. Rumble.com/TateSpeech. Again, it's rumble.com/TateSpeech, and we're going to go ahead and continue. Yeah, you know what? Let me go ahead and well, hold on. Let me refresh this thing real fast before I do it. And this has been a fire stream, by the way. We got almost 20,000 y'all in here. So
Nico, Justin, Andrew, and also
this is it right here, guys. I'm gonna share the screen with y'all real fast. And I know I'm doing the producing thing over here.
Producer, all the best shows.
Yeah, so come on over, guys, to what the hell? Okay, hold on. I got it right now. It's giving me a little bit of a hard time here. So it's Chrome tab, bam, this one right here. There we go. All right, so let me share it for y'all real fast.
Bother you when you agree with Tate? No, why would it bother me? If somebody says something correct, of course I'm going to agree with it. What do you mean?
Can y'all see that? Yeah, you guys should be able to see that right now. Yeah. This is us right now on Rumble, guys. So come on over. It's rumble.com/TateSpeech. Okay, guys, so I'm going to go ahead and kill the YouTube stream right now. We love y'all on YouTube, but come on over, okay? There's 17,000 plus you guys in here on YouTube alone.
Guys.
Go on over to rumble.com/TateSpeech to support the top G, and I'll tell you guys.
Rip. See you later. Let's see. Dun, 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 dun. I guess this is irrelevant. August wanted me to watch this yesterday. And then we'll watch the Vouch thing. Split the VOD.
Joe Rogan Experience.
I'm never on my phone. I can't even tag you on Instagram.
No,
in the post today to let everybody know the fight companion.
There's
going
Shadow
on.
Ban and then there's Eddie Ban.
Wait, isn't this... I feel like we've watched some of this before, 3 weeks ago. Did we watch the whole thing or just a little bit, or...?
Follow people. They won't allow me to follow anybody. Well, that's how wild it is. I got students that think I'm a dick. I go, why would you follow? Yeah, I'm like, I'm trying to follow you. Well, maybe try to lay off on you. I have to make videos. I do screenshot video. I go, look, boom, and I go back. Look, it says follow. Now you're following. Then I go off the page and I go back, follow back. I press it, and
things they said.
How far should we go?
If you go back,
Fuck, I don't remember if we watched the whole thing or not. August, good luck. I love you. We gave you enough today. It's Vouch time. I heard this is a really good conversation. Vosh is hitting up our friends in our sphere. He's trying to make his way back in. Cute.
Yo, what's up, buddy?
Howdy.
How you doing? You ready to go live?
I am live on my end right now, actually.
Cool, cool. I'm gonna go live on my end too. All right, what up, guys? We are live. So we got part 2 of our debate with Vosh. So yeah, man, it's good to chat with you again. I think the big disappointment with our first debate was that it was too civil. We just wound up agreeing on too much shit. But fortunately, I think we're gonna heavily disagree on this. I don't know. We'll have to flesh out like kind of your position, but I think
he actually spoke to him first.
But yeah, thanks for coming on, Vosh.
Yeah, the pleasure's mine. Yeah, I'm sure we'll find a couple things we disagree with.
I think on the Andrew Tate issue, we definitely disagree. I'll start off with one thing that we disagree on, that we actually agree on. I was watching your video where it was called The Case for Why Andrew Tate Should Be Banned. Actually, first off, let me ask this question out of professional courtesy. Is there any words I can't say on your stream because you're streaming right now? Is there any words you want me to avoid?
You should be fine. I mean, I'd avoid the hard R just as a matter of courtesy, but outside that, should be fine.
Okay, so I just say like R thing, right? Like something like that, refer to it that way?
Oh, yeah, like the N-word hard R.
Oh, that, okay, yeah.
Oh, no, you can say retard if you want.
Okay, I was talking about...
I don't know, Vosh's community ain't too happy with his stance
no,
on
you're
that
good,
one.
don't worry.
Okay, cool. I'm just making sure, because I saw in one of your videos you...
He's so innocent, yeah.
Oh, that's just for the videos themselves. The streams always get demonetized anyway.
All right, cool. So yeah, I'll start off with on the one thing that we agree on when it comes to the Andrew Tate thing, and that is, I agree with you when you said the big reason why he got deplatformed is he got too popular too fast. That was my thought initially as well. I think when you get so popular so fast, it's a double-edged sword. Once you get the popularity, but two, you're under a lot more scrutiny. So I think on that point, you and I very much agree.
Yeah, well, I mean, moderation on social media platforms is never going to be perfectly consistent. It's always going to be moderated through the attention economy and what gets focused on the most at any given point in time. So it makes sense that with his meteoric rise, he would attract all that attention so quickly, and that would cause the problems.
Yeah. Now here's where the disagreement starts. So you said, and this is a direct quote, I think Andrew Tate being deplatformed is good, right? Another thing, well, actually, we'll just stick on that for a second and we'll move on to the next thing. So what is your case for why is it good?
Well, I think it's at least on my end of the aisle, it's pretty self-evident that Tate's like a monstrously bad human being on almost every level.
Oh no!
Like
Has
on a
Vosh watched
professional
anything?
Ethical level, like the information he distributes, the way he distributes it, everything about him just seems to be sort of maximized for worsening the world that we live in. And given that, I think that it's perfectly okay to sort of cultivate what gets the attention, the broader social media sphere. We've always had processes for that, as far back as human civilization goes. If you're disliked enough, if you're causing enough trouble, eventually you will be taken off the soapbox. And I think that's okay. By the way, I'm getting a bit of feedback from your mic when you're not talking. Let me see. Is there a StreamYard setting for?
I think I could probably fix that. Yeah, hang on a second. Let me see. Tell me if
he's getting in his head, guys.
Gotcha.
Is it better now?
That totally fixed it.
All right, cool. All right, keep going.
Oh no, that's it really. Just I'm okay with the cultivation of presented content through terms of service.
Okay, well let's explore that. Why is he a demonstrably horrible human being?
Is Vosh gonna have
Well, it
any
seems like all the
examples?
stuff that he promoted was mostly about like contempt for women. that
All
they were,
the
like,
stuff he
lesser
promoted.
creatures
Oh
that need to be
no,
controlled
Vosh
by
didn't
men.
do any homework again for a debate. How many times are you gonna do this? It seems like all the stuff he promoted. Really, all the stuff? Do you think Alex is gonna push him for a single example and he won't be able to give an example of it?
That he had an incredibly callous attitude towards consent, putting that pretty lightly there. You know, like him saying that they have a lesser, sort of more moderate attitudes, maybe towards sexual assault in Romania. You know, like out here they're less.
No, the Romanian... God, dude, at least quote him correctly. Or from the clip that I heard, I think I heard him speak twice about this. When Andrew Tate talked about going to Romania because you can't get Me Too'd there as much or whatever, or the sexual assault stuff is different, he wasn't saying that he went there to rape women. He's saying that he went there to avoid false allegations of rape. That's what he said. Now, whether you think that take is bad or good, that's fine, go in on that. But it wasn't literally like, I like Romania because I can rape women easier. It was, I like Romania because women can't do false Me Too's against you. That's what he said. Like, just...
cucked, you know, less feminist with their definitions on some kinds of stuff like that. His main lesson plan just mostly seemed to be about making young men like worse versions of themselves, which is pretty socially destructive. Young men are pretty impressionable and insecure. They're pretty easy to manipulate.
You really feel like most of his content was about putting women down and being shitty to women?
No, I think there was a lot of other stuff, like sort of projecting his insecurities, flashing his wealth, promoting his pyramid scheme, lying to people about the effectiveness of drop shipping and crypto investment. I think he did, like, I mean, he, like, holistically, like, he did a lot. But I do think, like, the sort of predominant drive of his content was, yeah, mostly about, like, fearing, hating, and trying to control women. You know, that was kind of like the main driver, I think. From what I
Okay,
saw.
on that we fundamentally disagree. I think the main driver, and again, I want to clarify, I'm not some big Andrew Tate fanboy. There are things before even he got deplatformed that I publicly disagree with him on, so I don't agree with all his positions. But as far as I saw, and I think as far as a lot of people saw it, the main driver of the main message he was pushing is how can men be better men? Now, some of the ways in which he advocated men becoming better men, I disagreed with him on. Right, we can disagree on the two, but that was the main thing he was pushing. Now, in terms of women, his position was that women are precious creatures that should be protected, sometimes from themselves. Meaning, like, if he's in a relationship with a girl, he's going to do his best to protect her. Now, personally, that's not an attitude I take with my girlfriend, but I don't see that as being hateful towards women. I just see that maybe being a little outdated, you could say.
The sad thing is that Andrew Tate has a more sophisticated understanding of oppression, potentially, than Vosh does. Something that Andrew Tate said that probably applies here. Vosh should know this. There's different types of like soft sexism and hard sexism. And the type of sexism that Vosh seemed to be implying existed was a kind of a bigotry of small expectations thing, where women need to be protected because they're not as capable as men. And Andrew Tate correctly pointed out that sometimes oppressive behavior can come from a place of love. When your parents are telling you, don't do this crazy shit and pursue your dreams or blah, 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 they're not saying that because they fucking hate you. They're just saying because they're worried about you. They don't want you to do some crazy shit. They don't want you to waste your life being lazy. They don't want you to skip out on school and potentially not get a good job. Like, a lot of the bad things that people can do to you can come from a place of love, believe it or not. Vosh should understand this, but we'll see.
But I don't see any hate in that.
Well, this is always the attitude that the bigot takes, you know?
Oh, no.
Slave owners often argue that they were engaging in a kind of paternalistic protection of the slaves. That the slaves, the black African slaves, were naturally stupid and childish, so the...
I actually truly do believe, I think Vosh wasn't lying when he said he stopped watching my content, because he definitely got, like, markedly worse in understanding any of the shit that he talks about. Jesus.
Selfless white slave owners would provide stuff like food and housing, that it wasn't hate that motivated their interracial relations, but rather a kind of, you know, like, we all do what we can, and, you know, we fit within the slots God gave us. And misogynists tend to be like that too. This, like, you know, I love women, I want to protect women stuff, it's total bullshit. If you're a straight guy, then you loving women should be like a default. It's like a default presumption that kind of comes with the territory.
Being a straight guy, just because you want to fuck a woman doesn't mean that you love or respect women. What are you talking about? What?
Tori, people who talk about how much they love women, like, over and over, in between lines on how you have to control your woman to make sure she doesn't cheat on you, and, like, sort of glib comments on, like, your propensity towards abuse or your attitudes towards consent. It's really like a defense you're playing. You're, like, directing attention away. It's like, well, I don't, you know, my attitude to women, I don't, you know, hate women. I love women. You know, they're just like kind of stupid. And, you know, they need to be like led around. You know, stuff like that. You hear it a lot from his community.
Yeah, we got to unpack a lot of those things you said. So first of all, I think we can agree there's a lot of men who don't love women. There's a lot of men who hate women on the internet. Would you disagree with that?
No, for sure. But like, what do you mean when you say love? Would you agree that somebody can love women? Okay, like I think Epstein loved women. I think he loved women in a lot of ways. I don't think he treated women well. You know, I don't know what it means to like love a woman in the way that a lot of these guys seem to.
Based.
Well, are you asking me how I personally love women? Or
No,
how
I'm sure you have a normative attitude towards it. You know, I'm fine with that. I'm just saying, like, what does it mean when you say you love women? Like, what are you signaling, right? Because, like,
well, think about it like this. I think this was his attitude towards women. And again, I agree it's outdated, right? But I don't think it's a misogynistic one. The way he saw it was like women are like you know, like your favorite pet. Like you love your pet, but you sometimes protect your pet from itself. You keep it from maybe eating bad shit on the ground. Like I love my dog, you know, but my dog, you know, he's not the smartest thing, right? He sometimes eats shit off the ground. It's bad for his stomach. Now, again, I think you actually need to do that in a relationship, right? Like I don't think you actually need to protect the girl from herself. I think that's a major headache. But that in of itself, you can say is silly. You can say that's redundant, outdated. But I don't think you can say that's a hateful attitude towards women.
Well, it's literally thinking they're subhuman and that you have like, a right to guide and dictate to them how to live, which is again like very comparable to where the slave owners treated slaves, right? Like, you know, we don't hate the Africans. It's like, well, they need leading, they need guidance. Like that was a big line in terms of,
I was gonna say, are
like,
children
justifying
subhuman?
slave ownership, because it made it seem like actually they're, you know, out of the goodness of our heart, we employ them and we give them food and bread and shelter, you know.
Vosh, but that is a false analogy because there's no choice, there's no consent. So slaves were forced into their position, right? They didn't choose to be slaves; they were forced to be slaves. All the women that Andrew Tate dates chose to date him. That's the big difference there.
Hopefully, all the women who had sex with them too.
The random rape comment. Oh my god.
The comparison that I'm drawing is that it's possible to hate a group of people, and that hate is expressed through this like paternalistic, I'm more of a human than you, so like I get to make the decisions. Like the comparison between women and dogs is really common in like the Tate sphere of like the pickup artists, men's rights, whatever.
He got Tate sphered.
And there's really no way to believe that without hating women. If you literally think a group of people is subhuman, you can't really get around that, right? Like comparisons to dogs are historically tied like literally to acts of genocide when it comes to like the language you use to demean a group or to put them in a different like category.
Let me approach it like this. Let me give you another analogy. Think about like, okay, I'll just draw from my own childhood. My dad was very overprotective, right? My dad clearly loved me, right? But he didn't really let me make up my own mind when I was growing up. So I was like, Dad, I don't want to do karate anymore. I want to play soccer. Oh, that's a big mistake. No, I want you to keep doing karate, right? He was overprotective. But that's because he thought that I needed to defend myself. And there's elements of truth to that, right? You know, being able to defend yourself is good. But again, he wasn't like you wouldn't say that my dad hated me just because he was being overprotective of me, would you?
Well, no, because you were literally a child. But if you thought that a group of adults were like children, a group that's so disadvantaged that we put them in a different legal and social category, I would also consider that to be a kind of hatred, yeah. Because you're, again, basically saying they're subhuman. Like, they're adults, but mentally, they're basically children. Like, that's, you know, what they said about the slaves. They did. They actually said that. The idea that blacks had naturally childlike minds was actually, like, one of the overriding, like, scientific, racist, like, sort of stereotypes that were used throughout the slave period.
But then you would have to bite the bullet and say that liberals actually hate black people, because as you've seen a lot of black content creators like Abba and Jay, whatever, I forget his name, say that like there's a lot of like liberal racism where basically it's not like blatant racism, right? It's just this condescending, like, listen, black people don't really know how to decide what's best for themselves, so we kind of have to help and guide them, right? So if we're going to say, and I don't think that's coming from a bad place, I think that's just white people generally trying to maybe help black people, right? But then you would have to bite the bullet and say all those liberals actually hate black people because they're childizing them, infantizing them, not letting them make up their own mind.
If there was a liberal who said, I think black people are like dogs or children, I would agree that that is racist of them. In the same way that when Tate did it with women, I think it's sexist of him and indicates a hatred for that group.
Hatred.
I don't think liberals.
Okay, but just do the comparison to dogs. We don't hate dogs, do we?
But if liberals are trying to protect black people from themselves and helping them make better decisions for their communities, right, just basically kind of infantizing them and saying that, you know what, we can decide these things a little bit better for you. You wouldn't say that's racism, or would you?
Well, the majority of black people are themselves liberals, so this just seems like liberals of all races having opinions politically that differ from some black conservatives. I don't think that liberals generally are that paternalistic when it comes to like the political opinions of black people. If a black person has like a bad political opinion, I think you can just like disagree with it. And that's mostly what I see happening. But a lot of black conservatives are like massive crybabies. So like if you criticize them for having a shit take, they'll be like, well, I get to say this because I'm black. And if you point out that's not really an argument, they're like, well, you're telling me a black person how to manage my business. Like, well, you must think that I'm stupid. You're the racist, you know? And it's like this infinite cycle that goes nowhere. But Tate has directly invoked, like, women are children, like women are dogs, whatever, like they're lesser, you know? If a liberal did that with black people, I think everyone would agree that it's racist. So we have to agree that it's sexist when Tate does it with women.
I think we can agree on disagree on the liberal racism thing. I'll pose the question like this. Do you think it's fair for a man to dictate the terms of his own relationship?
Of course, everyone has a right to. But the terms that you have can obviously say a lot about you ethically, right?
This is one of the careful things you had to get into that I pointed out when some people were debating Tate. You have to keep in mind that, like, you can not like Tate's standards for relationships, but as long as people are, like, consenting to joining relationships with him, you can't really be that critical of, or you can't call him, like, a rapist, at least, or say he's, like, forcing people to do that. Like, I mean, you consent to the terms of the relationship when you enter the relationship, right? Fosh isn't incorrect here, though, right? Like, the terms that you set for a relationship could say a lot about you as well. That is true too.
Sure, yeah, right. But it is your, like, so for example, I don't have a right to tell you how to have a relationship with your girlfriend. Meaning if I think like you're doing something fucked up, it's not my place to come in and say, Vosh, you shouldn't be doing that with your girlfriend.
No, I think you have a right to. Like if I abused my girlfriend.
No, we're assuming nothing illegal is taking place. Meaning assuming like, I don't know, like let's just say you're in a relationship where once a month you get to go out and fuck another girl, but she doesn't get to fuck anyone else. And I think that's unfair, right? It's not my place to come in and say that.
Well, it doesn't have to be illegal, right? Like you can abuse a partner and gaslight them and like treat them like shit without like tripping the law. I think you would have a right to criticize me for that. I think that I have a right to like make decisions, but I think that those decisions are open to criticism. Like legally, I have every right to not allow black people into my house. I can even say that openly. I could say that to a cop. They can't do shit about it. But I still think that would like warrant criticism, right? Like you could say, even though it's your right to decide who goes into your house, I think you're racist for not allowing black people in.
Okay, yeah, you're right about that, but it's not, the better word is it's not my place to tell you how to run your relationships, right? That is your decision, not mine.
I'm fine with it. If you have an ethical qualm with something that's part of another person's relationship, I think that's totally fine. I think that like historically, there are plenty of legal things that are kind of like the norm in relationships that are really, really bad. Marital rape wasn't even illegal until a couple decades ago, so you could just rape your wife whenever you wanted with no legal consequences.
Wait, did he say, is marital rape legal now? Not based.
But I still think you can make the moral criticism, like back in like 1970 or whatever.
Okay. Okay, let's approach it like this, because I think we're maybe a little bit of a standstill. Tate has a different way of viewing relationships. He views relationships. We agree the fact that he views women as these basically creatures that need to be protected from themselves, right? What is the hate in that? Like, where does the hatred part lie?
I guess it really depends on like hatred, like the definition that you're using. So when I say hatred, like you're literally
bigotry
like,
bigotry of small expectations is what you're looking for, or low expectations.
I find that usually men do this because they're incredibly insecure. They're not really afraid of women like hurting themselves. They're afraid of women's agency. So they'll say like, hey, this is for your own good. And then they'll say like, don't talk to other guys or whatever, because like you should only be interested in me. And it's motivated by insecurity. So I think like the hatred really is of like the stereotype of the pernicious or like an untrustworthy woman, and they're like terrified of it. And a lot of the control and political biases that come out of that are an attempt to try to assuage those insecurities.
Jesus.
Okay, I think we just need to start off by defining hatred, I guess. So how do you define hatred, Bosch?
When I say hatred, I mean like sort of contemptuous disregard or like depersonalization. But if you want, I can go with like dehumanization. Like the term itself, I think, is replaceable with a few others in terms of like what I would criticize Tate's content for. Like if I would accuse like a paternalistic slave owner, like I don't know, Thomas Jefferson or whatever, of hating black people, but maybe it'd be easier to say like he thought them were subhuman, he dehumanized them.
Okay, so for you, hatred is interchangeable with dehumanization, basically.
Well, they tend to overlap, yeah. I mean, it's really, really difficult to justify dehumanizing a class of people without there being some kind of like deeply rooted emotional like contempt towards them in some form or another. And it's not like Andrew Tate never indicated contempt towards women. That was a pretty frequent feature of his content as well, you know. What women do, you know, when they do something wrong, like how do you punish them? How do you maintain like authority over them? A lot of it came across like pretty contemptuous.
So we partially agree on the fact, I agree with you that there's elements of insecurity in the way Andrew Tate handles relationships. Insecurity, though, is not always the same thing as hatred. You'd have to give me specific examples then of like some hateful things that he has said in reference to women or
example
in his
time.
Show me an example, like a specific example of contempt that he has for women.
I mean, I think he said that if a woman accused him of cheating, he would like slap them or like hold them down or something. I think he's made a couple comments that sort of
Oh, how could Vosh
consent.
Okay, the name of your debate, it's on Andrew Tate's deplatforming. So if you're gonna feel like he should be deplatformed, I feel like you probably need like at least 2 examples for why you think he should be deplatformed. That's a pretty big deal, right? Just 2 examples would be good to work from.
Like not exactly an affirmative consent kind of guy, like choke them, you know, like make her say yes, that kind of stuff.
He said to choke a woman that doesn't agree with something. Is this, now I don't know Andrew Tate stuff, all of it, but has Andrew Tate really said that? I feel like I would have heard about that one if he really said that. You should choke women that don't agree with you on things.
I don't have like a clip show here. You know, I'm sure if everyone like Google's worst thing Andrew Tate's have said, they'll find
I'm not
like,
here
a
to do the
HuffPost
research for
article
you.
on like some of the more objectionable stuff, but the hatred stuff isn't really like the predominant thing. Even if there was no like hatred in him, like the dehumanization's enough for me. That hits the point just fine.
Okay. Well, so the slap thing, that was a joke though. Like you do know that, right?
I mean, yeah, people like him tend to say a lot of stuff that's jokes, I think. It's pretty difficult to tell because it fits perfectly in line with like all the politics he advocates for.
He advocates for beating women? Andrew Tate slap women joke. Can we find this? Wait, can somebody tell me where this clip comes from or link me this clip that you think he's referencing? There's a video of him beating... No, not a video, because that was clearly... The video was... The woman herself has come out and said it was consensual. And if you've watched it, it probably is. Why the fuck would you record something like that? Like, how fucking dumb. Because on that first page, a short.
Tate's a woman beater. He beats woman. Look at this video about video from me from 10 years ago.
No, not this.
Have you ever seen a woman try and do anything competently? Like, imagine a girl pick this up. If I pick this up, you ain't fucking with me. I'd have my left hand. I'd still like jab. I'd fucking swing low. Take your fucking knee out. You ain't gonna see it coming. What would a woman do? Slap the machete, slap her in the face. One hand, machete, and then backhand. I perfected this in pimp school. When I got my PhD, we had to practice if a girl comes at you, you cheated, you cheated. It's bang out the machete, boom in her face, and then grip her up by the neck. Like, shut up, bitch! Her panties get wet. Machete's on the floor, her panties are all wet. And you go, fuck her. That's how it goes. Slap, slap. Grab, choke, shut up, bitch, sex. These are the basic moves of pimping. Fucking some little amateur. What if a girl picks it up? You're a fucking loser.
Okay, you can definitely be critical of him for his humor. For sure. That's totally fine. But I don't think this was authentic advice on like, if a woman approaches you for cheating, I would slap her. Like, it feels like it's part of a joke. Now, again, you can be critical on somebody for their humor, but
so like, you know, it's like a joke, right? And I've seen enough Andrew Tate fans to know, like, they have a pretty contemptuous attitude towards what you might call like a feminist affirmative consent model of sex having.
I don't think that that video had anything to do with how to get a woman to consent or anything like that. I think we're pretty far from that in that video.
So, yeah. Again, like you can clip share like infinitely back and forth, and this is a joke, and that's a joke, and it's out of context, whatever. But at the end of the day, you agree with me. Like, he literally thinks of humans like a lower type of person. That, for me, is sufficient.
So humans as a lower type, or women, you mean?
Oh, sorry, as women. Like a women lower type of humans, my bad. So that, to me, justifies, like, literally everything that you would, like, criticize him for.
Jesus.
I don't know if I would phrase it like that. I think he thinks women need to be protected from themselves, at least the woman that he's in a relationship with, or that a guy gets in a relationship with. I don't know if that actually means that he thinks they're lower. I just think he thinks they're different, meaning like we can agree that women are physically weaker, right? Like, so if I'm walking down...
Similar joke, different video.
Slap, slap, grab, choke, shut up, bitch, sex.
Okay, that's a 4-second clip, but okay.
With my girlfriend and someone threatens us, it makes more sense for me to be the one that physically gets involved because I'm a lot stronger than her. My girlfriend's 5 feet tall. So he just goes a little bit further with that line and thinks, well, women, you know, maybe are a little bit more emotional. They tend to make more rash decisions. So maybe it's your duty, if you're in a relationship with your girlfriend, to protect her from making bad decisions. I don't think he thinks it's inferior. It's just different. But women, for example, might be better when it comes to, like, you know, emotional stuff. Like, when I say emotional stuff, I mean like, you know, social situations, right? Like reading the room, or maybe maternal things and stuff like that. So I just think he thinks they're different things. Not one is better or worse than the other.
The problem is, like, that's what they always say, right? Like, white supremacists will say the same thing. Like, I don't believe white people are better than black people.
Can you think of anything that's not like fucking slave owners, white supremacists? Like, well, it's interesting that you say that women should go to all women's schools and men should go to all men's schools. In South Africa, when they did apartheid, like, bro,
are good at civilization, math, science, intelligence, and everything, and black people are good at basketball. The implication's always there. And also, like, the comparison between women and dogs and or children, like, dogs and or children aren't like different kinds of adults. They're like legally and capability wise like worse than adults. Children are literally underdeveloped and dogs are literally not human. But these are frequent comparisons that are made. If the only
those are comparisons I made, just for the record, not Tate. I said those things.
No, I know, but like he has as well. The comparison between women and dogs has been like a pretty common men's pickup artist thing for a long time. And dogs and children are lesser to adult humans, you know, kind of by definition, right? It's if it was just like, oh, if you're a guy, like you should use your superior strength to help in situations where that's relevant, I don't think anyone would object to that. But he's talking about being like the leader in decision making broadly, because women can't do that because men do it better, and that is like a category of people he's putting on a lower step than men.
Okay, you agree there are fundamental differences between men and women, right?
Yeah, but not when it comes to like their ability to manage their lives, the worth of their agency, or anything like that. It would just be like, I mean, their average like strength and size differences, reproductive stuff, minor stuff like that.
True.
Definitely not in regards to their agency. But for example, it's not a really far stretch to say that men, on average, make better leaders than women. That's due to testosterone, due to some brain differences, right? That's not a big stretch. I think there's pretty good data for that.
That's true.
There isn't, though.
Okay, you would disagree with that?
No, yeah, 100%. There's no evidence at all that the brain structure of men and women, respectively, makes men better leaders. But that belief is like a common, like, oh,
Bosch is going to lose this argument, though, if he's going to try to have this without any source whatsoever. Because I know this Alex dude probably has shit.
But, you know, that's not really like... that's not really like an affirmation of the difference, right? I mean, there were social biases between white and black people in Jim Crow era America. Like, it's, you know, that's kind of leading on the
Bosch is like, thank God for slavery and black people.
But you don't think massive differences in testosterone will play a role in how assertive you are in a workspace?
I don't, in terms of how assertive you are, like, this is very socially determined. When women are assertive, they get called bitches, and when guys are assertive, they get called go-getters. So there's kind of like a socially discouraging factor. And even then, like, assertiveness isn't always a good thing, right? Like, lots of guys are so assertive that they're like machismo-laden dumbasses who get themselves in trouble 24/7 because they can't, like, restrain their ego. Oftentimes, like really effective leaders are kind of like patient, quiet, socially oriented. How can you say women are better at social stuff, but men are better leaders? Like, isn't that a contradiction?
Nice. He got stumbled
Not
into
necessarily.
a close correct answer.
Being a leader is a very, very specific type of social things, right? It's a very specific and distinct type. There's many other types of social things. I think this is where you and I are going to disagree on. This is a whole new can of worms. You're going to say, I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, that the reason why that like 98% of Fortune 500 CEOs are men is because of social factors and because of biases in the workplace. I'm going to say it's partially because of that, but partially also because of biological factors. Am I assuming your position correctly?
You're correct. Yeah, I think it's overwhelmingly social influences rather than biological ones.
Right, and I'm gonna say it's closer to like split down the middle, but that's a whole can of worms that I think we can debate for hours and hours on it.
The problem is that there's just no scientific evidence for the claim that it is. Usually because usually this is how it happens. This is like the problem with EvoPsych, right? You'll have a social bias. Some group of people are treated worse than the other, and people will say, oh, well, that's not unfair. One group is just naturally different / worse than the other. What's the evidence for this? Well, no. And then they like come up with some explanation. Then social circumstances change and that gap like sort of closes. And then like it was just like Coke, right? Back in the 50s, the Irish had like a much lower average IQ than the English, but now it's completely caught up. But back then they thought it was because the Irish were just genetically inferior, you know?
Yeah, I mean, again, like this is like I don't want to open up this rabbit hole, but I'll quickly address what you said. So I'm just going to share my screen real quick. There are fundamental differences between a man and a woman grade. Female has greater volume in prefrontal cortex, subprefrontal cortex, superior temporal cortex, lateral, blah, blah, blah. Males on average has greater volume in ventral, blah, blah, blah. So there are fundamental differences, and you can just go through studies for days and days. There are fundamental differences.
Well, if Alex wanted to really throw a wrench in Vosh, what Alex could have said, wait, so you agree that there are no differences whatsoever in the brains of men and women? Well, what about for trans people? I thought that, Vosh, don't you make the argument that sometimes we know that transness is like a biological thing because like there are differences in like the trans brain versus like what we'd expect to see like in a cis woman's brain or a cis male's brain?
Between a man's brain and a woman's brain. Now, look, no one's going to give you a clear-cut answer how those differences in the man's and woman's brains are going to manifest in terms of their, let's just say, ability to climb the work hierarchy, right? That's going to be more of a theorizing type of thing. But there are, to say that there's like no differences between a man's and woman's brain is fundamentally not true. Like all the science supports that, yes, there are. They've studied this to death. There are fundamental differences between a man's brain and a woman's brain. But yeah, that's, I think.
You said no differences.
I know there are differences, but the question is, to what extent can those differences be determined to be like causatively affecting social outcomes? We know there are differences in size and brain matter and stuff on average.
Oh, okay.
But like there are no like leadership genes. The question is, now that we know those differences exist, what do they affect? There are, of course, differences that do affect stuff. Obviously, due to the hormone washes that men and women tend to be subjected to, there are.
I hate this phrase that he uses. Where did Vosh get? Somebody must have emailed him this phrase, hormone wash. I've never, ever seen this phrase. I think I tried to search for this online. I don't think in any literature I've ever seen this phrase, hormone wash. I think he got this like during his. I don't know if this came from his debate from like the trans stuff or what, but it's such a weird.
Differences in a lot of stuff having to do with reproduction, for example. They say like pain tolerance for women is higher. Women, estrogen makes you more emotional, so women are probably more likely to cry. But testosterone also makes you more emotional. People don't talk about that because like people even have jokes about like roid monkeys, like gym bros who like get doped up on roids and then get super angry and they're emotional and shit. But nobody says like testosterone makes you emotional. You know, they say it makes you like strong, because like emotional is the dirty word they use for women with their hormone, you know?
Let me just quickly address the testosterone thing. This is actually something I know a lot about because I take testosterone replacement therapy. I've thoroughly researched testosterone to the T. So you're partially correct. Testosterone does make you more emotional if you go to super physiological levels. But let's say you're a man who has low testosterone and you get on TRT and you get into like the optimal range, you actually become a lot more calm and grounded. That's exactly what happened to me. So I was having these mood swings when I had low testosterone, got on TRT, right? And when I got to the optimal range, I felt more calm and grounded, less emotional. Now, when I try to play around with it and go a little bit too high, yes, I did experience that, you know, when you go too high. But it's with testosterone, if you're in that optimal range, that actually makes you calm and grounded. It's only when you go too high that you become emotional. But that's a little bit of a side point. But it's not that like more testosterone makes you more emotional. That's incorrect.
Well, you're trying to like balance out within the physiology you have, but on average, testosterone does contribute to higher like degrees of violence or anger. So, for example, it's not a coincidence that men are responsible for like 90% of violent crime, like everywhere, and a lot of that is a product of like crimes of passion, like impulse control stuff. So like in terms of like people say like women are more emotional, women cry more often, sure, but guys are more likely to snap and kill you. So in terms of like, yeah, so yeah, it's the way this stuff gets like framed. You know what I mean? Like women are more emotional, so they can't be as good of leaders. But guys, well, it's like they're take charge, and then being angry is actually like in service of that. It's all these weird like linguistic tricks we play to justify the biases we have.
Yeah, I mean, like you and I can go through studies for days and try to get to the bottom of how much of a role like the testosterone brain differences make in leadership. I think we're getting off topic on the debate, so I want to bring it back to the. That could be an interesting discussion we'll have another time. But I want to get back on track with the Andrew Tate thing. So we're talking about. You said that it doesn't necessarily need to be hatred; it can be just the fact that you're subhumanizing someone, correct?
Subhumanizing.
For you. So
New word alert.
So basically, even if there is no hatred, if Andrew Tate is subhumanizing women, you're okay with that being the reason to get
Dehumanizing is the word we're looking
off.
for, right?
Yeah, because once you've deemed a group of people to be subhuman, you can do or say basically anything with them. You've basically designated them like a legitimate victim of any political claims that you want to make about them. Which is why like you know, usually guys in the Tate sphere, like it's not long before you see people talking about like outlawing adultery, or like there are a lot of people who don't think women should have had the right to vote, like they think it was a mistake. You know, stuff like that. Like it always goes downstream once you designate a group of people to be subhuman. I mean, that's what people have always thought about women in patriarchal societies, right? Like they love women. I mean, of course they love women, like they love fucking them, you know? They're pretty, you know, they're nice to be around, but like they're still like kind of dogs that need to be led around, you know? And like we have thousands of years of oppression of women to show for like where that attitude leads, you know? Islamic extremists love that line, by the way. Like the whole like, we love women, that's why we seek to protect them by covering them up so that their beauty is preserved, you know?
Yeah, sure. I mean, Islamic fundamentalists are a pretty bizarre group of people. But right now, we got to acknowledge there's some speculation going on your side, because Andrew Tate has never directly said women are subhuman. And if he did, correct me if I'm wrong. So we are trying to figure out, based on the other things he said, how he views women. Like, would you agree with that?
Yeah, it's not, even if he hadn't said, I mean, he's literally said, like, you have to train women like dogs, and said women are like dogs a lot, I think. And I think he's compared like your girlfriend to property. I mean, I think he's been like, I didn't like load up like dozens of examples of whatever, but he's got a lot of content
Just
out
like
there, and
2
I'm pretty
examples
sure
would
he
have been
ran
good,
through this,
Vosh.
like pretty often too. But like the attitude that he procured with his audience.
Has Vosh
is pretty
ever said on stream why he just
straightforward.
doesn't
Whatever
like to
language he
prepare
used
for debates at all? Is there like a
the
reason for
derision
this,
and
or?
disregard for women was like a consistent product of his content.
What's the evidence for that?
I mean, I'm not entirely sure how to substantiate this, but like his audience is like full of the worst humans on earth. They hate women. They fear women because women don't call them back. So it's like an insecurity thing, you know? Because that's like the bulk of where the attention gets, right? Like you hear an Andrew Tate fan, they're not my age and they're not your age. They're like high school kids, you know, sometimes middle school. And they're afraid and insecure of women because they're just hitting puberty. They're nervous. You know, and they know like women are kind of like the gatekeepers of sex, which socially to an extent they are, especially when you're young. And they're looking for answers. And then you've got Andrew Tate, who's using his like drop shipping crypto business to get a bunch of people to spam clips of him on social media. And they see this guy who's like yoked, talk about how like women are like dogs that need to be trained properly, you know. And this like really fucks with these kids, you know, a lot of them, like massively so. It's like a social harm.
But wait,
spreads.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Oh no, not at all. I was rambling for a bit.
Okay, but I would say, what's the evidence that Andrew Tate fans fear and hate women? Because I have friends who are Andrew Tate fans, and I can tell you for a fact that none of them hate women. So do you have like some kind of anecdotal evidence, or you have like what is your evidence for that claim? Because that is a pretty big claim.
Well, we're making
like I could easily make that claim. Vosh's fans hate white men, right? But I have no proof for it, right? Like, so what's the evidence?
Well, we're making the problem here is that there's no way to compile evidence that you would be satisfied with. We're making claims about people's like mental states, right? So if you collect 5 anecdotes from a population of millions, you can form any opinion that you want. With Andrew Tate fans, there were literally millions of fans. I could cultivate like a ton of stuff if I was given the time to, but it would always not be a representative sample. You would have to use like, you would have to.
So here's like something Vosh could have done. Vosh could have gone, here's something we could do. Vosh could go Andrew Tate YouTube. Let's go to Andrew Tate. Oh no, I can't do that actually now. Fuck. I would have to pick, we would have to pick like a comparable, here's something we could do. Let's try this. We could do red pill dating advice. Let's see. Let's try to find relatively modern stuff. So I'll say 1 year ago is good. What are some hard to swallow pills about relationships? Let's look for like red pill stuff. Advice and red flags? Is this a red pill guy? I don't know. How to be red pilled in a relationship. That's only got 91,000 views. Oh, Patrice O'Neill. I hear this guy brought up all the time by Sneakos. Jordan Peterson drops a red pill on a woman that has hit the wall. Okay. Okay, so let's do these 3 videos. So
and definitely
what we could do is we could sort comments by top comments. I think they might automatically be sorted by top comments.
Most young.
So these are 3 videos from different people that talk about red pill things. And then let's see what comments they make about women. We'll look at the top 3 comments on each. The best career advice that I learned is don't attach yourself to a person, a place, or a company. Only attach yourself to... Okay, sure. Red pill doesn't have to be toxic. It is really just coming to the conclusion that you as a man deserve respect from women, you hold yourself to a standard. And then 3, it's nice seeing how the red pill is becoming more and more popular nowadays. This one you could argue is misogynistic, maybe. She rose from the streets, and to the streets she shall return. So from top 5 comments, not too bad. Let's check this video. The most sex you'll ever get is treating them like they are nothing special. I'm going to be a little misogynistic. He's a comedy genius. Patrick's on another level. Women don't give advice on how to get them. They give advice on how to befriend them. And fellas, do you honestly want to be your friend? That's kind of a shitty thing to say a little bit. Unless you don't want to get friend zoned, maybe. And then on the Jordan Peterson one, these seem to be relatively nice. Oh, but this probably has to do with women working. This isn't like a red pill dating video. Wait, feedback shared with the crowd. Oh, sorry. All right, anyway. But anyway, that'd be like an example of how Vosh, like, I don't know why he's saying like it's impossible to quantify this. Or you could even more specifically go with Alex's videos and go to like sort by the top 3 videos, look at the top 5 comments on each, and see if the comments are like really misogynistic or not. Because if he does this and there's like 20 misogynistic comments that are like highly upvoted across like 5 or 6 different videos, that's a really good evidence for your claim right there. Like you can do something. It's not like you can't do anything. Like, and this would probably take what, 5 minutes of research maybe?
To live my life. He was saying like, this is how women are, this is how men are, this is how we should behave, this is what you can do to be an alpha. So he was giving advice. And again, this would get you banned in a real workplace. There's nothing that Tate did that wouldn't get him banned in a real job. Unless, of course, he was the CEO, in which case he would probably just get like civil suits for sexual harassment.
What?
But outside of that, like he got more leeway than any regular employed person would.
What? Have you ever had a YouTube strike of any kind on your channel?
A couple of times. It's always like content ID stuff.
Yeah, me too. I got one, right? So typically YouTube policy is whenever someone breaks the rules is to remind them they broke that rule. And when YouTube wants to take things further, instead of just giving you a playful, like whatever, like a reminder or warning, they actually give you a strike. And if you get 3 strikes, then you're out, right? So that's a pretty fair system, right? That system that is in place wasn't followed in Andrew Tate's case. He didn't get like a strike like, hey, you can't do this content. It was like, you're done, completely kicked off. There was no chance to redeem yourself. There's no chance to change your content. That is a pretty extreme situation. Like, why was he treated differently than me and you were treated when we made content that went against YouTube's terms of service?
Well, you can get insta-deleted from YouTube if they find 3 strikes at a time. You're not limited to only getting 1 strike at a time. But there's nothing in their TOS that limits them from just banning people off platform anyway. Like, imagine
but that's standard policy.
Yeah, but imagine, for example, if there was a YouTuber who dropped a video that was them just giving you like a 40-minute step-by-step instruction on how to like molest children. Which is, by the way, that video would not in itself be illegal, depending on how it's phrased. I don't think that's a 1-strike video, right? That's a 3-strike video to me. That's a you're out of there type video. So I think we can agree there are situations that are extreme enough where YouTube has the right to just sort of swing down the hammer. And given the fact that Andrew Tate's like this uber wealthy, like media magnate who's like weaponizing his if not pyramid scheme, at least like financial empire to spread his content farther than any person could on their own. Like he's not some little witty bitty channel, right? He got invited to Tucker Carlson right after he got banned. You know, I'm not too concerned, I guess, about his well-being given the social harm he's caused.
Jeez.
Well, I'm glad at least I got you to stop saying pyramid scheme, so that's a small win right there.
It's a pyramid-shaped scheme. So sorry, not a pyramid scheme. A pyramid shape. It is literally a pyramid shape. All the affiliates down form. So it's a pyramid-shaped scam.
We're making some progress.
A triangular scam, not a pyramid scheme. My
Just
apologies.
affiliate marketing, bro. Just affiliate marketing, regular affiliate marketing that most people do. I don't think someone's money or wealth should have anything to do with like how the policy is enforced on them. I agree with you. There are some extreme cases. So if I make a video like where I'm like saying, yo, go kill these people, they probably won't give me, although I don't know how it'll work, but I'm assuming, let's just assume they would just kick me off the platform. But that's like really extreme things. That's less about like your message and like the things you're saying. That's more like you're saying like really out there things. I personally don't think Tate was anywhere close to that. Like he's not inciting violence. I just think that, okay, fine. Like
kind of
you
like
think
talks about like rape victims, sort of like bringing it on themselves, joking about like.
What do you wait? What,
You gotta have an
when did you say
example
that?
of at
I
least
said
one of
rape
these
victims
things.
have to take responsibility for what, you know. for-
Rape victims taking responsibility. It's not the same as saying rape victims bring it on themselves. Ugh.
For the rape, like, or like they like their part in it, you know, like wink nudge, like.
Oh, no, okay, Vosh. All right, let's discuss that. Okay, because I'm actually pretty familiar with that. So if you watch the long form content on that, what he was actually saying is this: he's saying, obviously, I think rape is messed up. I don't think anyone should be raped. However, if I had a daughter and I would tell her not to go out late at night on a certain part of town because that is going to increase her likelihood of getting raped, right? So that's basically what he was saying, is that with rape victims, there's things you can do to minimize the chance of rape happening. And if you just defer and just say, oh, well, I have no control in this matter, you're actually limiting yourself. And that's a pretty reasonable position to have. It's like, hey, listen, like, obviously it's not your fault, but there are things you can do to limit your odds of being raped. Rape is wrong either way. But like, you're not doing people any favors or any service by saying it's totally outside of your control. There are elements of things that you can do, like have a taser, not go to certain parts of town, that will minimize the odds, and thus it is partially with your control. That's not a crazy position.
Okay, but everyone believes there are things you can do to lessen the chance of being raped. Sometimes, oftentimes people are just drugged, or the rape happens from somebody they already know.
Stop. Hold on. To be clear, most of the time, 99% of the time, there are things that you can do to keep yourself safe. 99% of the time. This idea that like sometimes no, that's bullshit and it's wrong, and it shows a fundamental misunderstanding of how rape happens. Most of the time you can do something to take protective measures or preventative actions. Most of the time, in the vast majority of cases. Rape doesn't just magically happen out of nowhere.
Or the rape happens like mid-sexual encounter, or they're already drunk, you know. Oftentimes there is like literally nothing they can do.
That's not true. That's just a lie.
But in
That's
the
just
cases where it does
not
happen,
a lie, but
like
it's wrong.
taking responsibility, like this is the definition of victim blaming, right? Imagine if you're in like Saudi Arabia and there's like a Western woman there who like goes to a private party as part of a like a bit of business travel, and she dresses as a Westerner would, which is legal within the context of that business party, and later like a magnate like finds her and rapes her or something. And later when this gets out, people are like, well, she wasn't wearing a burqa, you know. You wear a burqa to protect yourself against men's eyes, you know, so you need to take responsibility, like you could have prevented this. You can understand how like this is basically just like rape apologia, right? Like you're essentially just
it would
like,
depend on the social norms of where you go. Like if there's like an expected outfit or an expected thing based on where you go, and then if you deviate from that, you're likely to wind up in a lot of trouble or whatever. Like, I mean, it's not good, and we probably shouldn't support it or whatever, but like, I don't know. I guess I gave the hitting kids in other households takes, and people got really mad. I don't know. If I go somewhere, like I make sure that I'm aware of like what are your customs, what is your culture, like what are the things that I need to be aware of, because I think it's kind of your responsibility to like know where you're going. Like, well, how do people act here in ways that keep you like reasonably integrated? There's a saying, when in Rome, do as the Romans do, or whatever. Isn't that what that means?
Like minimizing.
No, Vosh, no. I think it's not unreasonable if you're a father to a daughter in Saudi Arabia that because you don't want your daughter to get hurt, you would tell her, hey, I know you don't like the burqa, but maybe you should wear it until things change. That's not an unreasonable thing for a father to say to his daughter. If I had a sister, I would tell her that same thing if I lived in Saudi Arabia. Just like if I had a sister and she's like, Alex, you're so wise, give me advice. I'm really worried about rape. I'll be like, okay, well, obviously rape is messed up, but there are certain things you can do to minimize the chances. That's not unreasonable advice to give.
Okay, has he ever given advice to men on how not to rape women?
Well, I mean, like, Mosh, like you just don't rape women. Like I think.
Well, that's interesting, isn't it? Because if his interest is in preventing rape, and his audience is young men, like I'm willing to bet 99% of the people watching him are men. It's very interesting to me that his rape prevention strategy would be reminding people that rape victims need to take responsibility, but no mention at all of what men can do to not rape women. Which a lot of men rape women unknowingly. A lot of men rape women because they feel entitled or because they feel embittered or insecure and they want to feel powerful over a woman. They hate the fact that women, get their pee-pee hard. So they that it sort of manifests as a complex. And a lot of guys just don't know what consent is. So they'll fuck a woman who's blackout drunk. They'll fuck a woman who is like murmuring no, but the guy like pretends not to hear it because he thinks that if he gives good enough dick, like she'll actually end up liking it, which spoiler alert, that doesn't work. Don't do that. Like, are these tips coming through Andrew Tate, the rape preventer? I think not, and there's a reason why.
Vosh, but I think if a man wants to rape a woman, a YouTube video is not going to defer him from it. Just like, for example, if someone is determined to go out and kill people, you're not going to convince them from a YouTube video. All you can do is give advice to potential murder victims and say, hey, listen, maybe you shouldn't walk around with large amounts of money, not a lot of change, don't go to this part of town at night. I think it seems more reasonable to give advice to potential victims than to criminals who are going to commit an illegal act. And I don't believe a YouTube video can get criminals to change their behavior.
The point of Andrew Tate's streams is to change people's behavior. He's trying to teach you how to be an alpha. Why would he believe in the ability to change millions of people's behaviors? His whole Hustle Academy thing, all of this is about changing behavior, but you can't change it out of doing something bad, maliciously or otherwise?
Do you think you can change rapists from raping? Like, do you think you have that kind of power?
Yes.
Really?
Yeah. A lot of rapists rape because of political opinions.
Fuck, they're both so wrong. You can change people. You can change people out of raping, but I don't know if either of these people have the same understanding that I do for like how rape occurs. It's not just like people going out looking to rape people. It's usually just like really bad understandings of like consent or bad understandings of like how to properly like court somebody without like trying to trick somebody to fucking you, basically. And I mean that's behavior that you can definitely have an impact on.
There's a reason why. Yes, like thinking women are subhuman. Yeah, do you think there's a relationship between like hate crimes against black people and racism, for example? If you can convince people out of being racist, you lessen the likelihood of them doing a hate crime. Likewise, a lot of rapes do happen like unintentionally because a lot of guys don't understand consent. You can convince people out of this. You can move them from that position. But I think Tate's content was like rape maximization. I think like that, like the content form that he produced is like optimized for making young men rapists, both in the sense that they have no understanding of and an active disregard for consent, and in that they're contemptuous towards women, which motivates a lot of bad behavior.
Okay, there's so much you said that I want to unpack. Can you give me 1 minute to take a piss and then we'll get into it?
Sure. Oh, fuck, wait, yes, I can. I think I can go for another half hour.
All right, cool.
What's going on? What happens in a half hour?
I'm sure this must be frustrating for some of you, but I feel like I'm actually doing a really, really, really good job here.
I'm sorry.
Hold on 1 second. I forget which monitor my thing is on. Okay.
We were talking in offline chat last night, and someone brought up that asking a woman, "Are you my GF?" over and over again may be a form of rape. I don't know if this isn't the true answer. I haven't watched you for long. But what's your take on this? Asking somebody over and over again can be rapey, but like you should know when to stop. Like, the reality is that, like, if we could get most guys to not be as pushy, that would probably stop a lot of rape, like over 50%. But the other reality is if you could get a lot of women to be like, to just say no, that would also probably stop like over half of rapes, like unironically. Most guys, even in the middle of sex that are pushing for things, if you tell them, hey, no, we're not doing that, they'll fuck off. This, like, I'm bisexual. I know this from personal experience because like 50% of the guys that I've been with are unironically rapey. But usually just like, hey, no, it's not what I signed up for. Get the fuck off. Like, they're done. They'll be like, oh, okay. They like act awkward. And they're like, whatever. Oh, I didn't know. Like, bullshit. You fucking didn't know. This is true of probably 95% plus of like sexual situations. Even if you're a smaller person, even if it's a girl and a guy, most people that are trying to quote unquote like rape you or do fucky shit aren't looking for pushback. That's why they're doing it in the middle of the act, because they know that's when you're like the most likely to not say no to something. They know that's when you're the most likely to kind of like acquiesce, like, oh, fuck it all, blah, blah, blah. Like, if a woman provides like any amount of pushback, usually a guy will fuck off. Usually. Somebody's going to link me like, well, what about this guy who was like a 600-pound violent rapist that like murdered people, blah, 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 blah. Like, okay.
Pigeon is like turbo heating my leg right now. By the way, I don't think the guy that I'm talking to is malicious or like dishonest in any form. I literally just think like, this is a product of the culture there. You know?
Almost.
Like...
Wait, what is this? Hold on. Is it me, or is the clip not enough to justify the autism thread in LSF? Zerka is clearly joking, and Adriana did not mean Slick was locking people in. Oh, I don't know. Never mind, we're gonna...
Okay, so let's kind of break it down like this. Let's say there's two sides to preventing rape. One is on the male side, or let's just say mitigating rape. There's no matter what you say, what you do, there's always going to be rape, right? But let's just say mitigating rape. One is on the female side, one is on the male side, right? Let's just assume that content creator chooses to address the female side. He says things like, hey, listen, as a woman, if you want to, minimize your chances of having something very bad happen to you, maybe you shouldn't go to this part of town at this time of night. Maybe you shouldn't, go home with a guy that you barely know. Maybe you should meet a guy in public first. Is that unreasonable?
I don't think it's unreasonable to give advice, but I think it has to be evaluated in the context of the situation. Given the fact that what Andrew Tate was doing on the opposite end was kind of cultivating pro-rape behavior on the guys.
Damn.
Like, let me put it this way. Imagine if you have a sundown town in like 1943, right? In the American South, if you're black and you're out after dark, like you're probably going to end up on a tree, you know? And let's say that like...
There weren't... I don't think they were lynching that many black people.
And you're out.
Actually, wait, it would depend on the year he gave. Actually.
After dark, like let me put it this way. Imagine if you have a sundown town in like 1943, right?
In 1943, they were not lynching black people that much. If we go to the 1800s, possibly. But 1943, no. No.
In the American South, if you're black and you're out after dark, like you're probably going to end up on a tree, you know? And let's say that like in one summer, like 3 black kids get lynched within the same week, and there's outrage. And in
somebody has the I saw there was either a study or stats on this where I want to say it was like by lynchings in America. KKK were doing that shit. They were lynching, but past the 1900s, it started to get like a lot more rare. I'm pretty sure. I think there's like, if you watch, like by the last like 10 years the KKK was active, I want to say there were like 6 lynchings. I'm not obviously that's bad. They shouldn't have any lynchings. But like, it wasn't like if you go outside, the KKK is going to catch you every time, you know? If somebody has the link to those numbers or whatever. Lynching year. Oh, is this the number of lynchings by year? So like in the 1800s here, you have like 49 black people lynched, 53 lynched. I don't know what the fuck the source is on this or if I necessarily trust this. Maybe we should be a little more critical. Yeah, Wikipedia, we know that's safe. 1882 to 1901 saw the highest period of lynchings. After 1924, cases steadily declined with less than 30 a year. But by like in the 40s, you've got like 5 lynchings in a year. 4, 6, 3, 2, 1, 6. Like it's not like if you go outside, you're gonna get lynched. It wasn't like crazy like that, right?
The white governor of that state puts out a bulletin advising black people how to not be in those neighborhoods. Do you think like that might like kind of signal?
You're basing this on your experience. No. Do you think you being a man, regardless of physicality, might skew that perception? No. Most people that are trying to rape you, I think, are people that are just trying to like do some shit to see how much they can get away with. I don't think most men have it in them. 99% of men, 95% of men that quote unquote rape aren't gonna have it in them to like actually try to rape somebody that's like pushing and fighting back. If you're a woman and a guy's like, oh, I'm gonna fuck you with that condom, and you're like, no, and if you like smack up or you're like, most men aren't gonna continue to. That's gonna like fuck people up. Most people, like 98% of humans are like wired to be pretty good, decent people. That's how scams work. You take advantage of the fact that most people are like this. Like the type of man that would hold somebody down, like, I'm gonna fucking rape you, bitch. That's a exceptionally sociopath. You're you're like 4 standard deviations off of normal human behavior there. You're really, really, really far from the crazy territory. So yeah, there might be some people do that, but that's gonna be an incredibly rare situation.
Certain set of intentions. The fact that the governor, like, it wouldn't be about like additional resources to catching the hate mobs or the lynchers or anything like that. It's just like, well, how do black people, you know, like just not be in those towns? It's kind of like an affirmative position for the racists in a way, because they're not fixing the problem.
It is different because Andrew Tate is not in any way involved in the governance of anything at all, right? So this would be more like a successful white leader in that town in 1920 who likes black people saying, hey guys, listen, we live in a pretty fucked up world, so I think for you guys it makes more sense not to do this and this and this, right? That's not an unreasonable thing for that white person to say.
If that's all, so I mean, you're right in that he's not a public official. A governor back in 1920s would have less people listening to him than Andrew Tate did today. But the point is the power and the message involved. If black kids are getting lynched and all you say is like, hey, black kids, you know how you could avoid that happening? Stay the fuck out of Whitey's town, you know? Jesus. If that's all you have to say, that's, as far as I'm concerned, a pro-lynching position. Because all you're really doing there is making sure people pay attention to the victims and focus on what they could have done to avoid. But rape has always happened. Like, as long as you're looking at the victim of rape for answers on how to prevent it, you will...
Megan, why did she do this? The Manifesto Destiny. Destiny's friends are abusing and manipulating mentally ill people. It feels like his motive is to silence victims. I replied to Destiny in September 2021. Destiny made a public post about the License for All article framing me as an abuser. I provided him with proof of my innocence and police evidence of crimes being committed at Razor ATX house that he hid and is now covering up. So to be clear, I tried to communicate with this person about shit and I didn't get fucking anything. I got like, fuck, am I still friends with her? Fuck, I don't remember her name on Discord. I could go back and look through our logs. This is what I tried to explain with like the car thing was just like one example. I got all sorts of information from her and I didn't feel comfortable like going public with like anything because I had no fucking idea what was going on. This was way back when I was in Sweden. Yeah, I super like did not get anything like that I felt comfortable bringing to the public eye. And eventually our conversation, who is this? She messaged me a long time ago saying, I've got proof that Clint 171 or whatever, the trailer guy, is an abuser. Now she's dating the, wait, hold on. Sorry. Wait, hold on. This can't be right. RTBA is trolling me right now. What would happen if you just ignore this? Oh, nothing. These people are like, find a nicer way to say irrelevant, but they're just like small people. It's just all part of this like really weird offshoot of the Claw and Austin crew. Okay, this game feels like a game of Destiny and Adriana preying on the confusion, terror, and weakest moments of the mentally ill. They basically want to mentally entrap your persona to a point where they can control you or make you harm yourself. 2 years later, after Byron was pushed to a point of death, where's the justice? What is Destiny's angle to be able to manipulate and control the victim's narrative for himself? The girl who recorded the now edited audio clip Destiny published was someone I was trying to determine trust and friendship for during that time. She was a friend who had been talking to me and Claw regularly, offering help to try and resolve the relentless harassment from Clint and his friends. During the recorded audio, you don't hear her side because she was being disrespectful and weird.
Oi, are you live?
Yeah, did you just wake up?
No, what?
Because you sound like it.
Dude, I got news for you.
What's up?
Oh, there's a nuke dropped on you.
Yeah, we're already reading it. Nobody has a nuke drop on
No, you're already reading it. Wait. Let me get to my fucking computer.
Well, I don't know if I'm going to read it. This is a huge post.
No, start from beginning. I didn't open it yet.
Oh, it's the Megan girl, the like
Yeah,
insane
but
girl.
read it. Just
No,
pretend.
I'm not gonna read this whole thing because most of this is
What
gonna be
the
boring.
fuck, bro?
It's schizo ramblings. Most of it is boring schizo ramblings.
I know, but I just want to see how creative Claw is because Claw wrote it, right?
I don't know. This girl's really crazy too. They both could have contributed to it.
Come on, bro. I can't read right now. You gotta read it. My eyes hurt.
Okay.
Okay, hang on. Let me switch the microphone. Okay, how much have you read so far?
Like 3 paragraphs.
No. Start from beginning, man.
Oh god, it's so boring. Okay, ready?
Yeah.
Meg's 7th statement. Destiny and his friend.
Her voice though. Make her voice.
I don't know her voice. Okay.
Just do a girl voice.
You want me to do her voice? Okay, ready?
Yeah.
Ah! Stop hitting me! Ah! No, I'm just kidding.
Do it, fuck.
Destiny and his friends are abusing and manipulating mentally ill people. It feels like his motive is to silence victims. I replied to Destiny in September of 2021. Destiny made a public post about the Livestream Fails article framing me as an abuser. I provided him with proof of my innocence and police evidence of crimes being committed at Razor ATX's house that he hid and is now covering up. So to be clear, I'm not hiding anything. She brought to me a ton of different documents. But it was like there was nothing there that I could like truly like. Do you know what her name is on Discord real quick?
Megan.
Oh, Jesus Christ, not that Megan. Oh, man. Hold on, give me a different one. Wait, can you, like, link me your shit?
Oh, I have her blocked, so I don't know. I just made up a name.
Jesus, I just about lost my mind. Oh, my God. Okay. Okay, hold on.
Try and sell it when you read it like it's real. Like emphasize the parts where it's like, and he's an abuser.
No. Shut up. Okay. This feels like a game of Destiny. Adriana preying on the confusion, terror, and weakest moments of the mentally ill. They basically want to mentally entrap your persona to a point where they can control you or make you harm yourself. 2 years later, after Byron was pushed to a point of death, where is the justice? What is Destiny's angle to be able to manipulate and control the victim's narrative for himself? The girl that recorded the now edited audio clip Destiny published was someone I was trying to determine trust and friendship for during that time. She was a friend who had been talking to me and Claw regularly, offering help to try and resolve the relentless harassment from Clint and his friends. During the recorded audio, you don't hear her side because she was being disrespectful and weird. I wanted her to respect us enough to understand at that point she needed to leave the call. I was telling her to hang up the call, not telling Claw to, because I wasn't angry at him. I was angry at how she was acting. This is exactly like how originally Adriana Lee was more mad at Novaru for shit talking instead of Crazy Slick. I became uncomfortable, confused, angry, and started panicking after she repeatedly refused to hang up the call. It is extremely traumatic having anyone witness, audio or visual, my mental breakdowns after being framed as an abuser and mocked by Livestream Fails, the public. I was already paranoid that she was recording or using information to mock us. I was entering a state of extreme anxiety that I needed my boyfriend back to help me through. At this point, I became inconsolable and started to lash out, screaming, trying to communicate my pain to Claw. I regressed into a very traumatic state. I became inconsolable and began to harm myself. That was actually just her hitting herself. Claw never beat or abused me. I was in a state of psychosis, harming myself, and he was pushed to a breaking point himself. Claw was helping me work through my traumatic episodes.
By beating her?
No, he was Sometimes you just gotta smack the devil out of him, you know?
No, I don't know. Don't make jokes like that.
Why did you get so quiet? God damn it. Hold on. I'll make whatever the fuck jokes I want, you fucking bot.
Are you not trying to come back to Twitch? All right, go.
Hold on.
Claw wrote this or her? Or he's like editing.
Unfortunately, Claw's has been regularly dealing with this abusive behavior from my part. I have a history of treatment for mental illness since childhood. This is where a free use agreement has allowed him to understand and help me work through abusive behaviors. In my past relationships, I've never had an understanding of consent/free use. He needs to be able to raise up his voice, ground me in reality, and restrain me in a safe way when I'm harming myself. I came into this relationship suicidal and basically feral at a point of death. I feel like I'd never be able to connect in an honest way with people again. Claw fought to save me and refused to see another person left in a state of psychosis from being denied understanding and truth. On July 17th, Clint grabbed me and choked me in an aggressive way, which the police informed me should be phrased as strangulation in the context of the now closed investigation. Clint has a history of going too far in fights. Wait, are you friends with that Megan girl on?
No, I've had her blocked for 7 months because I heard a bunch of crazy shit about her.
Can you like type the name and ID to me just so I can try to bring up my logs with her?
Why is it so important? You guys never spoke.
Yeah, we spoke a lot. She messaged me 7 or 8 months ago when I was in Sweden, and she tried to dump a whole bunch of shit to me. That's how I know she's crazy, because she tried to dump a whole bunch of shit to me saying that Clint was an abuser, and I didn't like Clint at the time. And I was like, okay, yeah, sure, fuck it, I'll expose this guy. He's like an asshole. Why not? But the more she told me, and the more questions I asked, I was like, hold on. It kind of seems like both of you are fucking insane right now. Like, I'm not getting that this is like just a him thing.
Yeah, I've heard them talk about the plans. I've heard from other people that they do things like to block themselves from being banned. They'll be like, "Do you want me to kill myself?" And Claw even did it on stream. But like, this is like a game plan to them. But yeah, I don't know. I think she's being manipulated by Claw. I think that's for sure.
Maybe based on my limited experience with it, I would say she's incredibly manipulative. So
yeah.
So she could be doing it too. Okay, right click, message.
This isn't really about you, though, is it?
Well, yeah, because now she's wrote me into it, calling me like an abuser and shit.
But she's talking about Clint right now. Like, I guess they're done their hit piece on you. All right, go on.
Yeah, wait, hold on. Now I'm looking at like the shit she sent me.
I can't believe you actually knew her, like face to face and shit. Ugh.
Like, she sent me like one of these documents is like a court dismissal, and I don't even know what the fuck. Like, now comes the state of Texas buying through blah blah blah, allowing the probable cause. Moves the court to dismiss the case for the following reasons. Like, like she would just send me a whole bunch of legal shit and then give me a story and then expect like the stuff that she'd send me to. Yeah, I don't know, dude. All of this was like super fucking weird. Like, here's this. She's saying, like, Clint went on my old Snapchat and started sending nudes out to people, but she had no way of proving that it was Clint or if it was just her doing it. Like, I have no idea. All of these conversations were so fucking weird.
Yeah, no, I've met her in person. She's like a known liar. Like, there's 6 people there, and even her friends said, like, these people lie a lot.
Mm-hmm.
I hope I'm in this hit piece.
Hold on. These are like messages that she was sending. Can someone help me, please? I got hit by a car at a stoplight and Clint is sleeping and I don't know what to do. The guy left the scene. I'm having a bad panic attack. I called the police and they told me to come over to them to file a report. I didn't get a picture of the guy's car. I'm freaking out. Clint loved this car. I was turning left and I think he ran a red light and then maybe he fled the scene. I don't know what to do.
Wait, what? So
yeah, I know.
Wow. Okay. This is in your private DMs?
Yeah, she was like just sending me like a ton of shit about this. Clint lied about having cancer. Clint is currently lying about choking me. Clint would lie about all this stuff. He lies to his mom. Yeah, I don't know. Jesus Christ.
Cancer?
Did he have Did he say he had cancer? I have no idea.
What the fuck is going on? The Schizo Avengers are here.
True. Shut up. Fuck, I'm trying to get more. This car story was just so funny, dude. It was like the funniest.
You met her in person?
No, never. Or if I have, I don't remember. Like, I might have seen her like a group of people a long time ago, but. Oh, okay, hold on. Okay, hold on. Let me just read a little bit. This is other messages she has. So, do you have any pictures of the car, by the way, after the hit and run? And she said, yeah, it should be in there. You can see all the files in the Google Drive link. Oh, she sent me like a Google Drive with some shit. And then she's like, I realize I need to write my own detailed account, blah, 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 blah. And then I said, okay, and then I say this. Wait, just in the car story, if the car fled the scene, how did you get pictures of the car afterwards? And she said, it was at the garage at the police station. I went there from going to my work. I went in and filed, and when I came out to the garage, the other dude was walking in. So I found his car in the garage, and I took that picture. I guess I need to make that part clear. He claimed that he had a kid in the car and that he needed to go home. I don't know, it was sus. And then we never followed up with the insurance. And then I was like, yeah, dude, there were like so many weird. That's just like one example of like so many weird things she did. But anyway, I stopped like basically responding to this person. Like, I can't. This just seems.
No, keep going. That stuff's better than the hit piece.
Well, it's just like schizo ramblings.
About what?
My friend was talking about my old Snap. I don't have access to the 2 old Snapchats. I thought he deleted them because people who had them added said they were gone. I don't know if you could deactivate and reactivate them. Like, I still don't have my 2 business emails or my Twitch account. I'm assuming the detective that I hired will let me know Tuesday what the next step is. Clint likes to play mind games, and right now he doesn't like that he lost control of me and doesn't know what I'm going to do or who I'm going to tell. So I wouldn't be surprised if he went into Snapchat to download nudes or something because he knows if anything like that got leaked, it would fuck me up mentally. I know that sounds stupid because I post lingerie pics. It's just really intimate and personal thing to me, so I don't know. But him knowing, it wouldn't surprise me if he opened the Snapback. I don't know, Jesus. I'm pretty sure he tried to reach out to somebody's husband of like an ex of his. Yeah, there's like so much weird shit in here, and I had to like ask so many questions. I couldn't like even make sense of like half of it, but yeah, I don't know, dude.
All right, yeah, keep going. I'm not in it at all, right?
Yeah, I don't know. Why was she dumping all this on you? I don't know why she reached out to me. I have no idea, but. I'm not going to read all this. It's just going to be schizo ramblings. The truth is they're recording me as my breaking point. I don't care. Breaking point was reached. For the context of our relationship since June of 2020, I've asked the few women that I've been in a relationship with to be willing to agree to a complete free use agreement. All of them have included Megan. If they want to deny this, I do have the written acknowledgement. What does that mean? I feel like I have to live my life this way of my own protection, but also for their protection as well. We use safe words in everyday arguments as well as sexual engagements. This needed to happen because in 2020, Destiny was involved in uncovering the truth behind a malicious frame job on me and defended me despite the girl involved being a part of his harem. In fact, almost every one of the girls that has gone through Destiny's trail of tears was my friend first. Oh, I remember this. Claw was on the verge. Did you ever hear about this?
No.
Claw was on the verge of being destroyed, okay? Another person was trying to end his career. And Austin came to me with questions about it. Like, I don't know what to do. Like, Claw got accused of all this shit. And then he started shipping me logs over. And I had just noticed at the time that Discord had made a sneaky update to where when you edit a message, if you hover over the edit time, you can see when the message was edited. And I was able to go back through Claw's logs and show, look at this. Every message that this person is sending, she's actually edited them like 7 months later in order to like make things look way worse than they actually were. And I think I figured that out, and I saved Claw's ass on that. I remember that. That was a big meme.
Why would you save him?
Well, because Austin and him came to me asking, like, well, what do we do? And I was just looking at the evidence. I don't know. I usually just look at shit and I analyze stuff. That's all I do. I don't give a fuck about these people, but it's interesting shit. Because he was claiming that...
fucking loser. That guy's a loser.
True. It saddened me that Destiny was agreeing to share this clip that was being passed around with malicious intent by people like partnered streamer MEOK, who directly threatened to leak it the day before and is Adriana's best friend. Damn, people really don't like Emia. I don't know what she's done, but... Jesus.
No, I asked her when the drama was happening. I was like, just between us, Emia, did you blackmail Claw? And she's like, no, he's fucking delusional.
Wait. Out of the kindness of my heart, I'm leaving the details of the situation, but suffice it to say that Megan was doing a lot worse things than throwing cardboard at me. She was mentally ill, and I didn't care because I loved her, and I just wanted her to get better, and she wanted the same for me. I had written a 26-song album in February, and was starting to finally get a community together again, and within a day of dating Megan, I was blacklisted from almost all of Clint-associated events. A few days before I got unbanned, I tried to kill myself. Megan was the only person there for me. These people are insane. That screaming that I do is me when I'm in drill sergeant mode. I'm clearly channeling my anger issues through the taming of the shrew. But we have had conversations about it, and she seems to enjoy it. If anything, our communication has only gotten better as we are able to fully express the full range of emotions with each other, as long as it's consensual.
What the fuck?
Yeah, these people are actually insane. The crying she was doing is because of the girl recording, not hanging up, and any hitting you hear is unequivocally Megan hitting herself. And it's true. She was hitting herself. And at one point, I did have to restrain her, but also she was saying, get off me when I wasn't even touching her. I've never...
Wait, explain it. Explain, how do you hit yourself?
I don't know, dude.
No, what do you think they mean?
She was having a sertraline withdrawal, and that's why she was seemingly normal some days and sobbing uncontrollably about why Taylor Swift will never love her the way she loves Taylor Swift.
What? Bro, are you sure you got the right twit longer?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Why is Taylor Swift in the lore now?
Please double check your sources. This is my plea to the Twitch community as a whole and to livestream fellows of the community. For what it's worth, Crazy Slick is also 100% innocent too, and Adriana owes him a very public apology.
Don't skip.
I skip. This is dumb.
Don't skip the Destiny parts. It's priceless.
Destiny's... Okay, again, Destiny usually does have the right idea when it comes to almost every decision he makes. It just hurts me a lot that he would constantly throw me under the bus with accusations about how I'm not a good person behind the scenes, despite always being there for the dozen friends that we have in common. Destiny's whole orbit came from my show and my community, and it hurts that people are so afraid to speak against him, even in his own inner circle, that they are denying their own reality. The one weak link Destiny seems to be me. I don't know if he was just using my show as a way to prey women, or if he could just harass women with lies and slander to keep them away from me like he did with Luna. Okay, let's chill out there. So if anyone, so if this is the worst thing that he has had on me, and he doesn't have dozens of other creepy DMs from women or anyone else showing up about it like he had with Bob Seven or Crazy Slick, then I'm not really sure what to say at this point other than I have actual friends with Destiny. Get him off. Okay, it's just him schizo rambling.
I knew I shouldn't have debunked myself. They took me out the hit piece.
Oh no.
I told
you didn't get any clout off it.
I knew I should have just stayed with the groomer allegation. Fuck, man. They deleted it to look clean.
Rip.
I bet they wrote so much on me.
Way to go.
What? Wow.
You fucked up, dude. This could have been your end to some juicy drama, and now you fucked it all up.
They were my boat, man.
Okay. Can I go back to my Vouch debate?
Oh, is that right now?
I was just watching one. Then I'm gonna finish some work, and then tomorrow.
Okay, share screen, bro. What the fuck?
I can't share screen, dude. It's complicated because it's on. I'm talking to you on another computer. I can't share the other screen.
Okay, but all right. Teach me at least how to type in DGG chat. Like, how do I go there?
You've already got an account there. Why are you asking me? Why are you acting?
I know, but when I go to the website, there's no button that says chat.
If you go to destiny.gg, and I'm streaming, stream online started 4 hours ago. I think if you just click that in the top right, it goes to the thing. Or you can just literally go to chat.destiny.gg.
Chat.destiny.gg. Okay. All right. I'll be in there.
Okay, have fun, buddy. Okay, heads up. And if anybody wants to contradict me on this, feel free to do it, because a couple people have already come out and said that we banged or whatever. I have never in my life traded any kind of sex for any preferential treatment for anybody. That's never happened. And if anybody thinks I have, or if anybody wants to claim otherwise, feel free to come out and say so. But that has never, ever, 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 ever happened, okay? I am always impartial. I would never sacrifice my integrity, or at least not that kind of integrity, to fuck a girl, okay? It's not true. Who's Luna Laney? She's a super nice person. Really cool person. You guys can chill, okay? All right. Let me grab a sippy soy. Sorry, one sec. Everybody stand for hamster. Ooh. Okay.
Will never find answers because women get raped when they wear lots of clothing or not a lot of clothing, when they go after asshole guys or really trustworthy guys, when they go after like weaker or stronger men, women still get raped. So like focusing on their behavior, you know, seems to me like largely a waste of time. Most rape victims aren't like out there in thongs, like spreading their pussy on a bar table while with a blood alcohol like percentage of 10% or whatever, you know. Most rapes happen from people already known to the victim, and oftentimes it involves like inebriation or like taking advantage of or like abuse leading up to it. And in these contexts, education on consent can be vital.
But there are things that women can do to mitigate the chances of getting raped. Yes or no?
There are always things that they can do, but exclusively focusing on that while promoting the attitudes in men that leads to rape, kind of like it doesn't fix anything. No women are watching Andrew Tate's show, or like maybe 5, right? He's not saying women need to take responsibility for what they did to contribute to the rape to give advice to women watching. There aren't women watching. He's saying it to the men, the misogynists in his audience who want to be vindicated from the feminist accusation that modern men aren't doing enough to lessen rape, which is true. They don't like that feminism is calling men rapists, even though they tend to be, disproportionately at the very least. They don't like the idea that there's any kind of social responsibility at work there, so they want to misdirect, pull it away from that issue. Well, actually, maybe women should be more responsible. Oh, women have been getting raped en masse for all of human civilization, so maybe that's not like the right approach. Damn. You know?
You can say it doesn't fix anything, and that's your opinion, but that's not the same as it being destructive. Like, as we started unpacking that statement, it just becomes less and less bad. Now we're at a point where we're like, okay, maybe it doesn't fix anything. And you might have a point there. We can debate whether his message is fixing the problem or not helping the problem. But we can't say it's making the problem worse when he's literally just giving a very reasonable, common sense shit that I think the vast majority of people already know. This is kind of like, okay, let's flip the example, right? There's certain parts of the city that white people should not go into at night, right? I don't think there's something wrong with a black person saying to a white person who's very cavalier, right, and just thinks you can go anywhere, like, hey man, like, listen, I'm concerned about your safety. I really don't recommend you go to.
Okay, I'm gonna give you a super white take right now because I've never been in like super crazy gang areas, but like, I feel like if there are dangerous parts of a neighborhood for like gang related shit, I feel like it's got to be dangerous whether you're black or white. No, or like I feel like, and I could be totally fucking wrong here. I could be totally wrong. But I feel like in some of these places, it might even be more dangerous if you're black. No? Like if you're a white dude walking around in some weird fucking gang area, people see you, I guess you might get robbed or some shit. But like, I don't think if you look like some clueless, like me, like walking around, I don't know if people are going to assume like, oh, that dude's like up to no good. Like maybe somebody will rob me. But I feel like you run a bigger risk if you look like you're from there and you're in an area you're not supposed to be. But I could be totally fucking wrong on that. This is like the wire knowledge like coming in. I have no idea, but like I feel like your elevated chance would be probably to get robbed or something. But yeah, white people are very, very robbable people.
Compton at 2 a.m., right? I don't think that black person is contributing to the, black and white violence. I think he's just giving some common sense advice that maybe that white person needs in that situation.
Like I said, I don't think that social safety advice is always wrong. I think that it's good to be prepared, but he's not talking to women to give them advice. He's talking to men to make them feel like they don't have to bear responsibility. And again, if he's so concerned with preventing rape, I mean, listen, you didn't even think it was possible to lessen the likelihood of rape by trying to convince your audience of millions of young men to behave differently.
Oh yeah, true.
Bike on this road.
Like these dudes?
Somewhere. They have guns. Jesus,
Go, no, please, what? Please. Please, what? Please, what? No, Espanol, please. We're just...
Like, I feel like if these dudes were Mexican or like super Hispanic, I feel like they'd be in more trouble than just being like the most whitest fucking people ever. Although his friend, it might be Hispanic. I think.
Por favor.
¿Dónde vas?
Por favor.
Hey,
please.
No problem, okay?
I'm about to pass
no
out.
Problem, okay? No problem.
Logan, don't. It's okay. It's okay.
Hey,
It's okay.
No problem, okay? What? You will.
Can we go?
Well done.
Oh my God. Please.
No, okay. Hey, no. Please.
No para nada.
No problem. Hey,
okay.
Easy, okay? Hey, ¿dónde? Cancún. ¿Dónde?
Okay. We're gonna see mi madre.
You where?
Cancun.
You?
No problem.
Do you think the cartel thinks they are gay, considering the way the guy in the white talks and is acting? Wouldn't they most certainly kill them? So I could be wrong. I've heard this from Lauren. I've gotten emails about this. I haven't had any emails ever contradicting this ever. So I could be totally fucking wrong. And if anybody emails me saying otherwise, I'll say, okay, well, I've gotten other information. But what I've heard is that if you're in cartel areas, generally in Mexico, it's usually very, very, very safe for like white people, tourists or whatever. Because if you start killing people there, one, you'll destroy any tourism in that town. And two, you bring a lot of unneeded attention on yourself. Now, that's what I've heard. I don't know if that's true or not. But I've heard that like if the cartel people think that you're like bringing drugs in and shit, you're getting dismembered and like buried in 17 different spots. But if you're just like some white dipshit wandering wandering around or whatever, as long as you're not like up to some shady shit or whatever, generally they have pretty strict policies of like, you're not supposed to fuck with these people because it fucks with like everything. Especially these guys are in Cancun. I've been told by a few people, if you go to Cancun, you're not supposed to wander off like the touristy areas because you can get into sketchy areas very quickly. But it's not like they're gonna assassinate you on sight or some shit. Like you don't want a bunch of like white Americans being murdered in fucking Mexico when the fucking United States is right above you. Probably not gonna be the good kind of intention.
What's your name?
Aaron.
What's your name?
Aaron.
You?
Logan. What's your name?
Philip.
Philip.
No problem.
Apparently, somebody linked me. This is the front view of their car. Damn, this would be scary.
Jesus.
Go.
No, please.
That split second choice by the driver might have unironically saved their lives. When he stopped, because the other Logan was like, go, and I was like, bro, I don't know if running here is the best idea.
Jesus.
Go.
As soon as he starts backing up and then he stops, oh man, good stop here.
No, please. What? Please. Please, what? Please, what? No, Espanol, please. We're just...
Jesus Christ, dude. I will say, dude, I went back and I've watched a lot of the different Lauren documentaries. She is actually fucking insane. Like the places that she'll go and the areas that she'll be in, that's like probably the most respect I have for her is like some of the insane fucking traveling that she would do. Jesus Christ. I think in part of that last documentary I watched, isn't she like recording like one of the cartel dudes secretly while she's like there? Jesus fuck. I would never do anything like that. Nope.
How was that popular? The millions of young men? How
No,
popular do you
with
think they are, bro?
Andrew Tate's, but like
Oh, okay.
any of us, any audience, like of course you have the power to do that. 100%. You can change their positions on things, their understanding of consent, and the purpose of focusing on the woman's role, the victim's role, is to detract from that. And he doesn't talk about consent, and he doesn't talk about like respecting women's agency or boundaries. In fact, he talks about the opposite. A lot of pickup artistry is about breaking down women's boundaries, ignoring their agency up into the line where you think they might like fucking call.
That is not really true of whatever like second wave shit we're on right now for red pill shit. I think it's generally like it's like women are shallow bitches. We just have to make ourselves like attractive people that they want to fuck by playing on what women like. I don't think it's usually about like breaking down women to the point to where they want to fuck you. Or if it is, I haven't heard any content like that recently from red pill people. That's generally not what the vibe I get is.
For the police or whatever, like be as aggressive as you can, because maybe it'll put a lot of women off, but the ones who are like ceding to it are going to give you pussy by the end of the night, you know.
I don't think I've ever heard this take from modern day red pillars. Maybe from older ones, but yeah, this sounds like the late 2000s, like the red pill pickup artist shit. Like some of the branched up to like the MGTOW and like the really crazy stuff like that maybe a long time ago, but what?
Is that G word bannable? Is it a bad word?
Gusano?
The other one. Gringo. Is
gringo? No.
If I called a white guy gringo on Twitch, do you get banned for that?
I don't know. Probably not, no.
Okay.
Go try it. See what happens.
Come on, bro. They already trolled me. I want to know.
I don't know. I mean, like, technically it is a racial slur, but I think it's, like, not that big of a deal because it's a racial slur for white people. I think that it's like, I think that gringo, it's like, I don't think that, I don't even know if I'd say gringo is a slur. I feel like gringo is more, I think gringo is more like friendly than anything else. Like if a Hispanic person was like super fucking mad at a white person and they wanted to go off, I don't know if like gringo, I don't know if that's like a word that's going to come out.
No, I'm not talking about them. I'm talking about me. Am I allowed to, when I called Wes a fat jar of mayonnaise, that's okay to say white on white, right? On Twitch. But if I called Wes gringo in a mad way, then would I get in shit?
I have no idea.
Because if you
try
we
it,
could unlock,
it's probably going to depend on like how you say it and how it comes off. That'll be my guess, but who knows?
Because I'm thinking I just unlocked the word.
Try it. Isn't it just slang? It's definitely not a slur. I mean, slang can be slurs, but I don't know if gringo is like a hard-hitting Like I could be wrong because I haven't spent too much time to spend in communities, but I feel like gringo could be used in like kind of a friendly way. Whereas if you compare to like cracker, I don't think anybody's ever like friendly calling you cracker. Like, hey, this is my cracker friend. Like that always feels like kind of a shitty word. Whereas I think gringo can skirt the line a little bit, but I could be totally wrong on that. I don't fucking know, dude. I'm not Hispanic. Or I kind of am a little bit. I don't actually know. I need to do 23andMe so I figure out like there might be a whole world of slurs out there that I can use.
All of this is like a bubbling cauldron of like pro-rape logic.
Jesus Christ.
That people need to be like convinced out of. It's important.
Rosh, I do have to comment on this. You're strawmanning the pickup artist position on this. It's not about pushing the line as far as possible. It's more about being polarizing, right? Being a more polarizing individual, and then some girls will like you, some girls will not like you, right? It's not about pushing the line as much as possible. I don't know any mainstream pickup channels that give that advice.
Yeah, not anymore.
You don't know any mainstream pickup artists that have talked about pushing women's boundaries as a way of interpreting whether or not they're...
And Vosh doesn't have a single fucking example, does he? So he's just going to ask these questions kind of like rhetorically. You don't know anything about this? Well, I don't know, Vosh, do you? This is your debate. You've come to it. Do you have an example? But he's not. He didn't come prepared.
Lower confidence or like insecure, like negging.
Who says that?
I don't have a list of them. It's this real.
You don't need a list. You just need one example, homie. Just one example.
I think this isn't like a tendency. Like if you went to like Return of Kings or like the Red Pill or anything, this isn't like a common part of pickup artistry.
Well, Return of Kings is no longer really up and running. I mean, that was based on what's his name?
Roosh.
Roosh, yeah, similar to your name, Vosh. Roosh. He's in exile. He's like a religious
older
freak
people.
now.
Yeah,
and
so
a pickup artist.
He's like hasn't been in the pickup community for like.
You see what I mean when I say like all these people? I say the same when it comes to like the alt-right too. I feel like these people live like in a time capsule where like that Innuendo Studios guy making videos about the alt-right. Like, bro, the alt-right doesn't exist anymore. Nobody cares. Like, who are you even talking about at this point? There's like 2 people on the internet that still call themselves like alt-right. Like nobody cares about this shit anymore. And like what pickup community is Vosh talking about here that's like advocates for shit like this? Like this is like some old like crazy shit. Like I don't think people typically talk about this kind of stuff anymore.
5-10 years. I've been in this community for 6 years. I haven't seen like anything like that, at least not in any of like the mainstream big channels. I'm sure there's some really random unknown channel that is probably saying that, sure, but not any of the big content creators. Like there's not like, it's not like us pickup artists are sitting around saying like, oh, let's see how much we can push the line. That's not happening in the community. If you want to convince me otherwise, you have to show me some kind of evidence for that.
I admit I did not
bring anything.
A series of statements on that particular.
I like how Vosh keeps trying to like down or up play. Like how much effort would it take? I didn't bring like a whole fucking list of things, dude. I didn't bring, bro, nobody's saying a whole list of things. Just like one example. How about a single example from a guy that didn't go out of date or out of style like 7 years ago? Just been like one example, dude.
Subject, so I'll have to leave it there. In my experience, the idea of like negging, for example, is like testing a woman's self-confidence and responsiveness to like.
I don't know. Do any modern like red pill dudes talk about negging anymore? I don't think I've heard that a single time from like Sneeko or Fresh and Fit. Is that even a thing anymore that people talk about? They might, I just don't hear it, but like
all of this is about pushing boundaries. To an extent, pushing boundaries can be a healthy part of like a new relationship, as long as it's done in like a respectful and, you know, mutually sort of beneficial sense, you know, and that's like a really complicated social topic. But I don't think Andrew Tate was teaching that nuance, you know. I think
but you don't even know what Andrew Tate's teaching.
You know, I don't think he made any statements, frankly, that would have been like about directing his audience away from like raping women, which would be nice if they wouldn't, you know, rape women, I guess.
Let me just quickly address negging.
Jesus.
So negging, I think you're incorrect about that. Negging isn't about pushing the woman's boundaries. It's about bringing down her self-esteem, right? So she'd be more likely to go for you. Now, negging is a very outdated concept.
Yep.
It pretty much every single pickup artist who's like at least like somewhat popular in the last 10 years has universally said that negging is pretty cringe. You know, it's pretty well out there that, you know, all negging, all that shit. So like, yeah, like vast majority of like the popular pickup channels, they don't talk about negging. They usually say it's cringe. It's something that's very outdated, but it was never about pushing boundaries. It was about bringing down her self-esteem. And it's usually pretty obvious and it's pretty cringe when people do it.
I don't disagree.
Moving on to the, I just want to correct you on that.
You misspoke, guys.
Moving on to the preventing rape on men. So, okay, so this is, I think, another disagreement we have. I've heard, okay, here's what we probably agree on. There's a sentiment in the red pill community that, you know, rape is overreported. You and I agree on the fact that rape is actually underreported, and this is going off a lot of anecdotal evidence. I have a lot of female friends who've been raped who never went to the police, so I've just seen so many evidence of that. I've had, you know, countless stories of girlfriends, girls I hooked up with, female friends who've been raped. Never once in those stories have I heard that, well, it seemed like he didn't know what he was doing. I didn't tell him no. Every single one of those stories, the girl says no multiple times, and the guy ignores the no. So I've never really seen any kind of anecdotal evidence.
I super disagree with that. I'd be really curious. I guess anecdote versus anecdote, but like that seems highly improbable to me.
Evidence of this accidental rape.
Isn't well, a good example of accidental rape, and this isn't like you know, like accidental murder is murder, right? Or I guess it's manslaughter. But like oftentimes, like aren't a lot of guys taught that like no means yes? It's such a common attitude that there are literally like songs talking about it.
Again, no means yes. All of this shit is so outdated. I don't think any of the like modern red pill duders are like talking about shit like this anymore. Like this is so old.
That's right. There's that baby, it's cold outside, or that pushing boundaries.
Bro, these are songs from like the 60s?
The idea that like
when
they say no are like shit testing you, and you like push through 3 no's to get the one.
What was the year for the
Again,
original?
I don't have like a list of like men's like modern, I guess, men's pickup artist attitudes on this
40s?
issue, but a lot of guys seem to think that like women have this barrier that you have to push through to have sex with them, which is. The barrier is like them liking you. That's true. I mean, the barrier exists, you know, but if they want to fuck you, they want to fuck you, you know. You never want to like get a woman to fuck you because they're like acceding to you being annoying. But a lot of guys seem to have that attitude. I grew up with guys like that. I went to high school with guys like that. I went to college with guys like that. And a lot of these guys just genuinely don't seem to understand that if you get 50 no's and then 1 yes, like you're decent chance you're raping her because she might like be coerced or pressured at that point. There might be factors you're not aware of that is that are sort of impeding her ability to consent. Stuff like that.
There are elements of truth in what you're saying, and there's also elements of falseness. Women will test men. So an example of this, you're going home with a girl and she's like, you know, I'm not having sex with you, right? Typically in those situations, you wind up having sex as soon as you walk in the door. What is the woman doing, right? The woman is testing me. She wants to see, are you going to get really reactive? Are you
Fuck. Yeah. My personal experience on that is very limited, but if a girl says, you know, we're not having sex, right? I'm thinking most of the time we probably are. That would be a really weird statement for her to say if that, but my personal experience on that is like so small that I don't know if I could like, but that is true. Like generally, if a girl's making any references towards sex, probably something's going to happen. But
you're gonna be like, oh, are you gonna be like pushy? You're gonna get weird about it. You're just gonna be like, oh yeah, no worries, we're not having sex, right? Like typically, every time I've been in that situation, literally,
there's no way.
There's no way. What?
There's no way you haven't been tested by all the harems. Like
no, yeah, but I'm just saying. No, wait, you didn't even listen to me, you fucking retard. You just assumed what my response would be, and then you called me without even listening to what I was gonna say.
What did you say?
That chances are, if a girl is ever bringing up sex, it's almost always going to be something happening.
No, but here's what they're saying. When she goes, you know, we're not fucking, right?
Yeah, like if a girl says that to me, I'm thinking that like something is probably going to, otherwise why the fuck would you even say that? Why would you even bring that up? Like that's where my mind is going most of the time.
But isn't that where the negative would come in handy? Like I remember my younger friends would be like, the girl would be going home with them and she'd be like, you know, we're not going to fuck. And they'd actually get very overreactive and stuff. And it was a huge turnoff. You hear what he's saying?
Yeah, of course, because you have to
like,
be like cool. Like if somebody's like, "We're not gonna fuck," you're like, "Wait, I thought we were going to, please." Yeah, obviously you're gonna come off as like you have to be like a little bit cool about it. Like, oh well, hey, if you don't want to, you know, I can call someone else.
Yeah.
I don't know, you do some shit or whatever. Yeah.
When I really started going through the dating phase in my life, they'd come to my house, right, and then they'd say, "I'm going home. I'm gonna get a cab or an Uber or whatever," right? And if the faster I would say, "Okay, yeah, there's the door." Like, if the faster I'd show them the door, the more they'd be like, hey, what the fuck? But when I was younger, I'd be like, well, why are you leaving? And get all cringe about it and shit.
Mm-hmm.
And they'd always leave. And I'm like,
I mean, I would say this also is going to depend on each situation, too. Like, you have to be careful with that, because there might be some people that generally, but yeah.
Well, I don't date anymore, so I'm
true.
good.
Good job. You're married. All right, I'm going back to this. I need to go soon. Fuck you. Bye. Okay.
the girl tries to fuck me as soon as we get in the door, right? So women do test men.
But that isn't. So if you're like at the bar or something and she says that, there are a bunch of answers I think that are fine. You can say like, oh, I guess we'll see, or like, oh, if you know you're lost, or like, I have a gigantic dick, you would have died anyway. You know, whatever you want to go for. But if she's like, I don't want to have sex with you tonight, you look at her and you're like, well, we're gonna have sex anyway. She's not going to like that. Like that's not the right answer, right? Yeah, so yeah, so if you're back at her place and she's like, yeah, I don't feel comfortable having sex, and you're like, are you sure? You sure you don't want to? Like, that's not playful banter back and forth.
Right. Well, that's why you have to be able to discern when a girl is giving you a boundary or whether she's like playfully testing you.
I agree, but I think that test is part of banter, and it's something that, like, as a guy, I engage in as well. So I think that's just part of the back and forth. But there's a difference between that and actively pushing a boundary, like when they don't want something and you try to. But a lot of guys don't seem to get this. And I've had partners that I've hooked up with, or like friends, or who have been with guys like this, who just have like this very like they get angry if a woman says no, because it feels like they feel like they're kind of entitled to sex because they had dinner together, or like maybe she led him on because like she felt his dick up in the car or some shit like that. But then later she's like, oh, I don't feel comfortable, whatever. And then they get angry, and that anger kind of makes them think they're getting fucked with, and that makes them like more likely to rape her.
Yeah. There are guys who get butthurt when they get rejected. 100% agree. But going back to what we were discussing earlier of this like accidental rape, like a woman isn't gonna just like, if she's not interested, she's not just gonna be like, well, I'm just gonna lay here and hope he gets it. Like women, every single story of rape I've heard, it's always been, I told him no multiple times, he wouldn't take no for an answer, right? It's not like the guy just accidentally tripped and wound up like falling with his dick on her pussy. It was always like no, and the guy ignored that. Well, it wasn't like the guy just didn't know any better.
So let's say we're talking pure malice then. Not a disregard for boundary, but an active willingness to rape, okay? People who are racist are more likely to commit racist hate crimes, right? I mean, that's kind of straightforward. Isn't it possible that people who are misogynistic and who are taught stuff like women are dogs, they don't know what's best for them, men need to lead them around, these people might have less concern for women's agency when it comes to stuff like sexual autonomy?
Sure. Yeah, you can make that correlation.
I wouldn't have granted
that.
that.
So I think like that would be another one. It's like two levels, right? You need to teach consent so people know what they're doing, and then you need to teach like I guess I'd call it like feminist advocacy, or like at least not being a misogynist, so that you have enough of a respect for women that you don't have a malicious desire to rape them.
I just don't think as a content creator, like if you have someone who hates women and is determined to like get sex at all costs, I don't think there's anything you can say or do to talk them out of it.
Okay, you can talk people into it, can't you?
I don't think you could not talk me into raping anybody. I don't think you can talk someone into raping a girl.
Not you, but think about it. Like a lot of these modern alt-right terrorists who like shoot
Alex on a bad
black people or
line
whatever,
right now.
they like online content creators who post similar messaging. People's behavior is affected by their biases, and they get biases from media. And we are the media. Not all of it, but a good part of it. You know, independent content creators make up a huge portion of where people get their news these days. So if a person's watching like 8 hours a day of the Tatester, and he's getting like, yeah, women don't know what's best for them, like false rape accusations are out of control, like women like it anyway, like women like it when men will slap them around, haha, it's just a joke, but not really, like they get that. And this guy is like young and insecure and already doesn't like have a good relationship with women. You're cultivating that behavior. It's not a one-to-one thing, but with enough people in your audience, eventually you're going to like produce that,
I think that is a big stretch, that the stuff that Tate is saying is leading to more rape across the world. But going back to the earlier point is, again,
I disagree with Vosh's argument. He's made it well, though.
Rape.
I don't think Alex counted it very well.
I just don't see like that happening. Like would you not agree that like pretty much every time rape happens, the woman says no, and usually she says no multiple times?
I just super disagree with this point.
Oftentimes, I've noticed that accidental rape, insofar as it is accidental, is through unintentional consent. You know the It's Always Sunny bit, the like because of the implication thing, like yeah, like that. A lot of guys don't get that. Like if you go to get drinks with a chick and you're both like mildly tipsy, and then you're like, oh, let's hang out at my place for a bit. You bring her back to your apartment. You have the car, and then like you're like, oh yeah, so you want to fuck? And she's like, oh, I don't know. And you're like, I think we should fuck. That'd be fun. And you're bigger than her, and you're stronger than her, and she's mildly tipsy and not like that snap on the judgment anyway. She could say yes right there, and I still think that like even if that doesn't meet the legal definition of the rape, at least at the very least it's a bad thing to happen, and stuff like this, it's like blurred lines.
The only thing that I find troubling about that is she's sort of tipsy part. The rest of that, I don't know. I think that's just like how most situations go. You wind up at someone's house. Sure, technically you're bigger than her, and there's the implication that something could go wrong. But like you can't. What are you supposed to do? Like as a guy about that, you're bigger than the girl.
You be careful. Well, this is so clear a point that It's Always Sunny made a joke about it. Like that was the point. The point was that Dennis was like a manipulative like rapist, so he would take it. So there you go. Like it's enough of a thing that it was the premise for a comedy bit there, you know?
Yeah, I mean, it was a pretty funny joke. I don't know if it's like It's Always Sunny. Like they make fun of like literally everything, like including race.
Well, but there's a reason why the joke works, right?
It was creepy. Like the premise of the joke.
Right,
was
it is creepy for sure. It is very creepy. Yeah, sure. It is very creepy if you get a bunch of girls on a boat and then you don't take no for an answer. And it's like they can't say no; they have to fuck you. That is creepy. Sure, I agree with you on that. I think most guys aren't getting girls out on a boat with a dirty mattress like in the boat, like with Mac on the side. Like I think that's not really happening to most dudes.
What about your apartment though, right?
Well, then where are you supposed to go with a girl?
Well, I'm not saying you can't bring her back to your apartment. I'm just saying that it's a delicate situation where she might feel that she could meet with violence if she doesn't like suck your dick or whatever.
Sure, I agree. This
that
is
happens.
I agree it's a delicate situation. I don't know, just every story I've ever heard of rape wasn't really like the girl saying, yeah, I went back to his place and I never said no, but like he could, I just felt like a little intimidated. Like every story I ever heard was like, hey, I told him no multiple times. This guy wouldn't take no for an answer. That's every single story of rape I've ever heard. And there's been dozens and dozens.
Well, what if she did tell him no multiple times, but after the fourth or fifth time that he insisted that they should, she said yes. But she's like getting the vibe that this dude is going to break her nose if she like keeps saying no,
Well, yeah, if a girl says no 4 or 5 times, that should probably be the end of it. Like, yeah, I would agree that's very messed up if you're like pushing past like the first no.
But she said yes eventually, didn't she?
She might have in this hypothetical, sure. I think at that point, okay, is it rape or is it just being very pushy? I don't know. Where do you draw that line?
Well,
it's probably messed up either way.
I don't think it meets the definition of rape legally, that specific scenario, but I would definitely say it's a violation of her consent and morally wrong and should be avoided.
Right, but I don't think it's unreasonable at the same token to tell girls, hey, listen, like, if you want to minimize your odds or something like that happening, maybe don't go home with a guy, or at least not right away. Maybe feel out his vibe first. Like, I think that's, like, pretty good advice for women.
But if you had a female friend who got raped at a guy's apartment and she told you about this and your response was like, okay, maybe don't go to guys' apartments then. Like, do you think...
Well, that would just be very insensitive on my part. Of course, I wouldn't say that to a rape victim. That would be very insensitive. But maybe later down
like
the line,
3 times in a
if
row.
She came to me after she processed the trauma. And she's like, Alex, I'm really worried about this happening again. What do you recommend? I probably would say, well, maybe you should avoid going to the guy's apartment. That just more has to do with social tact and being sensitive.
What if she'd already known the guy for a while and she went back to his apartment after like meeting up 4 or 5 times?
Well, sometimes luck, can fuck you over. Sometimes like you just get unlucky. Sometimes you do everything right and you still get fucked.
So we should focus on another aspect of the 2-person rape equation, right? The person actually doing the crime then.
I think we should focus on both. I think we should help women mitigate risk. And I don't know if it's possible to help men who are, I think you have to be somewhat a sociopath to rape a girl, because you have to have a lack of empathy for her feelings, right? I think the vast majority of like regular guys would not do that because they have enough empathy and sympathy for the girl. But I think I personally don't think it's possible to get that kind of like a low-key sociopath to change his behavior.
This is it's really dangerous to say this. Rape isn't just like a mental illness, or like the ability to rape isn't just like a brain problem. It's caused by social forces. People are more or less likely to be rapists based on predictable social factors that we have control over through the messaging we deliver people. When you say it's like, oh, you have to be a sociopath, what you're doing is saying like there's nothing we can do about it, which is a pro-rape sentiment. If you say if there's a social problem and you're saying it is caused by an inimicable and unavoidable flaw in human design, you are preventing anything from being done about it on that end of things. You're leaving that side of the table unaddressed. The problem is, unfortunately, that like people don't want to hear it, but feminism and the Me Too movement are the things that have made rape less common. You can take a look at like projected like proportion rape statistics throughout time, and the modern second wave feminist movement has been like the big defeater in terms of like the likelihood of a woman experiencing sexual violence in her lifetime. And that's because people's political opinions changed. Guys got exposed to different ideas. A lot of guys who used to believe that women were just naturally inferior, like God made them, for, you know, like Eve was from Adam's rib, like they grow up listening to other ideas about like women's liberation, and it makes them less likely to rape. Not 0% likelihood, but it does help.
I'm just not convinced that content creators or media have the power to reduce rape. You would have to present some kind of evidence for that to me. I'm open to changing my opinion. I just haven't seen any evidence that we have that kind of power. I wish we had that kind of power. I don't know if we do about that. I don't know.
I don't know where this idea comes from. Why are we called influencers? It's because we influence how people think. Of course we have the power to control how people think about some things. It's what we get paid money for. It's why you get paid to advertise shit. Of course you do.
See some evidence of that claim.
We talk to millions of people. I mean, I talk to millions of people, and Tate's like a million times my size. Like, it's media, people's opinions. If you can influence...
what's the evidence that even though you talk to millions of people, you can change the
behavior?
people who want to rape a girl from raping? Like, I don't know. I just personally don't think we have that kind of power, even if we have 1 billion subscribers.
We know that people's like likelihood of raping is affected by political influences, and we know that content creators can affect the political biases of the people who are listening. So transitively,
but is that correlation or causation?
Well, we know that there are causative forces in both cases. We know that like we can determine like through longitudinal studies on populations, like the introduction of different ideas. Feminist ideas definitely like tend to reduce the likelihood of rape in a society, and we know that feminist ideas are political ideas, and political ideas can be disseminated through media, including what we do.
Do you think there's any amount of media power, or I don't know who your favorite content creators are, but let's just assume all of them adopt a pro-rape position. They're like, you know, rape is great. Do you think there's any amount of media pressure that could get you to rape someone?
Well, me personally, of course I don't believe that. I don't think any person believes that about themselves. And like, ask anybody, what advertisement
I think it could
get
happen.
you to buy this product? And a lot of people are going to say like, nothing. I'm immune to advertising. But advertisers know you're not. Advertisers know that you're so not immune to advertising that they'll spend billions advertising to you. Nobody's going to admit like, yeah, I would change my mind like on this position I have. Like if I would like listen to a YouTube video while strapped to a chair. But we do know that the predominance of some types of media change people's opinions. We see this with news broadcasts, TV shows, like people are affected by this stuff.
But just try to, I understand the point you're making. Sometimes it's implicit, sometimes it's hard to be conscious of what affects you, but just try to take like a second and like really think like objectively. Do you really think that there's any amount of media pressure has the power to get you to rape? If I'm being honest, I'm thinking about myself, I don't think there's anything. I don't care if every single one of my content creators adopts a pro-rape position. I don't think that could cause me to budge my issue on rape, because I just have enough empathy to know that that would be really horrible if I was in that girl's shoes.
Empathy's learned though, and what you think is hurting the girl is also learned. Like, I'm not biologically different from a guy who grows up in Saudi Arabia, but that guy probably has a way worse attitude when it comes to like women being raped, you know? The difference between me and that Saudi guy is that he grew up being exposed to different influences, one of which was media, right? It's not like a biological thing. If there are differences in the propensity for rape in different populations, that can be explained by their influences.
Well, no, I do think there's some biological elements, of course. I think you know, they've been talking about like the murder gene or whatever, and they've kind of identified several flips that happen in your head that can make you more likely to murder, right? So you would think if there's things that biologically make you more likely to, you know, the big three: the narcissism, Machiavellianism, and sociopathy, or psychopathy, right?
Oh, he's talking about the dark triad.
That Saudis have more of a biological
No, I'm
disposition.
not talking about Saudis. I'm just talking about in general. Like, forget the Saudi thing. I'm just talking about like they've identified that there's certain biological triggers that can make you way more likely to murder. Well, I think a lot of that applies to rape. I think there's certain biological things that can make you way more likely to rape.
He's a rape realist.
Biology isn't a factor.
I'm so sorry.
The
I'm just
fact
kidding.
that there are average differences between populations
In a
can
video
be
game.
explained by social forces. So the average Saudi and average American probably don't have different genes when it comes to acceptance of rape, but their average opinions would differ significantly. And that's because they're exposed to different types of media, different influences growing up. All people are is you know, nature and nurture. And nature-wise, humans all over the world are basically the same. But humans behave very differently depending on where we grow up, which must be explained by nurture. And I think that as long as you latch onto that, you recognize that people are really, really susceptible, even if they don't think they are.
But what's the evidence that Saudis are more tolerable of rape? I mean, I'm not saying you're wrong. I just want to see proof of that.
I would just say the attitude that they have towards the laws against rape. The fact that like attitudes towards marital rape, for example. why was marital rape legal for like basically all of American history and then only recently became illegal? Like why did we become more tolerant? Did our genes change? No, of course not. Our political opinions changed on whether being married to someone made it acceptable, you know? What about attitudes towards the abuse of children? Historically, you know, marrying underage brides by our standard was like the norm, not the exception. But now in America, if you marry a 14-year-old girl, people dislike that. Like, did our genes change? No. Like, the attitudes we have changed because of the environmental factors that we were exposed to.
Yeah, I'm just trying to look at like countries with the most rape. Actually, I'm curious to get to the bottom of this. So, South Africa is number 1. We got Botswana number 2. So we got a lot of African countries. Sweden is number 6. So Sweden is actually above Saudi Arabia. That's interesting.
Sweden counts their rape shit a lot differently.
It's going to vary depending on the way in which they report rape statistics.
Yeah.
Sweden, for example, will report every individual rape separately, whereas here in America, it'll be collectively reported as one. So if a dad chained a daughter in the basement and raped her 70 times over like 2 weeks, that would be 70 rape cases in Sweden,
Sure.
and in America, that'd be 1.
Jesus.
Sure, I understand those described. I mean, according to this, what I'm looking at right now, I haven't researched this too closely, but United States is number 14, way above Saudi Arabia.
But you
So
understand what I mean
I
about
have
the
to see
marital
some
rape?
evidence.
Right? Like, the marital rape, like our attitudes on whether it's okay to have a child bride, or it's okay to, like, rape your wife, like, those have changed, not because of changes in genetics, but because changes in what we consider acceptable. For most of human society, child brides were not that uncommon, but now we recognize that that's statutory rape. So,
Well, I think Saudi follows Islamic law, and I think there's some really bizarre things about Islam. Not to open up that whole can of worms, but I think that's like the big issue there. I think it's more has to do with religion.
but that's cultural. Religion is disseminated through cultural signifiers, right? The media you consume, the imams you listen to, right?
Yeah, my mom.
Sure. I mean, I think that though an imam has a lot more power than media does, like in the West. Like I think those people think that what imam says is the word of law. So you can make an argument how if an imam says, "Hey, guys, rape is okay," that certain of those fanatics will go out and rape when they normally wouldn't. I just don't think we have nearly that much power over people's minds.
Well, I would be happy to continue talking about it with you, but unfortunately, I have another conversation scheduled.
Yeah, no worries, man.
This
yeah,
flew by.
I know, dude. No,
yeah.
yeah, I enjoy our chats. You know, even though we disagree on some shit, I enjoy our conversations for sure. Man.
Everybody's
So,
saying
thanks for
Vosh
coming on,
got
buddy.
destroyed in it. I think the Vosh did okay here. I don't know what you guys are saying. He got completely crushed. I think it was okay. All right. Okay, I love you guys. Tomorrow's a big day. 12:30 in the afternoon. Our boy JP, be there or be square. Okay, I love you guys. Good luck. Ripperino, cappuccino, poppuccino, hoppuccino, moppuccino, dappuccino, cappuccino, appuccino, albuccino, my deuterinos. I will catch you guys next Streamerino.